In there. They're already gathering in there.
What's
I
up,
think I'm gonna get into
guys?
the live on air chat already. Just to be ready.
Is occurred.
Fake Alex Kyle Parker got a tier 1 subscription. Nerd Dylan, roasted.
You know, I was really planning on
Wow.
streaming earlier,
Not only was that inappropriate,
and then I didn't. To be fair, I did edit.
that was also very mean. You're banned for 3 years. You can come back after a 3-year time period. Thank you. Mod,
Fire.
get to it. Thank you. We should be getting
So you know
started
now.
soon. I'm just waiting for everybody to gather in.
We're live now. But it's actually, when you think about it, good timing, because I can just
Is there
leech.
any news that I should?
I can just
quickly give an
leech
opinion on before
off
we
the
get
Hippy Dippy
started? Is there
thing.
anything I
Oops,
missed
fuck.
in the news today? Whoa! Look at that, Fiverr. Yeah, I sure don't. Yeah, a little too white here. Let me fix that. Thank you. I appreciate your concern about how white.
What the hell?
Everything is.
Does the jet still work after that? It still does.
See, I'm on YouTube and Twitch, so they're the one group I can go after. The Albanians are safe for tonight, but only tonight. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. My
And then
goodness,
Twitter.
they're really piling on in there. Econ boys ready? Cam Higby. I think that's Lactoid. Wow. Oh, look at them. They're scurrying in. The old Hippy Dippy days are back, truly.
Okay. Mediterranean out of Syria.
I think
This
I had
is
a few
easy.
things that I wanted to discuss briefly before we got started.
Oh, shoot. It's not easy.
Immoral,
Am I gonna need...
morally corrupt, bankrupt man. Oh yeah, did you guys see this? One second, let me bring this
Fuck, I
up.
didn't need chat. Fuck,
Did
what
you
can...
guys see that Mike Johnson came out saying that he doesn't have the appetite for more Ukraine aid? You know, it's really weird
awesome.
to
Sick,
hear-
Mike Johnson.
It'd be
I
one
didn't
thing
see that.
if
That's
this
cool.
was, I don't know, the American Green Party or something, and I would hear something like this, or maybe like Medea Benjamin's Code Pink. But hearing this from the leader of the Republican Party in the House, after hearing so much on the campaign trail about peace through strength, you're not projecting strength if you're like, I don't know if I'd be willing to support my allies another year. I'd really hate to give them another 200 unused Bradleys. It's gonna be expensive. Another 1,100.
Don't you know, we need that money for FEMA.
Hasn't been used since like the Beatles were like still dropping hit singles. Like Russia is fun tonight. 3 FSB agents who are in charge of the internet control against extremists got smoked by.
Despite the fact
I don't know about
that Mike Johnson also won't call the House of Session to provide supplemental FEMA funding, but you know.
I need to be accessible to my Discord kittens. I will say though, as funny as it is, the Discord stuff, it did have a negative. It really had a negative effect on the Russian drone pilots because they all use Discord. I mean, really, all the drone pilots use Discord, if I'm being honest. And
Dude, that was so funny. The fact that
But yeah, no, they use Discord, and so they've completely had to jump over to other. Like,
they all use Discord, and now Discord's banned in Russia, and it's creating a big problem for
I don't know
them.
what they're using now, but they did use Discord, so they were grounded for a bit.
I've seen the fucking video of them in the control room using Discord. It's hilarious.
People in tanks. If I was a homeless person, I would absolutely sleep in a
Fixed.
tank.
Okay.
Who wouldn't want to sleep in a tank? Probably anybody who's actually slept in a tank. Ah, yes, more comes in there. They pile in. No sound on YouTube? What do you mean no sound on YouTube? You can't hear
Eritrea. Okay, Eritrea, Egypt, Israel.
Give me a second.
I need Sudan. Oopsie. Syria, Iraq. That's it.
It doesn't say anything about no sound on YouTube. Yeah, no, they can all hear me. It's you. It's all you, actually. It's you.
True,
like
for real.
There's something wrong with
By the
you.
way, I realized my audio is messed up yesterday because I tried to make it automatically duck to
I hope I'm not the one who had to break it.
automatically duck the browser audio whenever I spoke, and I fucked it up. It stopped. The compressor on my microphone stopped working because of it, but I fixed it.
But yeah, I just can't stand
It's just audio from all of yesterday's VODs are messed up. But you know, that's chill. That's chill.
Year after year, for however long the fight is, no matter what happens, and then you see that's just the immediate shift on Ukraine because it's just been spoiled. It's just gotten a bad taste in the mouth of the base, so immediately they flip on principle because Trump's flipped on it.
We don't even know what Trump's position
is on
Ukraine.
Into the 7 phone calls and what that makes me think of any decision making that's trickling down from Trump. But it's just a complete shift in philosophy with no clear explanation outside of just, well, I mean, this is Trump's position now, so this is our position now, and the base is feeling this way, so now we're just abandoning our values. Again, it'd be one thing if I heard this from the Libertarian Party. It'd be another thing if I heard this from the Greens. It'd be another thing if I heard it from like a Pramila Jayapal or someone that wouldn't be that surprising. But to hear it from, again, the head of the Republican Party in the House, it's strange. Another interesting Trump decision. What's this? What is this? If Donald Trump says Project 2025 author coming on board. Oh no, he says it's coming on board if elected. When did he say this?
Oh yeah, there was this. Which I mean, it was always like obvious that he was gonna have some of the people who wrote it on board because a lot of people who wrote it were in his previous administration. So.
In a Tuesday appearance on California's KFI radio station, host Gon Colbert.
I don't. Oh. There we go.
He had ready to go if elected. You've seen Tom, the former president replied. You've seen Tom Homan. He's coming on board. Homan served in the Trump administration from 2017 to 2018 as acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, overseeing the controversial family separation policy at the U.S.-Mexico border. When asked whether the former president was considering any other
don't you know
administration or transition team,
who is also praised by Obama, my favorite mass supporter, Obama.
President Trump announced a Trump-Vance transition group to initiate the process of preparing what comes after the election. But formal discussions of who will serve in the second Trump administration is premature. President Trump will choose the best people for his cabinet to undo all the damage. Dangerously liberal.
I love that phrase so much.
Well, that wasn't an answer at all. He just said we'll pick our picks later. Okay. He was always slow to draw on cabinet picks. He was the first time around. I mean, that could be.
Dude, my I think I told you guys chat like a few days ago, whatever. Or I told you when I first got it. It wasn't a few days ago by now. I got that $10 Wii at a garage sale. Killer fine. Now at first, it didn't really seem like I needed it because I kind of I have my computer which just has Dolphin, and with Dolphin, I can just
Not really. I've seen some
I can download any game I want really easily. I don't need to go through the whole process of jailbreaking the Wii and then putting it on a USB drive and doing all that shit. But you know what? This Wii was worth it because now whenever my videos are rendering after I edit them, I can just I can play Wii games during it, and it's so nice.
The window was smashed in. It was obviously very clearly damaged from combat. And he was covered from head to toe in crosses. He had like 3 or 4 crosses around his neck. He had 3 or 4 crosses on the mirror of his car. He had like 1 or maybe 2 Bibles on the windshield. I mean, not on the windshield, but like, on top of like the little glove compartment. He was decked out with Jesus, that's for sure.
Give me 1 second. What the hell?
Okay. I am ready. You guys ready for Hippy Dippy?
Alright, I'm very curious to see the conservative arguments defending universal tariffs in this one. I think that's the second topic that they'll get to, but
bunker studio, I'm happy to be back in the bunker studio. Honestly. You know, if I pay for a bunker studio, I gotta use the bunker studio. And it looks professional, you know? It looks nice. It looks nice. It's easier to not be in the bunker studio, to just be in my apartment, put up like a little thing in the background to cover, you know, the kitchen. But no, this is nice. I mean, look at this. This is nice. And it's underground, so it's safe. And that you really cannot discount. Hello, is that Jeb? Is that Jeb? The Jeb?
It is.
Hello, Jeb.
The Jeb fan.
I heard you're here to discuss the debate we're about to have with all of these ruffians that we're going to allow to speak about politics tonight.
Yes, sir.
It's fine. I made it.
Some heavy hitters on both sides. Some of my favorites from my side actually made it on this week.
Your favorites? Which ones are your favorites, Jeb?
Lactoid is probably my number one in terms of who I think is going to have the best performance here. And then the heavy hitters on the other side are kind of go without saying. You've got the whole, I don't even remember what their podcast is called, the Lib Laugh Love podcast boys, Condo Boys.
the Lib Laugh Love.
Lib and learn. Like is the actual name.
Interesting. One second, let me turn on my camera quick. I have multiple cameras now. I'm back in my bunker studio because last stream we had this, you know, we got bombed a little. So I'm like, well, you know, maybe back in the bunker studio would be smart. By bombed a little, I mean there was like a shaheed over the apartment. So not really bombed, but like, you know, still, you can, if you hear a drone and then this chat can hear a drone, it's probably not the safest. But what I like about having Pisco, Hutch, you know, pondering politics, and all these people together, all the libtards in one concentrated libtard group, is I think they'll act like a pack of hyenas, and they'll know each other's arguments, they'll know each other's
Well, they all
strengths,
have the liberal sheep mindset,
really
clearly.
I think it'll really help them coordinate. And I think that's going to be the biggest problem for the conservatives tonight, is that the people that they're talking to know each other, and they know each other well. They know each other's strengths, they know each other's weaknesses, and so I think they can kind of play off of each other in a way that I'm not sure the conservatives are going to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, my thing about it is, I think there might be an optics issue, right? Because usually we have the right wings looking like the kind of aggressive kooks that are jumping down your throat on every point and just kind of rattling off every point they can think of in rapid succession. But because like you have guys like Lactoid and Cam Higbee on the right side, I think the right's actually going to have the more.
I still don't know. I still think Cam Higbee's a fucking industry plant dude. I don't get it. I don't understand what he's like. He's never like.
And that's a lot of aggression. That's a lot of
like most of these other people, you know, I'll have like careers like dating back like 2 years. I don't know what Cam Higbee like got popular from. Like,
which, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you got
I have no clue. I guess he is streaming this.
Yeah, it works really well in a one-on-one, but then Democrats are sort of in these debates. The left usually rides on this, you know, those crazy right-wingers sort of vibe. And
I literally, he has 50,000 followers on Twitter. Thanks for the follow, Lena Roman. I appreciate it. It's going to be a bot.
To slow things down.
Oh, it's not a bot. It's going to be someone, not a, how are you? I'm good. It's going to be someone promoting their graphic design. Those are the two types of kick followers. There's people promoting graphic design, and there's bots. That's it.
Kind of yelling down their throats.
Yeah, I think you know, I think Cam Higbee is somebody who knows how to be measured, knows when to show aggression. I think he's probably going to be the person.
Like I don't get it. I don't know.
The best tonight. He's also somebody that I think has gone through the media ringer a few times.
Look at these videos for you, but this video.
A few of us in the Twitch politics space, while we, you know, this is a different environment. Those skills, I think, still are.
I don't know. I think he's an industry plant. I don't get it.
He's been here before, so he knows what this is like. I think the biggest problem for the right, though, again, is just they don't know each other the way the other side does. But also, like, we've got Kevin Castley, and then we've got Cam Higbee, and then we've got this new guy from Instagram we've never had on before. It's somebody Cam Higbee recommended, who talks about like men's rights issues and stuff like that. So you've got like a cavalcade of people who are really not in the same lockstep on the other side. I'm not saying that the liberals are all like the same and they're a bunch of, you know, just a bunch of NPC sheeple or whatever. But if I was to go point by point, I imagine that you'd be able to find like good coordination in all of this. Kevin Castley is a flip of the coin. Kevin Castley one week is like nuke the North Koreans. Next week he's like, submit to the Russians. It's like each day it's like flip flopping. You don't know what you're gonna get.
What?
And he's somebody who was calling for a Trump-Biden ticket to unite the country. So, it's gonna be more of an unknown quality.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The right has that struggle on these panels, especially. There's just a lot more diversity of opinion, honestly, in terms of the online right. There's like really
they're just more free thinkers, honestly.
Right.
They're just too smart for us.
Yeah, there's a wider diversity of
my cat's here.
For ideological captured speakers on the internet and the right. So it's like, but no, the
I think he's a fucking
internal disagreement.
boat or something, and he's screaming at it.
In general, but the particular group we have, we have 3 guys who choose to do a show together every week, and then we have Hutch, who I think is really getting more involved with like Josiah and Peacekill and Destiny and that camp.
He's been on their show, I believe.
Yeah, they're gonna be more ideologically aligned, but again, that lends even more credence. Be a little less aggressive, guys. You have 4 people on your side willing to say the same thing. You're going to waste a lot less time infighting. But it'll be very easy for you guys to come off as really aggressive and sort of repeating the same points over and over again if you're not careful. Whereas the other side is probably going to seem a little more willing to concede. They're going to seem a little more willing to sort of say, well, I understand this bad thing about my side, but we got to think about this. You guys... be willing to play that game too, because you're not going to be forced to, because you're with 3 other people that agree with you. Whereas the guys on the right, they're going to be forced to say, yeah, the right does have this problem, and I don't like what you just said, but we need to focus on this. That's going to come
I feel it,
really
dude. The economic stuff, I can't wait till I get there. Any conservatives should just be able to concede that at least at least the universal tariffs are bad, or just bad. They're not ideal at the very least.
The news passes very quick in this country. One week you're talking about presidential assassination, next week's talking about a hurricane. The news changes very quickly right now. It's very fast. But we just had, not that long ago, the Tim Walz, J.D. Vance debate. And, it was a pretty conciliatory debate compared to what you would normally see in U.S. politics. But the ideological differences could not be starker. The campaign and the type of campaigning that the 2 type of men are doing could not be more different. And their receptions by the public and their perception from the public could not be any more different. And so while, I think that debate was very conciliatory, I'm not going to expect that tonight.
Bro, my cat is screaming, bro.
More of an image of Midwest nice. I don't think Pondering Politics is going to hold back about like statements around cat eating, or Pisco's going to hold back of, he justified lying on Twitter when he was saying like you're allowed to make up stories about this if you're bringing attention to the issue. But on the other hand, while you can probably get at J.D. Vance for all of this stuff you talk about on podcasts that is weird about like childless cat ladies, he had 2 years in the Senate. There's not a lot to grab onto there. There is much more to grab onto when you talk about 24 years of public service in Congress on top of...
That's how you skillfully land, by the way.
Called into question. I don't think it's the smartest move, but it has been called into question. And so there's a lot more to hold on to when it comes to Tim Walz. Like, for example, that Hong Kong stuff. I had no clue about that. Nobody had any clue about that when he originally was picked. I don't think it's like necessarily like a major scandal relative to this campaign, certainly. But when you take somebody from like local status to national prominence, all this stuff like just comes up again, all these old stories that were dug up on the local level campaign. And so I think that it's going to be a question of whether or not the libs can sell the experience of Tim Walz versus the inexperience in public policy of J.D. Vance versus really just like talking about J.D. Vance's statement record, because I don't think they're going to go for Midwest nice tonight.
No, yeah, I think the proper angle for the left is to focus on the candidates in a vacuum. Look in a vacuum. Walz is just a more experienced, more qualified politician. Period.
This camp sucks. I hit the reverse button. I swear to God. But
so Vance brings a lot of non-Trump looks to the Trump campaign. Whereas there's not a really strong argument that Walz brings a lot of non-Kamala looks to her campaign, unless you're absorbed by just the fact that he is white and a man. In terms of the narrative, the rhetoric, the policy platform, So it's all more of the same.
Really,
It's
what
very
about
much
the what
same
about the
sort of
camo
Black Mirror.
hats? What about the camo hats and the pictures of him hunting and the state fairs and
right.
such?
Yeah, and I'm sure aesthetically, I guess he sort of provides a more human face because Kamala does have.
He
the
pulls the
lizard
best
person
out of
vibe.
anybody on either ticket, like on favorability
Yeah.
wise.
But my thing about it is, I don't think when you're talking about, is there someone on the Harris ticket that will mitigate the things I'm worried about with Harris policy-wise? I just don't think there's any evidence that that's false. Whereas Vance, when you look at him, you see like, okay, the things I'm worried about Trump largely are he's insane, terrible rhetorician in terms of inflammatory rhetoric and things like that. Vance seems to be an answer to those things. He's a buttoned-up face for the campaign. He's now debated the other side more effectively than Trump could, which I think is really his primary benefit to this campaign. I didn't like the pick, frankly, of him as VP in an absolute sense. But I mean, he just showed you the one reason why they did pick him, which is engaging with the other side and giving that buttoned-up look. But the left is going to have really good arguments loaded up in terms of what he said before Trump was president about Trump. And the right's going to have to find a way to attack those. Are they going to go with the angle that I think is right, which is, he saw what Trump did as president, had his mind changed?
I mean, when you're trying to not look shifty, when you are shifting your policies so quickly from one side to the other, on top of being a venture capital, it's just like the worst combination of looks aesthetic.
What are they doing right now?
Yeah, and so it's tough. So
Bro, they're all there.
I don't support Trump. I don't support. Look, there's such a thing as critical support, and there's such a thing as saying where people are doing good things and bad things. On the issue of specific policy, let's be real. They both have wins and they both have L's. Like, I'm just keeping it real. Look, Trump's rhetoric,
I feel like Trump has maybe
more protectionist direction.
2
Biden got more results
W's.
Biden,
at least he admits that.
Factories to America.
So you don't support Trump, or you do support Trump? I didn't hear an answer to that.
A second to go grab water?
No, I think we'll have to save it for the stream, because apparently you're not capable of understanding nuance, and I don't know how much time we have here. So
it's fair to say that you don't characterize your opinion of Trump as supporting Trump. You wouldn't characterize it that way?
I mean, if you look at my X history, a lot of it is like criticize. Yeah, okay. So if you look at my X history, a lot of it is critical of Trump. It's also giving him praise where it's deserved.
Would you characterize your disposition of Trump as being in support or not?
Neither. I would say I support him on the areas that he's correct. I support him on the areas that he's correct, and I oppose him on the areas.
You either would characterize your disposition to Trump that way, or you wouldn't. And it's the answer that you.
Oh my God.
No. But
yes or no, Kevin. Yes or no.
Like, I'll be the first one to tell you, if I agreed with everything this guy was doing and I thought it was super uber based, I would be out here saying, yeah, Trump #1. But I'm not, because he has a lot of problems.
You agree with him more often than not.
But are we going to pretend that Kamala doesn't also have problems?
Would you characterize your disposition? You can either say, yeah, no, I wouldn't, because that would be more nuanced, but it's just a simple question. You can answer yes or no.
Well,
would you characterize
So
is the answer no or yes? Would you characterize your disposition as being in support or not?
No, it literally depends on the issue. You don't understand. Like, you're
this is going to be such a shit show, dude.
No, I'm not.
Blue team good, red team bad.
You could be like, no, I don't, because of the
actual
nuances.
Policy suite. And they both have some cringe and they both have some base. Like, let's just be real about it. The question is, who has more on which issues that actually
matter. So is the
matter.
answer you would not characterize your overall net disposition as being support? You can either say that your net position is support, or you wouldn't characterize it that way. I'm not forcing you to say that you have to agree with everything.
No.
Okay, cool.
East Coast, you don't understand. What I'm saying is that...
All right, I think he's ready. Are you guys ready?
Okay, if he's ready, okay.
Let me close my door,
Yeah.
Is there too much wireless signals flooding in the same channel that the headphones are using? As far as I know, I only have one wireless device, and that's the headphones. So, I don't believe so. But, just in case, I am plugging in these headphones just to be safe. Hello? Can any of you hear me? Okay, fantastic. I think the audio is not in the right port. Let me fix it.
Nice. Turkey. I don't know. It's gonna be fat. Germany, Austria, Bulgaria, Hungary.
It's fixed now. Could somebody say something?
Testing.
Yo.
Perfect. Now it's
Salutations.
working. Great. Thank you all for coming on today, for taking time out of your, I imagine with the election being close, not too far away, somewhat packed to maybe not packed, depending on what you're doing, schedules, in order to just spend a few hours talking topics with people that you don't agree with. We've gathered 4 people that we would consider on the generally speaking political left, and other
I thought
4
cancel
people
would
that we
close
would
it.
generally call on the political right. Of course, people might dispute that for personal descriptions, but we try to be broad here. And we've brought them here today to talk issues on the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. I'm sure many of you already know the rules, but we're going to go through them quickly before we go into introductions. The first rule is we stream on Twitch, we stream on YouTube. Please stay within the terms of service. Not only would I like to keep my job, but I know many of the other streamers on this platform tonight would like to keep your job. I don't care how you speak on your own platform. I don't care how you speak on your own time. I am not your mother.
Bro, why is this shit gotta update right now, man? I could have updated it before I streamed, I guess. Now it's editing, though.
Extended personal attacks. If you guys get mean with each other, it's not my time. I'm not your mother. But if it diverts from the conversation, I will bring it back. But anything outside the terms of service is not allowed. That's the first thing. Second thing, when I'm talking, I'm just here to moderate. Everybody knows that, I have my own political beliefs, but I'm not here to share them. I'm here because I believe that it is important for us to talk to each other, and I think that it makes interesting content, and I have no interest in displaying my beliefs tonight, just getting your guys' beliefs. So I just want to be here to moderate. So when I'm speaking, it's not to put across my beliefs, it's because the audience can't hear what you're saying. Some people haven't got enough time to speak, and they're being interrupted, and that's all I'm trying to do is moderate. So if I'm speaking, I ask you guys to get quiet as soon as possible. It makes my job much easier. I will mute, and I hold the permission to mute because it makes my job easier. I don't have any personal grudges with anyone here. I'm just trying to moderate the show. Also, if you're having trouble getting into the conversation, there's a lot of down names. So if you're like, I don't want to have to burrow my way into this conversation, I'll make sure that eventually you get time to talk. Might take 15 to 20 minutes because there's 8 people in the room, but I want to make sure that everybody can get a say at some point. And of course, at the start of every topic and at the end, you will get a 2-minute period. It's the minutes, and I'll be strict with that, where you'll be uninterrupted to give your position on the topic and to end with any ending thoughts. So that'll make sure that you do have time to talk uninterrupted, because I know that interruptions can be very
playing a regular world
at times. And I think that's just about everything. Is there any reservations, questions, or anything about the rules that need to be asked? Nope. Fantastic. That makes my job very easy. So we're quickly just going to go around the room, have people introduce themselves before going into the first topic. We're going to start with my left here, Cam Higby.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Cam Higby. I'm a political commentator and investigative journalist. Yep, that's pretty much it. Thanks for having me on, Dylan.
Short and sweet, just how I like it. Econ boy.
They always forget the O. Everyone is forgetting the O.
Whatnot. Host a couple different podcasts. Love economics, love politics, left of center guy, pretty progressive guy. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation. Should be fun.
Okay. Hutch?
Yeah, my name is Hutch, and I'm active on YouTube and Twitch. You can just look up Hutch, and happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Pondering Politics.
Hey everybody, my name is Josiah. I host Pondering Politics on YouTube, a liberal/progressive politics channel, unapologetically partisan for the Democrats. The Republican Party is an authoritarian cult of personality, and false equivalences and that sort of thing suck. So no enlightened centrism for me, please. You can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. Looking forward to the conversation.
Happy to have you. Lactoid, a hippy dippy recruitment man who's coming up to the main show. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I am a right-leaning libertarian and also an attorney.
Fantastic. Oh, we have 2 attorneys on tonight. Only 2, right?
Oh, boy.
3? 2? Okay, just 2.
No,
Pitsko.
you're being billed right now, Dylan.
Thank you so much, Dylan. It's a pleasure to be on here. Pisco Liddy, or Pisco for short on Twitter X, here to defend the Constitution of the United States.
Wow.
Now I'm going to throw it over to, do you want me to refer to you as RC, or how do you want me to refer to you? Just RC?
I can't afford to do one.
So I'm the right corner. I go by RC. That's how my fan base normally refers to me. I'm a conservative, a biblical, traditional conservative content creator.
Okay, short and sweet.
Oh,
and
no.
Superpower
Okay, awesome,
Broadcasting,
dude.
Also known as Kevin Castley.
Hey everybody, it's good to be here. It's been a couple years since I've been on Hippy Dippy. I largely took a break from streaming, but I, of course, still active over on X. You can follow me on x.com at Kevin Castley. Follow me on YouTube, Superpower Broadcasting, and Twitch at Superpower Broadcasting. I advocate for people-centered politics. I am starting up a couple streams soon focused on going through political theory as well as making fun of the state of the Canadian economy. I'm obviously from Canada. But, you know, I've got opinions on a lot of the stuff unfolding in the U.S., and, of course, it affects my country as well. So with that, I'm looking forward to the debate here. Enjoy debate.
I don't know. I haven't seen a good history from Canadian conservatives that like to defend Trump.
Canadian against you too much, Kevin. So we're going to start off tonight's debate with the vice presidential debate. Now, we're not going to talk about who won, who lost. That's, I think, more boring. What we're going to talk about tonight is who would make a better vice president. After watching their VP performances, after being able to look at the history of, you know, Tim Walz's time in office, and J.D. Vance has had much more time than Tim Walz to be on the campaign trail with Donald Trump to get his opinions out there too, and of course 2 years in the Senate. I'm sure many of you have opinions, and so I'll just throw the question as simply as possible. Who would be a better vice presidential candidate as vice president? Who would be a better VP? Tim Walz or J.D. Vance? We're going to start with Cam Higbee. Again, 2-minute intros is the max. You can also do 30 seconds if you want. Cam?
Yeah, so I think that generally the vice president role is going to be casting tie-breaking votes, being the last person in the room that the president hears before they do things. Obviously, I align with
Kamala
J.D.
Harris
Vance's policy perspective, so I'm going to think that J.D. Vance is the better person.
cast more tie-breaking votes than anyone.
Policy
And all the legislation
and I think
was
that
good.
Kind of like
all of it. Not a single bad one. Unironic. Actually, there might actually not be a policy I disagree with
smart. He has a good head on his shoulders, and
that she cast a tie-breaking vote on.
When asked. So,
oh my God.
Okay, Econ Boy.
Hey everyone, yeah, my opinion is largely the same as Cam's, except the other side of the coin. Obviously, I find Tim Walz's general policy inclination to be better. I tend personally, you know, my priorities tend to be poverty and inequality when it comes to how I cast my vote. It's certainly the main reason why I would call myself a Democrat, along with being very socially progressive. Looking at some of the things that Tim Walz did as governor, some of the things, and I'm sure some of the advice that he would be giving as part of the administration, kind of the main role of the VP to give advice to the president. He did a lot of good stuff, in my opinion. Expanded abortion access, free school meals, infrastructure investment, general education investment, climate energy targets. These things are good. They're progressive. They're good for people, and they're the right thing to do. So I think that Tim Walz would be a good voice in the upcoming administration. Certainly better than J.D. Vance, who can't even answer whether or not he thought that Trump had won or lost the last election.
We're going to throw it over to Hunt.
He's focused on the future. He did actually. What's crazy? He did actually answer it. He just has never answered it on a podcast. He's only answered it.
Policy preferences, one candidate.
Well, he was being like harassed by the fucking
of course, we can speak to
press in an airport.
J.D. Vance's experience so far is he's been a senator for 2 years. Before that, he was friends with like VC super rich people, and he was an author. Walz has been in government for the last 20 years, as far as I understand. He served in the House for quite a long time, and then as governor of Minnesota, where he's passed a lot of policies that have been super popular with people that live there. But aside from policy preference, I think that there are some things that are disqualifying. There was an interview snippet that went live today of a New York Times journalist interviewing J.D. Vance. He was asked 5 times if Trump lost the election. He refused to answer 5 times. He reaffirmed that he would have sent the slates of electors back to the states were he in Pence's shoes in 2020. Obviously, to me, as someone above any kind of like partisan bend that just values liberal democracy, this is utterly disqualifying. And yeah, for that reason, I think Walz is the clear choice.
Lectoid.
Yeah, so I was initially... I'm next, right? Not Josiah?
Yes, Lectoid, you're next.
Okay.
Just trying to keep
I was initially... All good. I was initially skeptical of J.D. Vance when he was announced, right? There was all these candidates. Why him? I didn't know anything about him. Most people I knew didn't know anything about him. And I was generally actually opposed to the idea. I didn't think it was a good idea. But there's been a couple changes since then that have made me respect J.D. Vance more. And I think overall he's a good vice presidential pick. I think he will be a good vice president. I definitely think he'll be better than Tim Walz. I think that a lot of the issues that he suffered from early on, this idea that he's not charismatic, that he's not all that likable, but I think a lot of Americans during the debate discovered that he actually is charismatic and he is likable. He comes from a military background. He has experience being deployed to Iraq. He also has experience coming from poverty and struggle, yet had the grit to make it past these disadvantages to be where he is now. And where he is now comes from a impressive work history, right? Came out of Yale Law, became a law clerk for Judge David Bunning, then worked as a corporate lawyer for a few years before going into capital management and becoming a vice presidential candidate. It's impressive where he came from and now where he is. I also think he's capable of criticizing Donald Trump, which is good. I think it's good to be able to have somebody criticize somebody.
Seems like he's
say, look, there's
flip-flopped on that. I don't know.
Here's the issues that we really do care about, and here's why we should be working together towards a end goal. And he does have a history of also being able to work in a bipartisan manner. I think he adds, therefore, a level of conciliation and explanatory power behind Trump's message that I think would otherwise be lacking. And also, most importantly, I think J.D. Vance supports the integrity of the Constitution by opposing court packing, which is a major threat to the U.S. Constitution, and I think is a threat to the Republic as a whole. I was also initially
court packing is.
Walls. I don't know why.
I don't think it's the same type of threat that January 6th was, even being charitable. Nothing in the Constitution prohibits court packing, right?
He allows abortion all the way up until the day of birth for any reason or no reason whatsoever, and then continues to lie about it. He's bad on guns. He's bad on free speech. He doesn't think the First Amendment applies to hate speech, which is particularly concerning. And he's a really big fan of raising taxes. So overall, not a good guy.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Pisco.
The U.S. Constitution is one of the greatest founding documents of any country in the history of the world. It's one that is absolutely vital to our country. It has survived for over 200 years and is the envy of the entire world. When the framers envisioned the vice presidency, they gave it important roles, contrary to kind of popular belief that the vice presidency doesn't matter. The vice president is the president of the Senate, so have a good amount of responsibilities there and obviously breaking ties. And the vice president also has to be ready to assume the office of the presidency at any given moment. When something could happen to the presidency, he or she or they need to be available to take up that awesome mantle and become
woke pronouns already lost.
The vice presidency also has an important role in the 12th Amendment and Electoral Count Act to certify the results of our presidential elections. When I look back at the great vice presidents of our time, one that stands out is our first vice president, John Adams. John Adams, as president, did something that has never been done, or that had never been done up to that point in American history, which is transferring power to the opposite party. He lost the election against Thomas Jefferson.
Fucking hell.
And gave over that power willingly to his political rival, Thomas Jefferson. J.D. Vance, on the other hand, has promised that were he in power, he would subvert the Constitution and engage in sedition and insurrection against the United States Constitution by promising to undo the results of a national election. It's hilarious that Cam Higbee says that J.D. Vance actually answers questions when put on the spot at least 6 times in the last week and a half about whether or not Donald Trump won the election.
What's up?
He has been demurring.
Not much. I'm watching Pisco go fucking hard right now.
He lost the election.
Let's go.
Everything else.
What's he debating?
Obviously,
maybe going over.
It's the Hippy Dippy stuff. So they're going over right now. He's getting mad at J.D. Vance for saying he wouldn't certify the election.
The only thing that matters in our system,
of course, as everyone should. But instead, we're talking about
whether or not you're going to respect our republic. And for people
I need to research the immigration thing because I have my VC in the politics server. I debate conservatives there.
Yeah.
And I just let one of them say, like, when they say retarded shit about the border, I'm like, I'm just assume it's false, but like, you move on. But I had one of them tell me that like Biden let in 11 million illegal migrants, and I'm like, that sounds retarded, but either way, go ahead. And then it bugged me. But then once the VC was over, I just looked it up, and it's like, no, it's like only 1 million. But
is that the like encounters?
Yeah, no, I think it's in total, like in the United States, 11 million, but not like let in by Biden.
Yeah, a lot of people play the encounters game. Well, they'll like look at the Border Patrol encounters and say,
recidivism, right?
That includes. Yeah, well. That includes A, people who like double counts people who were turned away, then try to cross again later, and B, it's just encounters.
It also doesn't mean they're
a lot
in
of
the
those
country,
people.
right?
Yeah, I was about to say a lot of those people are just immediately like turned away at the border and not let in. Like doesn't mean they were let in. Like
Right. Right.
yeah, it's wild.
Stupid. It's stupid. I need to research the immigration thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
Cato has
yeah.
a lot of good stuff on it because Cato is pro-immigration. So you just look up like Cato immigration.
Yeah, no,
and it's
I
like-
know. I can argue that immigration is good economically. I'm just thinking on the Biden immigration.
Well, no, they have good stuff on like they have like specific things on like what Biden did. They're like, Biden is not like as loose on immigration as people think he is. Like,
Yeah.
more as a, I
Yeah,
think
but
I've told you this,
that's-
but like as a percentage of immigrants who did cross, more were released under Trump than under Biden, even including Title 42. If you don't include the Title 42 era, then it's like 28% of immigrants who crossed were released into the country. Or I think it's 28% were deported under Trump, and like 51% are deported under Biden. So like it's
Of the immigrants deported?
yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I'll look into that. Can you send me sources on that? Do you
Yeah,
have
I
any
can.
notes on immigration?
I have a bunch of Cato Institute things that I read.
Good, good. I'll look into that. God. My God. Flying tomorrow to Florida. It's going to
Wow.
be fun. Apparently one of my friends is also in Florida, so I'm going to meet him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be base. Yeah, well, I don't know. What are the talking points right now? The laptop story, so boring, so boring.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep hearing JD Vance bring out. All I know about it is I'm pretty sure I've heard Facebook censored it. You said there was no evidence of government involvement, but that it was but that it was like
for
like
Twitter,
Russian
I don't know
misinformation.
what Facebook.
Okay, no, Facebook I think like censored it because they thought I think the FBI told them that they thought it might be Russian misinformation. But then I don't know because I think there was whatever like recent letter where
but if we're being fair, that's true. But Republicans cannot be fair ever.
Yeah, I know.
Like you'll tell them, oh, here's the story about, the son of the guy that Russia hates. He apparently forgot his laptop at a blind guy's repair shop, and then after like a bunch of time, the blind guy talked to Rudy Giuliani, or maybe a friend of the blind guy, and then they got the laptop, and apparently it has all the incriminating stuff on it, but he just forgot. Like it sounds totally made up.
Yeah.
Sounds
What's
totally
your
fake. I'm not saying it's fake, but I'm saying
notion?
upon first impression, you should be like, oh, that sounds like Russian disinformation. That's what 51 intelligence expert said in a letter that it has all the hallmarks of Russian misinformation. But yeah, what?
What's your Notion email? You can just send it to me and I can.
Fuck. I think it's my university. Give me a second. Here we go. Give me a second. Wait. Let me. I think this is it. I think this should work.
Okay.
But yeah, you can just paste it on Discord if it's not too lengthy.
Well, I think I did it. I think I shared it with you. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that link will work
Does it
if I
work?
shared it to you.
Let me see.
Well, yeah.
Let me check it.
It's got your profile picture, so I'm assuming.
One sec. It's almost loading. If it has the same profile picture, then yeah, it's mine. It's not loading yet, but I'll check it out later. But either way, I don't know. I fucking Republicans, man.
Yeah,
Did you
it's
watch that
wild.
video of like debunking all GOP lies on the economy or something?
Yeah, I think I did a while ago. Yeah, I gotta watch this though. I gotta milk it for reaction content. We can talk afterwards.
Oh, no. Okay, cut my call from the segment or something. But yeah. Either way, you need to debate more Republicans. That's funny. That's funny.
I don't know. I mean, I'll be on the Hippy Dippy recruitment thing in a few days, but yeah.
Yeah, but maybe I don't know. I'm not for Republicans to debate. But either way, okay, cut my convo from the segment. Bye bye. Talk to you.
Yeah.
Clear that if J.D. Vance says something that Trump doesn't like, I mean, Trump has said explicitly that the vice president doesn't matter all that much the few times that they've been misaligned. So I don't think Vance has the character for it. He doesn't have the experience, executively or legislatively, I think, to be a value add the way that President Biden was to Barack Obama. And when it comes to presiding over free and fair elections, his one constitutional duty, he indicates that he'd be singularly atrocious at it. In a way that even Mike Pence was not. So I think for all these reasons and others, J.D. Vance is a weak vice presidential candidate, but it makes sense because he's also serving a particularly weak presidential candidate as well.
Okay. Now, is there anybody who wants to take us off? Anything that wants to be responded to? Since Pisco grabbed it first, he gets it.
Yeah, I want to hear from all the people who are supporting Vance. Did Trump lose the 2020 election? Did he try to install himself in office? And has Vance said that he would have followed along with Trump's plan?
Yeah, sure, he did say that. Trump did lose the election. I don't think that Trump won the election. I also don't think that he broke any laws. In addition to what you said, Pisco, earlier, when you
maybe you can make the argument for Trump himself. The plan explicitly tried to violate the Electoral Count Act.
Losing the election, that's fair. He does fail to answer that question every single time it's asked to him.
Isn't that
sure,
disqualifying?
Fair enough. Well, Pisco, I was not finished, so I'm going to continue now. So Tim Walz dances around every single question that is asked to him. When he was asked about Tiananmen Square, he went on about, rambled about his time as a teacher, his time in the military, and then was a deer in headlights.
Wasn't he in Tiananmen Square when
asked him the question a second time?
He was a teacher? Wasn't that?
He lied about allowing abortion at 9 months. He lied about overturning protections for failed abortion babies. He lied about his son witnessing a shooting. He lied about serving in war. He lied about Trump building less than 2% of the wall, which wasn't even astronomically close. He lied about shootings.
Cam, I'll fight you on all those.
The list goes on and on and on. Yeah, sure,
I'll fight you on all those. I'll fight you on all those.
I'm just listening, man. I'm not trying to go into them right now, but I'm happy to.
I'll fight you on all of those points, but let's grant them.
Yeah.
Isn't it fucking disqualifying to say, yeah, you say, your own words, Trump lost the election, and Vance is saying he wouldn't have certified it. How can you fucking support this guy?
Wait, yeah, so I have a difference of opinion on it. I have plenty of differences of opinions with Trump as well, right? I don't agree with burning of the American flag. I don't agree with banning bump stocks. There are tons of things that I disagree with Trump on.
You began the endorsement of J.D. Vance by appealing to his constitutional duties. Why do you have any faith that he would preside over the certification of an election that he would lose?
Yeah, I think the question would be more so, do I have faith that he's not going to break the law? And I think that I have just a
That's what they tried to do for the first time. I don't know what his point about.
Assume it's legal, right? Assume that it's completely legal to do what Trump did. Put legality to the side here. Should you support someone who was going to take the methods that he said to not certify the election and to certify instead the person who lost the election? I mean,
look, you opened up your thing talking about Jefferson. Jefferson won the election of 1800 in the exact same way that Trump tried to win the election, nearly the exact same way.
Cam doesn't believe that.
To a vote in the House, in the chambers of Congress.
Cam has to know he's lying here. That's bad. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot.
Wasn't in place until the 1870s after the Hayes election.
Of course it wasn't.
And you understand, of course, that the 12th Amendment wasn't in place at the time of the Jefferson election. So how can you say, and you're going to answer this question, how can you say that Jefferson did the exact same thing if the constitutional amendment giving the vice president the power, the ceremonial power, and the legislation at issue wasn't even enforced?
What I meant by
that
was the legal. Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. If you okay. So the route that Eastman wanted Trump to go through was both chambers of the chambers of Congress individually voting by state through their representatives.
He wanted Vice Pence to unilaterally not certify the election, and then it would then be thrown to the House delegation.
Cam, you are comparing an apples and oranges situation because the presence of the Electoral Count Act precludes that very route.
No, the theory that Eastman wanted.
Conceded
that it violated the Electoral Count Act.
He would be violating what?
He concedes he would violate.
No, he didn't concede that he would be violating the Electoral Count Act. Have you read the memo? I have it in front of me. No, he didn't. He said the Electoral Count Act altogether is unconstitutional.
Which is why he thought it was okay to violate it.
Not pass scrutiny at all. And so,
where are the communications, Pisco?
But regardless, the Thomas Jefferson.
Oh yeah, you want to move away from that, don't you? You're running like your feet are hot.
Wait. The communications to the vice president's staff, you deny those exist?
Cite them. Where are they?
You deny those
Show
exist, yes or no? Wait.
Show them.
So are you saying that you're not sure?
Like I'm in kindergarten. Cite them, Pisco.
Yeah, it sounds like you haven't.
On your feet, you're running.
You haven't. It sounds like you haven't read any of the relevant filings
in the Eastman memo. Have you read the Eastman memo?
In the Jack Smith indictment. If you did, you would have read the email from.
You're right. I haven't read the full Jack Smith things. It's like 900 pages. I read the analysis.
It's 123, but okay.
Anything new that we didn't already know.
Wait. What did the email say,
Pisco? Amendment wasn't an operation then.
It showed us nothing new.
This was an email. This was an email from Eastman to the administration saying we need to do one more violation of Electoral Count Act. In addition, there are other communications that are attested to by witnesses where he says, yeah, we would have lost 9-0. So those are 2 times that I'm citing now. Are you denying where he is acknowledging that there are intrinsic violations of the Electoral Count Act at issue?
John Eastman believes
those are his words.
Well, you asked me a question. You're gonna let me answer. It's not his words, actually. John Eastman said that the Electoral Count Act is fully unconstitutional, and he deferred to the section of the Constitution that says that if things are not rooted in the Constitution, then they are not valid law of the land.
I think the logic of J.D. Vance, at least what he has answered when he's answered the question, would you certify the 2020 election? For instance, this most recent clip where he gets asked like 5 or 6 times, what he says is, well, we've pointed out problems, and he talks about Twitter censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story and studies that show that Trump lost.
Oh, he should have brought it up. Now all the conservatives are going to harp on that, aren't they?
Logic. Like, do you think that that's a responsible logic for the vice president to basically say, and this is essentially what he's saying, a social media company didn't publicize a story that a newspaper wrote, so I'm going to use fake sets of electors or, change essentially fundamentally the decision-making process of our democracy.
Well, I would
seem reasonable?
I would assume by your logic that this would be the case, considering I assume you fully concede to the New York indictments, yeah? Because that was almost the entire basis for those
Why aren't you answering my question? Do you think that's a good logic?
It doesn't. It's not illegal. I have my own opinions on whether or not
I would say it's not a matter. Well,
yeah, I don't think it should be done. I already conceded. Wait, hold up.
No, how can you vote for someone who would have done
Econ,
that?
I already conceded that I disagree with him on this, but by your logic, this should be immediately disqualifying for you, considering the entire basis of the felony convictions on Trump were that he suppressed information from the public.
But Cam, listen.
No.
We're not talking about really quick.
Are they in the garbage?
We're not talking about business.
We're not talking about
Trump
that.
committed.
When I hold you to your own logic, we don't.
Well, no,
I've got it.
Okay, there's 4.
Oh my God! Already.
There's 4 people talking at the same time, so it's getting to a point where I can't hear it. I just want to quickly give Pondering a moment to chime in, because I do want to. I will stay on this topic for a little bit, maybe give it 10, 15 minutes, but I do want to make sure that this question is not just we're talking about the 2020 election, 2020 election results. We're going to talk about that.
God damn, I want to hear Pisco got hard on that. No.
I understand that's really passionate for the liberals on this podcast. Pondering?
Yeah, so I was going to say, so Cam did ask a question, and I wanted to make sure I cited my sources. So it's an email, and I'll send you the link, Cam. Sure. It was an email dated on January 6, 2021. It was an email from John Eastman to Greg Jacobs, who I think was like counsel to Vice President Pence. And the quote is, so now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days. So yes, he was conceding that what he proposed would violate the Electoral Count Act. Now, you can say that it's not constitutional or not. That's neither here nor there. He is proposing a violation.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what Eastman believed. So Eastman believed that the Electoral Count Act.
You disagree with the man who came up with the plan? That the plan violated the law?
And then, in addition to that, Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution says that if things
you say they lost. Wait, but you, regardless of whether it's legal or not.
Was I finished, or are you like rambling on while I'm talking?
Let's let Cam finish quickly, and then we'll have Pondering and Pisco respond.
Yeah. So John Eastman's position was that the Electoral Count Act of 1887 is unconstitutional because it directly contradicts the 12th Amendment of the United States Constitution. His legal theory
he thought it was illegal, which is why he was okay with violating it.
The Constitution disqualifies anything from being federal law that is not rooted in the Constitution or that directly contradicts the Constitution, that the Electoral Count Act is not valid. Now, I don't know if I agree with this or not. I'm not a legal scholar, but John Eastman did cite legal scholars from Harvard that agree with him.
Okay,
Vigorously agree with him.
well, respectfully, the fact that he believes that the ECA is unconstitutional is relevant. It's not decided as unconstitutional. It's still binding law. I can agree. I can believe that murder is unconstitutional, but I don't have carte blanche to go commit murder. So at the end of the day, it is a
Thank
fact
you.
that what he is proposing by his own words is a violation of the ECA. And if you deny that, you are wrong.
It doesn't even matter, right? Like Cam, suppose that it were technically legal for the president to order the armed forces to go and hold the Senate at gunpoint and to get him to gavel in the joint session of Congress to gavel in president. Suppose that were technically legal for whatever reason, and someone said, "Yeah, I would support the president if he tried to do that." Could you ever imagine supporting that person?
Yeah, I can.
Can you explain someone who lost an election to take methods, even if they're legal, to change the results?
Sure. So I'm glad that we're conceding now that it was legal.
I'm not.
But now,
Oh my! He literally said it was a hypothetical. Are you kidding me, bro?
I have to stop you. I am absolutely not conceding that is.
Well, you've moved away from it.
No.
He said,
you're not equipped.
"Oh my God!"
To have the legal discussion. I don't want to bog down this panel on a conversation that you're ill-equipped for when you cited the 12th Amendment of the Electoral Count Act. At a period of time 70 years before it was passed. And so no, you are not equipped for a legal discussion.
I'm not equipped.
I am for this purpose of our argument saying suppose it were legal, but I am not conceding that. So shut the fuck up.
I'm glad you admit that you're not equipped to have that conversation. So go ahead, Pisco.
Right. Yeah. Pisco?
Well, no,
no. I was saying I was using your own words against you. I'm saying I'm glad you're conceding that you're not equipped to have that conversation with
right. No, I'm not conceding that.
Let's give. It's a little bit of a 2-on-1 right now.
Oh man, oh boy.
So I do want to make sure that we give Cam Higbee some time to respond here before going to other people because it's kind of the panel's kind of tilted one way right now. So Cam, one last response before we go around the room.
Yeah. So I can disagree. I agree with you that just because something is legal does not make it okay, i.e., slavery. But I can disagree with those actions to varying degrees, right? I think that using a legal loophole to try to maintain power is bad, and I disagree with it. I think that holding members of Congress at gunpoint is much worse than that. So yeah, I think overall, Trump tried to use an esoteric legal theory deployed by John
loophole.
Eastman. I disagree
to
with
stay in power, even if we grant that. I don't. That's absolutely insane that you would still support that person who blatantly wants to overturn an election, even if it's a legal loophole. But
I still think that Trump is overall the better candidate.
Because he lost. Wait,
I want to throw it over to Hutch. Wait, I'm sorry. We got to throw it over to Hutch because he's been waiting patiently, and I want to have this brought back to JD Vance. Hutch, what do you think about JD Vance not answering in these interviews whether or not Donald Trump lost the 2020 election?
Well, to me, it's utterly disqualifying. I did want to ask a question, though. I wanted to pose it. I wanted to pose a hypothetical, because obviously Kamala is going to be the one that's presiding over the Senate or the Congress when they certify the results in 2025. If she were to pursue some esoteric, as you say, legal theory, and if she was ultimately successful in certifying the election in her favor, in the case that Trump actually won, would you be sitting here saying, "Hey, fair play"? Or would you call that disqualifying?
Yeah, if she didn't break any laws, I wouldn't be trying to lock her up. But what I would do is I would call her out on hypocrisy due to her current rhetoric related to the situation. That's probably about as far as I go with it. Yeah, it's
that to me seems like sorry. Real quick. That to me seems like the wrong thing to be focusing on. You would be more upset about that than the fact that she disenfranchised probably tens of millions of voters.
She stole an election.
Like that seems to be the main problem here.
You guys keep using steal. If it's
oh my God, he's gonna now debate the semantics here.
The election, it's just pursuing an alternate route to count the votes. You do it through electoral or through representation in Congress.
Making it so the winner of the election loses. Is that better?
The winner of the popular vote loses almost every single year.
No. First of all, that's not
exactly.
true. I don't know why the fuck you would say that. That's happened like 4 or 5 times out of 40 elections. That's not true.
And we're
not doing the popular vote. No, the subversion here wasn't of the popular vote.
It was of the state's vote.
It was an analogy, okay? Pisco. Do you know how that works?
Yeah, so
an analogy.
Oh my God, you're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting of what happened. We're not upset because the popular vote was subverted in a way that's allowed by the Constitution. What we're upset about is subverting the Constitution.
Yeah, so the popular vote is often subverted. So I don't see much difference in subverting the popular vote and subverting the Electoral College if it's done through a means that was installed in the Constitution.
One of them is meaningless in the outcome of the election, and the other is the one that.
Yeah, it's
determines the
meaningless
outcome
because
of the
we've made it
election.
meaningless, Hutch.
Right, yes.
It's meaningless as a matter of law. We're talking about changing the vote that is meaningful, the electoral college vote, and flipping it artificially.
Also, you're going to debate, like, he was trying to overturn the popular votes of the individual states, right? Like, the reason Arizona's votes went to Biden was because Biden won the popular vote in their state. Like, he was directly trying to overturn that with the fake electoral slates.
To represent the people in their respective districts, it would just be them voting for the president rather than electors voting for the president. And you actually have right now, you actually have no way of like ensuring that the person that a state or district votes for, that the elector is actually going to vote for that person anyway. We have faithless electors.
Wait, you actually do.
No,
Most of the states have laws banning faithless electors.
And you know what? Those laws don't mean anything because it's just a fine and maybe a misdemeanor if you faithlessly vote against state law. It doesn't do anything. No, every state that has laws against faithless electors, it's just a fine. It means nothing. You still cast your vote as you want it. No, they can, but they haven't. They can, but they haven't.
Okay, but
what are they going to make it a felony?
That the Supreme Court has stated that that's allowed. Okay. States can put.
And every legal scholar agrees that electors are essentially free to vote for whoever the fuck they want to, because the repercussions for voting against their state and being a faithless elector is virtually nothing.
That's up to the state to decide.
The electoral college is already kind of a problematic system, but if you're arguing essentially that it's like sacrosanct and whatnot, you know, look, Cam kind of does have a point there, but I think the context in all this is important, which is that, you know, the average American, and I'm not talking median, I'm not talking, oh, we're going to play around with numbers and stuff. The average American is making right around $31,000 a year right now.
Why are we moving into this already? What?
Of your country is living paycheck to paycheck.
70. Oh, we got the beam number. Let's go.
People should care about is like a few lawyers have an issue with, you know, basically the Trump campaign going through and, you know, so-called stealing the election. Yeah, they have a right to contest the vote.
Did they try to steal the election, Kevin? Yes or no? Did they lose? Did Trump lose? Did Trump lose? Yes or no? Yeah.
Thanks for the follow, Verona.
You have a right
it's a bot.
Yeah. The result
did Trump lose the election? Yes or no?
You know what? And he tried to contest it legally, and then he resorted to illegal means after all those failed.
Right? Is the thing. So the question is, did they go outside the bounds of that and actually, you know, try to steal it? I think the point that Cam was kind of bringing up and is basically that the electoral college is already kind of this arbitrary system as it is. If we're talking about the popular vote, for example, you could very easily, within the bounds of legal framework in the U.S., fully constitutionally get somebody in power that does not have the consent of the American public in terms of the popular vote. That's easy to do. In Canada, for example, our leader only got about 40% at his height. So it's like that. Yeah, in our systems,
it happened in 2016 and it happened in 2000. I remember it.
But here's the thing, right, Pisco? In our systems, there's a difference between what's seen as legally legitimate versus legitimacy from popularity. There's a question to be had whether that makes sense or not. But I think what's important to do is
not appealing to popularity.
No, I think what's important
you don't care about it. You just said,
wait 1 second. You're both talking at the same time. Kevin, could you wrap it up in the next 20-25 seconds so we can have other people respond?
Well, no, I'll just wrap it up by saying, you know, I know that you guys wanted to keep this on the topic, like, you know, Dylan and Danbo want to keep it on the topic of JD Vance.
Yeah, I want to see if we can bring it back.
Yeah, what's very important.
It's not happening, bro. It's not happening.
There are more issues than just
Fisco won't let it. Rightly so. Rightly so. This is easily the worst point for JD Vance.
By essentially calling for war with Iran, essentially. That's what the implication was. And JD Vance opened with saying, hey, let's reindustrialize the Rust Belt. I think that that's important, right? Do you disagree, or is it only this one issue that matters?
I wonder how he plans to do that.
Foreign policy absolutely matters. You don't care about it. You just said, who cares, because Americans, you know, have $31,000.
Wait, I don't care. Wait.
Let him finish. Kevin, you gotta let him respond quickly.
So what I'm going to say is, thousands of Americans have bled and died for our Constitution. I'm not going to have it be sullied by a Canadian who doesn't understand the importance of our Constitution. But on your point, yes, it's true.
He should not have mentioned he's Canadian. It's going to be held against him forever.
That's why your child's reading of what Tim Walz's statement was at the beginning there, as though that we're saying we're absolutely going to go to war with Iran, when on the other side of the equation, you have JD Vance, who is explicitly being way more hawkish than the administration is currently, or Kamala Harris is, or Tim Walz is for that matter, on Iran, saying like explicitly saying we need to be in Israel even further. We need to support Israel even further. He's supported by Netanyahu, the regime. How can you possibly say that what would be preferable, if what you care about is war with Iran, to have Donald Trump, who is actually egging on war with Iran?
No, I didn't say that.
He also
Trump
assassinated
would be preferable.
Soleimani during his first
providing
time.
Context there. The reality is
he was just
Israel
providing
supports both
context. Okay.
sides. They're just that Trump is, yes, you're right, more on their side. Here's the thing about Trump, though. Here's the one thing about Trump. I'm not saying that he's going to do this, but he is a known wild card. That's why they don't like him. That's why the Pentagon, the establishment, the ruling class don't really like him too much, because yes, he's on the record. We're going to, support Israel even more than Kamala wants to, but he does have a proven track record of sometimes doing the opposite and actually doing diplomacy. I mean, he did do the Abraham Accords. He did actually.
The Abraham Accords were pretty favorable to Israel. I don't know what that point is about.
We're going to go and bomb people and stuff, but in reality, yeah, but and he did
I got
that,
this in the mail.
Like,
it's so
Kamala
funny.
Harris, she has Dick Cheney's
Forever
endorsement.
friendly to
What does that
Jewish
say to you?
people.
What does that say to you?
Dick Cheney would prefer. Go ahead.
Well, what is more important? Like, Donald Trump, when he came into office, he dropped more bombs in Somalia, for example, in his first year than Obama's entire 8 years. And you seem to think that an endorsement from Cheney because he thinks Donald Trump is insane, not because he agrees with Kamala's policies. You think that matters less? You think that matters more than what Trump did when he was in office?
He thinks that Trump is insane because Trump occasionally, I'm not saying he always does this, he usually toes the line, but occasionally will sit down with opponents of the U.S. And here's the thing.
What did he get accomplished when he did that with Kim Jong-un? Like,
that is not why Dick Cheney thinks. That's not why Dick Cheney thinks Trump is insane.
What's up? I hear you. I hear you.
Josiah, here's the thing. You do diplomacy with people that you are rivals with, right? It's not, we did diplomacy with the UK and Israel. Great. Okay. No, what matters is actually sitting down with, your rivals and working something out, right? That's kind of what's important. And yeah, Trump did do that. And
like
guess what? He also did the other stuff. He also did the other stuff too. I'm not saying
like the Iran nuclear deal, Kevin. Like the Iran nuclear deal.
I'm not saying that he's somebody who's like he's gonna just focus on reindustrializing the Rust Belt and he's gonna do all that other stuff and leave it up to Israel and stuff to deal with. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Tim Walz and Harris are on the record. They are 100% behind Israel.
You know what? You know what you should actually say here? Say, you know what? You want to reindustrialize the Rust Belt? You know what we need to do that? Cheap labor. Immigrants willing to work for cheap in the Rust Belt cities. Import all the illegal Haitians.
Name one thing.
You can talk all your stuff about legal theory, but lives are on the line.
Let's hold this for a second. Wait, I'm sorry.
Name one.
We gotta hold this. I'm sorry. Pisco. We're supposed to be talking about JD Vance. We've now pivoted all the way over to foreign policy. That was supposed to be one of the bonus topics. I'm sorry to shut that down, but do you guys want to have that as the bonus topic instead of FEMA if you guys are interested in foreign policy?
I'd prefer that.
They're both very relevant, though, right?
They are both relevant, but it seems like you guys are trying to get
I prefer the FEMA thing. Oh, man.
$7.5 billion to Israel.
Okay. We'll keep that. Let's bring back a JD Vance. Pisco, we'll start the foreign policy section with that. Okay, okay? Fantastic.
Yeah,
back to JD Vance.
So on the topic of Vance,
Hutch, I did want to quickly throw something out. A question to RC. Actually, I was interested. RC, you were talking about the one thing that you liked about JD Vance. It's probably something that you probably also like about Trump is an outsider. This is not somebody who comes from the traditional political establishment. What are the things that make that more beneficial than the time that Tim Walz has spent in office? Because JD Vance has only served 2 years in the Senate. What is the benefits of being an outsider versus the political experience Tim Walz has?
Well, the benefits of being an outsider is just that. You have different experience in the private sector. I think that that's a very beneficial use to put into our government versus people that, like I said, it's very questionable where their massive amounts of income are coming from, as they're just public servants for serving for us, serving for the country. And I think that having the experience of running a company, a successful company at that, and knowing how to manage
gang, what's up, Sergeant? Welcome back.
It's very necessary for the country. I think for any country.
Are you concerned about his ties to Peter Thiel? Are you concerned about his ties to Peter Thiel?
Why should I be?
Because Peter Thiel's kind of associated with a crowd that, for example, is very hawkish with respect to Israel. It's very like this kind of.
They're immediately getting back to foreign policy.
Oh
no.
Situation. Are you at all?
Well,
I mean, there are a lot of
he
reasons
was
people
associated
can
with him years ago when he was against
Yeah,
Trump.
so I'm
though.
asking-
He's changed.
So do you have any problem with or suspicion of J.D. Vance's previous associations with these individuals?
Well, it sounds like you're operating in the field of hearsay. If you have a concrete reason for me to combat with why I should be worried about that, then I can contend with it. But I'm not going to contend with hearsay.
Well, you're saying that he has
these-
good business associations and that he's learned a lot from running these successful business ventures. And I'm telling you that there's a lot of criticism, rightly or wrongly, some related to his association with, for example, Peter Thiel, who is known to be, I think that this is not even up for debate, pretty hawkish on Israel. And I'm wondering if that concerns you.
So, Pisco, do you have like a crime he committed or anything shady he did specifically, or we're just going off of like conjecture?
We're talking about what we're
Oh my
talking
God.
about is,
No,
what we're talking about is
he's
associations.
right about that. But he's changed his view over the years.
You're
If you
not
look at
implicating
J.D.
him of
Vance in
anything.
2018, it's completely different than what he's saying
So-
today. And the question is he lying or did he change?
Okay, here's let me simplify it. Two things to Pisco, and then I want to go down the list because Lactoid, Cam, and Hutch have been waiting. Pisco, number one, do you buy that J.D. Vance has changed since he shifted to a more pro-Trump from anti-Trump Republican position, and that could have impacted these connections to Peter Thiel? And why would these connections matter in the first place?
Yeah, so I think that what's the phrase in Spanish? I know it. Dime con quién tú andas y te diré quién eres, which means tell me with who you go and I'll tell you who you are. There's this much ado about like, well, these are just business as usual. These are politicians. Look at, and I'm just saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're gonna look at the history of Kamala Harris or these people and say that it's a boon actually, it's a benefit to J.D. Vance that he has these business connections or he has his previous associations. Let's talk about them and see what benefit they are, and let's actually dig deeper.
Sounds like a
I'm not saying
conspiracy
that. I think by the way that. I'm a little
Wait, he
skeptical.
was associated with him. He worked in VC.
No, I know that, Kevin. But what I'm saying.
Oh my God, they are infighting. The conservatives are infighting. Oh no, oh no.
Peter Thiel or anything like that. But what I'm saying is like, oh yeah, like just because Peter Thiel might have been involved in some shady stuff, J.D. Vance must be just as bad and also doing shady shit.
I'm
right?
responding.
Not like Pisco claimed, but okay.
And by the way, the
One
only thing I was going to say earlier, I'll just get it out now.
Well, Cam, I do want to. It was a question directly to Pisco. I do have you on the list. You can go next. I just want to make sure he has time to finish.
I'm responding directly to, I'm sorry, RC. RC, who was promoting, saying these are benefit, working for these VCs, it shows he's an outsider. And what I'm hearing also is like, well, he's changed completely from when he was running those VCs. And so what I want is a coherent message about why we should think that these previous associations or this previous business is a boon as opposed to being some kind of baggage where he's beholden to these actors, which Kevin seems to think he might have been if he hadn't changed his view. On the specific question, the other question that Dylan asked, which was, do you think he's changed? I think he's power hungry. Just like he said that Trump was America's Hitler, I think he'll say anything or everything to anybody in order to get power and to stay with power. And that's why I think he's a vicious politician who should resign immediately.
Okay, I want to make sure RC has a chance to respond because that was directly to RC. Then we have a lot of people. We got Cam, Lactoid, Hutch, and Kevin who are all waiting. But I'm happy that people have things they want to say. So, RC?
Sure. I'll keep it short. But I heard you say a lot. I have yet to hear you say any criticism of Peter Thiel. What is it that you have against him?
So there are people, I am not alleging this, but I know that a lot of conservatives, a lot of populist conservatives, I'm not saying I have these concerns. I have a concern about being overly hawkish on Israel, overly promoting of the hawkishness of Israel. So that's one concern that people have raised. So that's number one. That's a concrete thing that people have raised. Other people are concerned with the kind of tech influence with respect to immigration, as another example, where they're critical of the influence that they're going to just bring in a bunch of foreign labor to kind of supplant or substitute for American high-skilled labor, increase the number of visas. Those are kind of concerns that I hear a lot of populist right-wingers raise. And
unironically, though, unironically based.
I'm asking you, do you share those concerns, or do you think he's changed the script, or do you think that you can't read into it?
I think it's more nuanced than that.
Although
so
I don't really know how
white.
immigrants are replacing high-skilled labor.
They're
not usually very high-skilled.
All of Peter Thiel's personal opinions, but he's run multi-billion-dollar organizations, companies corporation. So you can learn a lot from that and apply that to our government, where, for example, the post office is failing in a destroyed organization that does not produce. It's running on a deficit. So you can learn a lot from
is
people
that
like Peter Thiel.
all he means
doesn't have
by
to
the
agree with
post office
everything about
is
Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is
destroyed?
not a criminal.
I mean,
to
I
my
don't know much about the
understanding.
post office. I just know
Simple as that.
anecdotally
I
it
don't
works fine for
understand
me.
what's such a big issue about that.
Okay,
The
I
post
want to throw it
office
over.
is
So there's
a
people
business.
waiting. So Hutch has been waiting. So it's going to be. I'm sorry we're doing it in a weird order, but I know what people want to respond to. So I don't wanna break
Convoy
up the
wanted to
conversation.
talk about
It's gonna
the
be Hutch,
post office.
Cam, Lactoid. I'm sorry, he's been waiting the most, but it makes the most sense rhythmically. Then Kevin. So Hutch.
Well, just on
And then
that point,
Econoboy. And then Econoboy had something to say. Sorry.
Okay.
yeah. Well, just on that point, the post office is not a business; it's a public service. It's not supposed to run
True.
on surplus or anything like that. But I wanted to take
Well,
a
I think
different
they
tack.
did design
You
it.
alluded
I think
to
technically it is supposed to run on a
Vance
surplus
being
now
an
because
outsider,
it's a
someone who
government
is,
corporation or whatever. But
Experience in the private sector. People use the same kind of argument to lobby for Trump in 2016. There's this pervasive notion in, it seems like in right-wing circles right now, and it's not actually not just in right-wing circles, but that outsiders can come in with no experience in government and efficiently get things done in ways that people who have been a part of the system for years or decades maybe can't. This was just not, this just did not happen. So I would just appeal to Trump's track record. He ended up having a pretty abysmal first term in terms of his legislative agenda. The very first thing he tried to do was repeal the ACA. He failed. The only major piece of legislation that he got done was tax cuts that Republicans had
what's
been
up, Bob
itching to
Marley?
do
Welcome
for
back. I don't know why I
decades. They
muted
didn't
like
really
I'm in the
even
call.
need him
I
for
don't.
that.
It
I'm
was
not
instinct.
sure if he played any role in actually crafting that legislation. He presided over the longest government shutdown in history, as far as I'm
True.
aware.
Just to get
And
his
he was the first
border wall
one-term
funding,
president
bro.
since 1992. So I guess my
Thanks for
question
the
to you is,
follow.
like, where do you get this
Yeah, they're a bot,
confidence
of
that
course.
Vance, by virtue of the fact
I
that
shouldn't
he
even
is an
thank kick
outsider,
followers
that this
ever.
necessarily means that he can get in there and get stuff done?
So you're asking me, right? Or,
Yeah.
Because I know that there's like set people in turn. Okay. So I would ask you, what are like two of the main things you can learn from working in politics that Vance lacks?
Well, one thing that you need if you want to be an efficient lawmaker is how to actually like build coalitions and work with other politicians.
So collaboration and communication. You learn that in
That's
business.
huge.
Yeah, you learn that in business. So how does
I
he
don't
not
know if
have
there's
that
as
skill?
many competing
He's been in
factions in
Congress
business
for
as there
years and
are in
hasn't
But I'm
politics.
responding to him. I would like to hear his answer. How does he not have that
don't-
skill?
You're talking about private sector negotiations versus DC negotiations.
There's still
If it
human
were
beings
tr-
on
if it
both
were-
sides.
Wow,
Right, if
crazy.
this logic were true, though, like, how does that apply to Trump? Do you think he lived up to that promise of him being this outsider that's going to be able to get in there and like force things to get
Yes,
done?
and I think he proved it.
In what way?
How the economy was doing, how our country was doing, how foreign
What policy
nations were
did he even
respecting
pass on
us.
the
I
economy?
mean, he
What?
applied the same strategies that he did in the private sector as the president. And I know that we were going to potentially go into foreign countries or foreign issues later on. But what
What
I'm
did he do
saying
if
is that
he did
you're
the Abraham
claiming as an
Accords?
outsider, they lack
He
the
pulled out of the
experience that
Iran nuclear
politicians
deal,
have.
and now
But what
Iran
this
is,
experience
you
that
know, has
politicians
the
have that
ability to
private
make
sector doesn't
nuclear
learn
weapons in 2 weeks.
business?
Thanks so much for the sub. I feel like I can't read it.
They learn negotiation.
Sugarima or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I couldn't read it. Thanks. It helps a lot right now.
There's a difference between running the government and running a private corporation. Focuses on short, medium-term profits in the interests of shareholders.
True.
Okay, a government is supposed to ideally think a little bit longer term and think about social investment. So when we're talking about
I don't even really know, like,
where did Tim Walz put government investment?
I
when
don't
he
think
was
there are
the
competing
governor of
factors
Minnesota?
running a
He
business to
invested
the
in
same
infrastructure,
extent.
he
There are
invested in
competing
climate change, he
factors in
invested
Congress,
children.
competing factions
These
in
are good
Congress.
long-term investments for the country. But if you're talking about like the guy who's the CEO of Walmart, he's not just going to give away a bunch of money to random children at daycares because that's not in his short-term profit interest. It just doesn't make sense to say we should run the government like a corporation, or someone who runs a corporation can run the government. By the way, JD, as far as I understand, JD Vance's record in the private sector is not particularly extensive, and most of his money that he got before he was a senator came from writing a book about growing up as a hillbilly. Not exactly very extensive private sector experience, at least if we're comparing JD Vance to Tim Walz, who chose a public sector route. It seems like a completely ridiculous, basically standard to say, oh,
So
yes,
true,
some
Joe
private
Billy.
VC
Welcome
experience,
back.
So therefore, he's better than the guy who's made what we would.
What
hopefully
if
agree are
instead
some
of
pretty good
debating
investments
this,
with
they
public
debated
dollars.
And years as a corporate. And years
If
as a
KSI's new song
We're gonna have
is
Lactoid
good or not.
respond. Then we're going to Cam. Then we're going to Kevin and then Econ. The only reason I'm throwing Lactoid is because he wanted to say something to that specifically.
Well, yeah, he has years of experience as a corporate lawyer as well, right? So you have someone with a background corporate lawyer and doing VC work. It's selling a book, right? There's more than just he was at a VC firm for a little while. I mean, that is business experience. You can't deny that. And corporate law is essentially the study of how businesses function.
Being a corporate lawyer is not running a business, and neither is writing a book, right?
Kamala Harris's private sector experience. She worked at McDonald's.
Now that made your point. That wasn't RC's
much
point.
more
RC's
insightful,
point
to be
was
honest.
JD Vance has extensive experience running a business. That's not true. That's just not the case.
Okay, sure. This seems like hyper specific. That maybe that's the case.
That's how he's basing his vote.
No.
It would make sense to base your vote on correct things and not incorrect things.
I think what he's basing his vote on is like experience with business, right? And being a corporate attorney for several years and understanding how businesses work and litigating business issues absolutely is understanding how business works. So if we're being good faith here,
you've made a lot more sense than he has.
Well, yeah, sure.
Well, you made a lot more sense than he has, but you still have.
You guys have been jumping over each other the whole fucking time. Just give me a second.
I've barely spoken during this section. To be fair.
Okay, then your three allies have been jumping over each other the whole time. I think it's fair for me to jump in and build upon a point that one of my allies is making, right?
Why is it good to run business, to run government?
I think it absolutely. Hold on. So when RC is saying that, like, for him, having like financial literacy, understanding like how businesses are run, and wanting to run government more like a business, experience in that kind of field matters. And when you're saying, oh, he just had some VC experience, first of all, VC experience is good, right? But also he had years of experience as a corporate lawyer, which is again litigating over business issues and understanding in a very minute detail how businesses are run from a legal perspective, which is again relevant to the government work, right? If you're in the government, understanding how businesses work in a legal perspective is obviously relevant if you're going to be making laws or involved in the creation of laws. I think that's absolutely fair to say. And again, dude comes with a Yale law degree, which is like particularly more impressive than whatever Tim Walz has.
Summa cum laude,
the biggest proposal coming out of the JD Vance Trump ticket is something that pretty much every business leader, every economist has said would be disastrous.
True. Universal
for the economy,
tariffs, yep.
which is raising a bunch of tariffs all over the place. If you want to talk about a pro-business candidate, it certainly isn't the guy who wants universal tariffs, who wants mass deportation. And so if we want to have a policy discussion, who would be better at running the government, having the levers of power of government?
Okay, we're switching.
Probably not those guys.
We are switching around, and I do want to take the opportunity of the switch to throw it over.
I want to.
Oh, they're going to the next topic now. Did you see the distribution analysis of Trump's tax policy? Yeah, I did. I didn't read it all yet.
I really want to quickly say on the prior thing that Pisco was asking, I think Cam was absolutely right in his analysis. But I think it's hilarious how, I don't agree with John Eastman, by the way. But John Eastman, even though he believes his position is correct, he said, yeah, he would be stopped by the Supreme Court. And I think the Supreme Court really is the bulwark for our Constitution. Yet J.D. Vance is particularly better than Tim Walz on this, because J.D. Vance actually supports laws to prevent court packing, which Tim Walz does not. In fact, Tim Walz is running with somebody who in the past has supported court packing.
Is court packing constitutional? Is court packing
wait.
At least they're pressing on that point. I don't. Oh my God, they won't.
This is not.
Constitutional, yes or no?
Dylan, can you stop him? Give me a second.
Okay, we'll give you a second, but will you answer that? Okay, I'll give you a second, but would you answer that question at the end of your second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So court packing is legal as potentially. Now I don't agree with it, but potentially John Eastman's theory is legal in the same way that faithless electors are.
You believe it's legal?
When you were saying, hold on, I just said yes. I started the sentence by saying yes, and now you're going to keep re-asking.
You said no. You said you don't agree with it.
Let's let him finish quickly, Pisco.
No.
Okay,
I don't.
Does he not agree with Eastman that it is illegal?
I said I don't agree with Eastman personally, but when you were having the back and forth with Cam, you said just assume that it's legal. Isn't it bad regardless? And I understand that things can be a threat to the Constitution even if they're quote unquote legal. Eastman believed that despite the fact that what he thought was legal, he was going to be stopped by the Supreme Court. Now, imagine if Kamala Harris had her hands on the Supreme Court based on her history of statements, if she had packed it and she had filled in a bunch of people that simply
she's vice president right now.
If she went along that exact same route, right? She wants to remove
there is no court packing. Bidden could do court packing. Clearly, I don't think most Democrats are in favor of court packing.
Carrying out that plan. J.D. Vance has said that he's going to protect that bulwark, right? He in opposition to Tim Walz, who has not said that. So when you say like who is the threat to the Constitution, I think the person running with the person who's in favor of packing the court and obliterating the third branch of government, I think
Maybe
that person's
the person
probably more of a
running
threat to the
with the person
Constitution.
who said that they would repeal the
I gotta give you
Constitution.
guys. I want to make. Okay, one of the libs have to respond, but only one can because we have a very short period of time on this topic, and there's
I'll
three
let
people who
Josiah
haven't
because
talked. So
he
who
loves
wants
it.
to make a point?
Well, I was just going to say, so I think that the person who's a threat to the Constitution is J.D. Vance's running mate, the one who actually wants to terminate the Constitution, which Kamala Harris has never suggested. By the way, Kamala Harris said she was open to court packing 4 years ago. So this is the weakness of Lactoid's
The last time she ran for a primary.
He thinks that it's unconstitutional or a threat to the Constitution is something which is constitutional, which she said she was open to 4 years ago. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, Trump explicitly said he'd like to terminate the Constitution to unlawfully return him to power. Lactoid doesn't give a fuck about that. It's all about what Kamala Harris might, if then else, do based on something she said 4 years ago, which is perfectly constitutional and has been done multiple times, including by the founding fathers.
True.
And by the way, Eastman,
I never
let's just be
understand
very
like
clear,
obliterate the
again, I go back to
Constitution
it.
part of
Eastman
court
said
packing because
that
like we've
would
done it
violate
before.
the
Like we've
Electoral
had
Act, and he would
like
be stopped by the Supreme Court, which means there is less legal predicate for what John Eastman wanted to do than anything that Kamala Harris
You're
is
mistaken.
proposing.
Hold on.
Okay,
You can
Lactoid, 10 seconds, but we have to move on, okay?
Yeah, you're mistaken. You can think that you're legally correct and still predict that a finding might be made against you. Those two are not antithetical to one another. Now, I think it's funny how you brought it back to Trump when we're talking about J.D. Vance versus Tim Walz, which I was trying to stay on topic
brought it.
for.
You mentioned.
It's been more than 10 seconds now.
Oh my God.
Oh, 17 seconds just went by. Now 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. That was the longest 10 seconds I've ever seen. Okay, look, wait. Stop.
Oh,
Okay,
he's
you
so
all
mad.
know, you're all civilized. Well, stop. You're all civilized people, and you all know at the end you get 2 minutes uninterrupted. If you're thinking they're lying, then just call them a liar at the end. I'm sure you can all act like adults for another 5 seconds. We got a few people to go through so we can wrap this up. Also, if people want to ask questions to any of the participants, we are taking them. If you donate at the website, dylanburns.tv, we got to grip a little bit here, and you ask a question, and it's not like, here's a slur and a half, then we might actually read it. And we might pose it to the guests. So dylanburns.tv, that's the website. You donate, and all of the funds go towards freelance war journalism in Ukraine, and we appreciate that here at Dylan Burns TV. Now we're going to throw it over to Cam Higbee, who's been waiting extremely patiently.
Yeah, Pisco should take notes. What I was going to say earlier
Nice
when I raised my hand initially was just that I don't think, being the very honest and good faith person that I am, I don't think that we should say that just because Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris that means that she's a war hawk or anything like that. I think that Dick endorsed Kamala Harris because his daughter has personal beef with Donald Trump, and it's nothing more than that.
Personal beef?
Kamala Harris aligns
That's
with Dick
an interesting way to
Cheney's beliefs or anything
describe
like that.
it.
I think it's all personal.
What's that personal beef
in
about?
addition to that, Pisco, I think it's hilarious how you're jumping all over RC trying to get him to prove a negative. You're like, well, prove to me that JD's business dealings are actually a good thing and not a bad thing. The burden of proof's on you, bro. If you're saying that his business dealings are shady or bad or whatever, he's a war hawk for Israel, blah blah blah, whatever. That's on you, bro. You got to prove that, not RC. That's not on him.
Pretty sure all their messaging has been pretty hawkish in Israel, but all right.
You said that Trump had an abysmal first term. I think that Trump had a great first term. He doubled child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. He passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, caused middle classers to receive massive tax breaks, 16 to 26% for people making 15 to 50,000.
Less than rich people, but okay.
15%. Among lots of other things, the Save Our Seas Act, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the VA Accountability Act, et cetera. You said that you don't know that if he even helped craft the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act legislation, who the hell cares? You don't have evidence that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris helped craft any of the legislation.
I don't know this one. Save Our Seas Act.
None of us know that information, so we just assume that the administration did it.
Wait, what do you mean?
As a whole, Hutch, so I wasn't finished.
Okay, all right.
Down. Respond after. Tariffs bad. I heard that coming from Hutch as well. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both support tariffs.
Oh my God, I knew he was going to say it. Oh my God.
New tariffs. Kamala Harris, you said Kamala Harris was open to court packing years ago. And I think that was kind of an admission.
I wonder what the difference could be between targeted tariffs on a few goods, which to be clear, I think some of those tariffs are bad,
if it's anything like her
versus universal tariffs on everything. And they also do, like,
knew the Supreme
oh my
Court would
God.
intervene. That's true. He did know the Supreme Court
I know.
And in fact, he wanted the Supreme Court to intervene because he believed that he would win the legal battle. And
No,
that's my
Greg
position.
Jacobs testified that he thought he would lose 9-0.
Retracted the court packing statement, by the way, just to be clear.
What?
You said that.
Good. It's based.
No.
It's based. I support it.
Could Lactoid repeat that because I didn't hear.
She's never retracted the court packing
Good.
statement.
Okay, so
I
I
think
think
it's
Hutch
funny
wanted to
that-
quickly
I
respond.
think
We're
it's-
gonna wrap it up, so only
Wow,
I know
shut
there's
him
a
down
lot
there.
but we're only gonna allow like one response because everybody's gonna have to talk during the outro anyway. Hutch, you wanted to respond
Sure.
to that?
Well, sure. I mean, I think it's cute to take a principled stance against court packing when you guys stole a Supreme Court seat. If the roles were reversed,
So
I
true,
guarantee
dude.
the Republicans would be talking about packing the courts.
I don't know. It's kind of what they did.
You said
Probably unconstitutional.
You said that there's no evidence that Biden directly negotiated in legislation. I don't know what you're talking about there. He was obviously directly involved with the immigration negotiation. Langford is on the record saying as much. Sinema's on the record saying as much. He was directly involved in crafting legislation that ended up being the ARP. That ended up being an inter-party fight about like what goes in and what goes out. He was deeply involved in Build Back Better, which got split into 2 different bills. Manchin talked about negotiate. So I don't know what you're talking about there. This idea that that Donald Trump was effective legislatively, I just find laughable. When you look at the Biden administration, especially what he was able to do with a 50-50 Senate, as
What's the
opposed
best?
to Donald
I don't
Trump,
remember.
who
Where
had
to
much more
mine for
comfortable
diamonds.
majorities to work with in both the House and the Senate. I would stack Biden's ability to actually get legislation done against Trump's any day of the week.
Is it
Yeah, it's
50?
no secret that
Cam,
Republicans have dissident.
would it be possible that you could wait till the outro? Because again, we're
Just for
now
you, Dylan.
we're late. Thank you very much. We have
Taking note
Kevin
from
and
East Coast
Econ
book.
Boy as the 2 people on the list left before outro. So, either of you have anything left to say?
Yeah. I had a couple notes here. I just wanted to go through with regards to the conversation that we've been having here. So,
One higher than
there
us,
was
though.
a question. I think it's an important question. I think it's really kind of what is at the issue here is Peter or is JD Vance genuine in his political and economic evolution from being
we're not gonna
a
have time to discuss
VC
it.
guy with Peter Thiel to a populist with Donald Trump? And that's the question that's at issue. And I think we can kind of just start to answer it by looking at what is he calling for in this cycle. What he's called for so far is the reindustrialization of the Rust Belt. And with Trump, they proposed flat across the board tariffs. To me, that strikes me as that he has distanced himself from his VC background. I disagree with RC there on his VC background as being advantageous. I disagree with
I'm pretty sure tariffs have only been found to have, or at least the Trump tariffs on steel have been found to have a lot negative effects on American manufacturing. Never seen any good results to American manufacturing from the Trump era steel tariffs and aluminum tariffs.
Buy it or not, at least his rhetoric tends towards a shift. And I would say as well, on the point about the post office that was brought up too, if you guys on the right here had it your way, a lot of your compatriots, especially a lot of your working class compatriots that live outside of the big cities, which I thought you guys don't really like the big cities too much.
I'm glad we're defending the post office here. Oh, look, another kickbot.
Get posts. The trads in the countryside wouldn't be able to get posts because it wouldn't be profitable. So, like, if you want to stand up for the trads, you've got to have some socialist.
Why are there so many bots
right?
on Kick?
Should we do that with defense? You only get covered if you can pay for the U.S. Air Force, your portion of the subscription. As well, I would say, I'm going to wrap it up here. Why do we care what's good for business over what's good for workers? That's a big one. And I would say
So
to Cam
true.
as well. I do disagree a little bit. Not that you're wrong about Cheney. I think you're right. There's a good case to make that his specific endorsement might have been personal. But I would argue that on the system level, it's not personal. That all these guys, Cheney's cohorts, not just him, they've all come around and endorsed Harris. I think that speaks to a broader realignment of the political system where the Democrats are the party of essentially the military industrial complex and the Republicans are the party of protectionism. That's a big shift. So that's kind of what I got to say there. I just think, if you're going to be
Jesus, what the hell is my family doing? They're being so loud
really
upstairs.
You want to cut the post office? That's goofy, man. So
Okay, we're gonna throw it over now to Econ Boy because
Clearly, cutting the post office is the based populist position now, I guess.
Just real quickly, I mean, on the reindustrialization of America, Biden's done much more to do that than Trump ever did. There's many more people working in manufacturing today than there ever was under Trump.
True.
Shaking his head, but he's
Factory
disagreeing with
construction
the
is up.
absolute cast iron facts of things.
It's correct.
Now,
but we're talking
now
about
really,
true
contribution isn't there.
if I could, we don't have much time, guys. I've got to finish my point here, as Dylan said. But there's more people working in manufacturing.
Pretty sure the next topic is
the
economy.
Trump administration, as there is now under the Biden administration. Manufacturing spending, like construction of new factories, that's literally at a record high. I think Trump averaged about
reindustrialization is still a bad thing.
It's literally
I think it's fine for semiconductors. It's fine for semiconductors and fine for drones.
Those were both smart pieces
because
of industrial
those
policy
are
that the Biden
essential for like
with thinner
military.
margins than Trump did. So I mean,
Those are probably the good things to do it on. We haven't done anything with drones, but we have done stuff in
we've never really addressed
semiconductors.
that fundamental point that I keep making. Tim Walz has an actual record of running a government. Who did he invest in? He invested in people with infrastructure. He invested in children. He invested in education. These are all things that return a lot more tax money to the government than things like tariffs, right? Those are smart policies. Those invest in the American people. That's what Biden's done. That's what I imagine Kamala and Tim will do if they actually end up winning this election.
Okay, the next topic is the economy, so I think we're going to have an extensive conversation about tariffs, I expect. So let's wrap up this with ending statements. If there's anything you want to respond to, if there's anything you want to say on this, we're not going to talk about it next topic. Citing stuff from the last conversation, unless you can somehow twist it into legitimately being important. We don't want to dredge that out. We want to move on. So this is the last time to say anything. If you start bringing up like, hey, I want to say something from last thing, and the next thing, I'll shut you down. So get it out now. We have 2 minutes for everybody. That's the rule. But do keep in mind that we are running late, so try to be quick about it. We're going to start with, we'll start with Pisco.
Yeah, thanks.
The
I
lawyer.
think that this wasn't even...
Sorry, I was paid to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. So I think that it's not even a close call on this. You know, the vice president, one of their key responsibilities is transfer power, and you don't even hear any good.
I don't even have any
iron. About why it would ever make sense not to certify this election. Again, I was kind of engaging in the hypothetical, assuming it was legal because Cam Higbee clearly isn't equipped to have a legal conversation. But to Lactoid's point, it actually matters a lot to me that one is illegal and what you're proposing with respect to the court packing isn't illegal. That is a distinction that matters to me still. To the law, the Constitution, that stuff 100% matters. And so, yeah, and I think I don't even think Lactoid would argue vigorously. And I think he would actually disagree with Eastman's theory that what he was proposing was legal. On everything else, like policy-wise that we discussed, I don't know why, even assuming Kevin Cassidy's position that you're seeing a genuine shift from J.D. Vance from the kind of VC days to now. One, I don't know why we would assume that. I mean, as far as I understood, he's still asking for money from Peter Thiel. Like as recently as a month ago, he's still getting all the Trump.
Something that is arguably good, but Democrats keeping some Trump tariffs is pretty awful. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like I've said before, tariffs are probably the worst thing about Biden. Honestly, the U.S. does not need reindustrialization. True, we need more financialization. Unironically,
his complete outlook on political philosophy and I guess industrialization and domestic production in 2 years, where we have Kamala Harris. Okay, you have some change in position with respect to like fracking and stuff like that, but it's nothing like the kind of change in outlook that you're describing between J.D. Vance's VC days and what he is now. It's much more substantial, much more significant, and I don't think that the evidence is there to support it. Yeah, he talks a good talk, but he's still going to money within the same places, and he still has the same exact friends.
Okay, I'm now going to throw it over to RC.
Yeah, to kind of just spin off what he had said. Yeah, he could have the same friends. You still haven't pointed out anything wrong with his friends. So, and this criticism that Tim Walz has more political experience than J.D. Vance, and the question that I'm asking is then centrally, what is different between political experience and private sector experience when it comes to communication, negotiation, and competition? All of that is very applicable to the government. So I don't understand how you're going to say, well, this
I don't
guy
even
doesn't have political experience as though that
those
really
skills are
matters
required in
because he has
every
private
job,
sector
dude.
experience.
Obviously, they're required more if you're a fucking corporate leader of a corporation
now
or
we're gonna
whatever.
throw
But
it over to Kevin Kessler.
Yeah,
some amount of obviously, like any job is going to have some skills that are going to be applicable to government.
Conversation. Let's be real. There's more than one issue. The legalese stuff that some of the folks here were fighting over. It's not relevant to 78% of American workers that are living paycheck to paycheck. What matters.
Oh my God! Now I get the meme stat again. I'm glad he runs with the 78% number. Usually people are ashamed of that number because it's obviously way too high.
But here's the problem with the whole Trump thing, right? Sometimes they do the wild card stuff, and sometimes they shock everybody, and they do something that's like pretty amazing. And then most of the time, they toe the line of Capitol and Wall Street and whatnot. The Democrats, in contrast, they tend to be more for orienting spending around, social services, that sort of stuff.
So based.
But then you look at their record on, say, the border and this mass importation of cheap labor, which undermines workers. Their wages
Also based does not undermine workers. All the data says so. Will only undermines high school dropouts. What about terrorists and bans and maybe Chinese EVs? A bunch of European countries want that. I don't know.
He did bring in a lot of cheap
like,
labor. So
I don't have an issue. I don't know what the big issue with Chinese EVs is, or I don't know. I don't know why it matters if we get EVs from China.
Level of material reality, and on that, it really comes down to who do you trust? Do you trust Vance in his evolution, and do you trust Harris when she's out there talking about how she's going to make housing more affordable for you? Or do you trust her when she's bragging to donors about how Dick Cheney and other neocons support her? That's the question that's up for debate, and that's up for you.
I mean, I don't know.
And follow me.
I mean, like we subsidize like food, and that goes into international markets and undercuts people.
I think I probably disagree with Kevin on most things, despite the fact that he's my ally in this discussion. But I'm going to disagree with him when he says that, well, the legal stuff, the constitutional stuff, that doesn't matter. I think it does matter, and I think that there's something particularly disgusting occurring, and has been occurring for a long time now, when Democrats are painting their candidates as like these staunch defenders of the Constitution, and these Republicans as these evil revolutionary bunch that are trying to overthrow it. And you thought here today, despite the fact this was a conversation about J.D. Vance's merits, we had a Trump tweet brought up that, by the way, I've already condemned. So when you say that, I don't give a fuck, that's
wow, he condemned the tweet. You're still voting for the candidate.
I think that when we're talking about threat to the Constitution, it's hilarious to me when people say, "Hey,
subsidize I'm almost always going to be more in favor of subsidies than I am tariffs." Like
a constitutional amendment to prevent court packing because this is a critical branch for our institutions in our republic, and then he's the threat to democracy, and he's the threat to the republic, and he's the threat to the Constitution. And then you have the guy saying, "Well, First Amendment doesn't cover hate speech. He's supposedly this bulwark against tyranny and evil." I think it's absolutely absurd. I think the fact that multiple people on this panel have endorsed court packing, which would, I think, have a very real risk of obliterating a republic, is concerning. I think that is more disqualifying than anything J.D. Vance has said on the 2020 election. And overall, again, going through just all my points, I think J.D. Vance really surprised people at the debate. I think people were just writing him off, making lies about him fucking the couch or whatever. And then he came back and he's like, no, actually, he's principled. He's
unlike all the non-lies conservatives read.
And
dude, 50% of Republicans are fucking hurricane truthers now, dude.
Like
really, we care about the couch still.
He's got to be the truth guy because of the narrative that Democrats have built over time. It's disgusting.
Do any Democrats even seriously believe the couch thing? Like Republicans seriously believe hurricanes are controlled by the Jews?
Actually, have a conversation about who's better, Tim Walz or J.D. Vance. But until that time happens, J.D. Vance is obviously better.
Pondering?
Man, I don't know where to begin. So the reason the Trump tweet was brought up was because Lactoid brought up Kamala Harris's position from 4 years ago where she said she was open to court packing. Tim Walz, to my knowledge, has not said he's pro-court packing, so there's a relationship Lactoid is trying to establish vis-a-vis Kamala Harris's position. By that point, Trump is fair game, and you will always lose on the Trump point because court packing is number one constitutional. It was exercised by the founding fathers themselves. And what Donald Trump is proposing was the termination of a constitution to restore him to a second unlawful term. Trump is objectively far worse in all ways. The only reason that you would care more about potentially court packing, which again is not Walz, it's the person that Walz is backing might be open to it, is because you care more about preserving a right-wing supermajority on the Supreme Court than actually preserving the Constitution itself. That's really what Lactoid is upset about. In terms of lying, J.D. Vance has been caught in verifiable lies time and time again, going from Obviously, the 2020 election situation, he knows that Donald Trump lost the election. He won't concede to it because it's politically inconvenient. He's lied about migrants in Springfield,
He
Ohio,
said,
and on and
like
on
the
and so
day after the
forth.
debate, he was like at an airport, and a reporter asked him, and he flat out said no. He's clearly willing to answer it sometimes, just like not when it's highly publicized, I guess. It like
executive and legislative experience that J.D. Vance doesn't. J.D. Vance has been in Congress for 2 years.
I know,
He's
it's
got
wild.
nothing done. He wouldn't even vote for the enhanced child tax credit he claims to support because he cares more about politics than he does about policy. He is
and
objectively
Kamala wants to
inferior,
expand the
again, in all
child
ways.
tax credit
And
way
then the
more than
last thing I'll say
Trump does,
is
but
that
all
the
right.
Constitution demands that a vice president preside over the certification of the Electoral College. J.D. Vance is the only one of the two candidates who has called into question whether or not he would faithfully do so. Again, he is morally and ethically and constitutionally inferior in all ways, objectively so, as is Donald Trump. You lose.
Hutch.
Based.
Yeah, I mean, look, as far as court packing goes, the Republicans have won.
Oh, Cam Higby has a cat,
one
though,
popular
so
vote in the last
I'm
30 years,
reconsidering
and yet
now.
There's 6 Republicans sitting on the Supreme Court. This is an obviously untenable situation. I maintain that if the roles were reversed, the Republicans would be talking about packing the courts. As far as J.D. Vance is concerned, it's one thing to evolve in your opinions. That does happen. Obviously, politicians of every stripe will flip-flop on a number of issues. It's another thing entirely to refer to Donald Trump in private as America's
the topic was
Hitler
Econ.
and
The next
call
topic
him
is
an
Econ. They're doing
opioid,
closing statements on
which,
J.D. Vance
when
versus
you
Tim
take
Walsh
a
right
look
now.
At, like the region of where Vance comes from, that's a pretty profound thing to call someone. To go from that to being that person's VP in the course of however many years we are, 8 years, that is pretty remarkable to me. I think Walz is a little rough around the edges sometimes when it comes to like the way that he composes himself, and I obviously disagree with him on hate speech and First Amendment. But if we're talking about like concerns with the Constitution, again, I don't think there's any comparison between someone like Walz, who is just clearly wrong about hate speech, and someone like Vance, who's backing someone like Trump, who has open contempt for the Constitution, has proposed literally terminating the Constitution. I don't even understand how these things are in the same conversation. So for these reasons, I think Vance is just completely disqualified, and I would never in a million years consider letting him anywhere near power.
Would you prefer the Shapiro VP pick? It's hard to know just because I don't know what would have come out about Shapiro if he was chosen as VP. Like, no one knew about the Tim Baltz China stuff until he was VP, right? So it's hard to know.
That's what I needed to hear. Okay,
I think Shapiro would have done better in the debate, but
yeah, I mean, I think number one, we didn't talk much about their actual policy differences.
I don't know. I'd say probably not.
Important, but if we
just because I feel like the Tim Walz stuff isn't that bad,
I think that it's important to establish a pretty clear difference, right? I mean, you know, Tim Walz, again, investing in children, investing in infrastructure, investing in clean energy, investing in public education. These are good things. These are good government.
Like Econ was able to say all that about Tim Walz. I don't know what
into the system.
Can be said about Shapiro.
Republicans tend to cut
I don't know if you can
child
say
education.
as much
That's
about
not
him.
really good for the economy long term. It's certainly not good for children in the short or the long term. And so I think that progressive policy voice will be relatively positive. The one caveat to that is I know that J.D. Vance talked about
another kick bot. Let's go.
Let's talk about what Trump actually did when he was in office. He doubled the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. He increased the refundability to $1,400. So the most that you could get from the child tax credit was $1,400. Biden comes in, increases that to $3,600, right? And so that's a substantial higher increase. That's what Kamala is actually proposing, plus a $6,000 credit for people who have newborn
What's
children.
up, Miss
Again, these
Olivia?
all
Are you not a
much
bot?
more
Are you not
pro-welfare
someone
policies
promoting the
than
graphic
Trump
design?
administration is actually proposing. That's not
She's
including their
definitely
huge
someone
tax
promoting her
increase
graphic
by
design. I
having
don't trust her.
universal tariffs, to be clear. But it's also important to point out the reason why we didn't get to talk about policy so much is because it is important that we talk about the candidates' positions on democracy and their position within the democratic experiment known as the American democracy. The reason why these debates matter, the reason why it's interesting to talk about our different political opinions is because we feel like they're actionable.
Sorry, I'm being rude.
When I go out and I vote for J.D. Vance / Donald Trump or Kamala Harris / Tim Walz, my assumption, and I think the ordinary assumption of the American people is I'm voting for this person. If a plurality of people in my state vote for this person, that is who our electoral votes will go to. That's a legitimate democratic process. That's the ordinary understanding. When you start to challenge that ordinary understanding of democratic experiments, that's when you start to democratically backslide. That's really bad. The fact that J.D. Vance can't really succinctly answer that question other than to say
Twitter
that he would
profile?
be a part of undermining the American democratic experiment, that is very, very bad. That's the reason why that issue is a priority to the people on this panel, although certainly we do not concede the policy merits between the two. Tim Walz is much better.
Now over to Cam Higby.
Yeah, so I'd like to start by saying I hope all you on the left are running scared after my cat absolutely bodied you. There was some stuff on the Chips and Science
I did mention
Act.
that.
I'll
Damn.
save that for the next discussion, assuming we get an opening, I think, right, Dylan? Same thing with jobs. So Pisco said that there was no evidence that, J.D. Vance has changed since he's been friends with Peter Thiel, but also argued that he flipped substantially more than Kamala Harris, astronomically. So those two views don't really seem to coincide.
There's no evidence that he changed on the
each other directly.
Populism thing, but okay.
I'd like to comment on the Democrat rebranding. I think it's very interesting. You're all here wearing camouflage hats, which I think is absolutely hilarious. Nobody would have associated camouflage hats with Democrats a couple years ago. I agree with Kevin Castley on the Postal Service. I think that there should be some structures of government that are socialized, that are provided to everybody. I think the Postal Service is one of those. Defense is obviously another one of those. I think that things that like private sector things should not be run like the Postal Service, for the exact reason that the Postal Service is just meant to provide things, not in an efficient manner. Private postal companies obviously do a much better job, and this is one of Ludwig von Mises' primary arguments against the Leninist system, because Lenin structured his entire government after the Postal Service, which has all of its deficits covered by the government.
I don't even.
Court packing was done by the founding fathers.
I thought
this, but it's true. Court packing was done by the founding
the post
fathers,
office
but not because they wanted more people on the court.
Was supposed to be.
It was because
I don't know how long it's been in
justices
deficit, but I thought they reformed it so it doesn't really take government money anymore, like in the 70s.
Have a deadlock. 3 people on each side.
Then
so
too, I don't even think
added,
it's true that
so that there could be no deadlock. There's always
private companies do it better. Usually the post office is the most convenient for me when I ship things in anecdotally, and I'm pretty sure it's at least cheaper.
Incoherently stupid thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It is the president's job to appoint people to the Supreme
I'm aware,
Court.
Olivia.
People either retire or die on the Supreme Court. Somebody even said he stole 2 seats, which I assume would, anyway. So, let's see what else was said. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'll save the rest of the economy stuff for my opening in the next one.
Just on the 2-minute mark. Perfect ending.
Perfect.
Okay,
it was like 1970 something.
First topic done. I hope you are all enjoying your time here. It gets a little feisty, but it stayed largely within the reins of polite-ish discussion, and I appreciate that. One last donation we got $20 from McLean, McLean, which says, would any of the pro-Vance speakers agree to a long 1v1 debate against any of the Live and Learn team, which I believe is a reference to the liberals on this show, like Pisco and the rest.
Lactoid and Cannibal.
All of you.
Well, then Lactoid says yes, and he already did it. So Lactoid's way ahead of that donor. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it.
Dylan, do my open last. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay, no worries. Okay.
Lactoid, have you squared off with Hutch?
No, I tried. We tried. But...
Haven't we been on a panel before?
That's the missing one.
I think that we were on the Her Report panel, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Sounds right.
Yeah, that's right.
There's only one panel, and that's the Hippy Dippy panel. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next topic we're going to get into is the fun and wacky world of economics. So, economics, when polled, the economy is a big issue for voters. Immigration, the economy, democracy, these seems to be the top 3 issues. And so we're going to talk about the economy. And the question is simple. Which economic approach, the Biden-Harris economy or the Trump-Pence economy, provides a better foundation for a future Harris or
it's
Trump
such an obvious answer. It's
it's
not even close. Not even close.
What? Let's go with, he has it in the name. So, Econo Boy.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I certainly think that the Biden-Harris approach, although not optimal, look, I'm a very progressive person. If I had the reins of the economy, we would do significantly more progressive economic measures than the Kamala or Biden administration. But they've taken a good first step. Call it a down payment if you want. But the IRA, the Chips and Manufacturing and Sciences Act, or whatever the long sort of extended name is, the CHIPS Act as people call it, that's all really, really good, smart industrial policy.
I think Trump's winning economy. We know we need more econ education. Yes, send all Republicans to economics re-education camps,
of course,
please,
we've seen the experiment, right?
and indoctrinate them in the
Keynesianism.
Keynesianism.
Enacted temporarily,
Unironically,
get passed under the Democratic caucus currently. we saw childhood poverty basically get cut in half. Guess what?
True.
When you give people money that don't have enough money, they're not as impoverished as they used to be. And every child that grows up in poverty is a child that's less likely to live up to their full potential, less likely to become a scientist,
less likely to be a
become an
productive
entrepreneur,
taxpayer.
less likely to become an engineer, someone that really expands the productive capacity of our economy. Kamala's also proposed expanding the EITC, which is also something that Biden did as a part of his recovery, but also making that permanent. And again, that's a big anti-poverty measure as well. So look, if you care about people not living in poverty, if you care about investing in good manufacturing, middle class, growing jobs that don't require a huge amount of education, you know, a lot of people can get these jobs right off the street, then certainly it sounds like you would favor a Biden and Kamala approach, not the approach of Donald Trump. He's doubled down on all of his bad economic policies from his first term, and he hasn't seemed to keep a lot of the good ones. So I would say recommend Kamala and Biden on this issue.
Okay, that was a minute 30. We're now going to throw it over to Lectoid.
Yeah, I think that when we're talking about like what is good in an economy, I think there's like it's two separate questions, right? Because there's the first question, which is what makes the most sense, what's the most efficient in terms of just like if you're trying to do something, what accomplishes what you're trying to do best. And then the other question is who is it like it's good for who, right? Because the actual goal matters.
What are tariffs really good for working class
not
people?
Not only a practice of efficacy, but it's also a practice of morality. Because you know, this is some libertarian shit I'm about to come out with. But when you expropriate people's resources from them, this is stealing from them. You are essentially removing things that they've worked for.
Oh
and
my
this
God.
absolutely has moral implication. Now, if we're looking at both of these candidates here, or I guess we're looking at Trump compared to Biden, I'm not going to lie.
Olivia.
I don't particularly like either of them. But I'm going to phrase this in the
Alex,
sense
was
of
that?
who is less bad, right? I don't like the economic populism that's coming out of Trump. And I don't like the typical shit that's coming out of Biden. And the proposals from both candidates going forward are also, I have disagreements with them for equal reasons or for similar reasons. But I think that the Trump-Pence presidency, in terms of the economic outlook, was better. I think that just is better than Biden's at least. I think that Biden, has a lot of issues. We have incredibly high inflation under Biden. We have Trump
Didn't consider
being
that one.
historically very good on regulation. He's very good in terms of not raising taxes and some tax cuts as well.
Which increase the deficit, which he presumably is opposed to, but all right.
Just handouts to people with relatively high income. Mass spending. In terms of his jobs, they were constantly being revised down.
It's not
Joe Biden's going to claim that he had
the jobs were revised down.
You look at a percentage of the jobs.
You know it's the most recent jobs number. It's revised jobs up, right?
Biden's claiming credit for now are disproportionately going to be part-time as opposed to a full-time compared to the Trump presidency.
I don't know stats backing that up, but
Trump's prior policies plays into some of the good shit
I know
that's going forward.
I mean, to be fair, he did say historically, I guess,
the biggest
but
deficit items on his policy are tax cuts and no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, which is all great. We shouldn't be taxing people for going out and doing honest day's work. Lowering taxes for domestic manufacturers.
Okay, we're over 2 minutes, so try to wrap it up.
Yeah, and I guess just to wrap up, Biden sucks on all of that. He's gonna raise taxes and shit, and
so based. I love raising taxes on the middle class and only in the middle class.
Sorry. So basically everything Econ Boy said, I wrote his intro and I gave it to him. The other thing I'll just say is that J.D. Vance has no economic record of which to speak. So it's hard for us to really compare. Governor Walz is a mixed bag when it comes to Minnesota. Some good things, some things not so good. The Biden-Harris administration, I would say that especially when you consider the hand that they were dealt, their economic success has been overall staggering. When Donald Trump came into office, of course, he was riding President Obama's coattails. A lot of Republicans and Trump supporters like to pretend that basically the universe was created anew. Donald Trump single-handedly with just his two very tiny orange hands created the U.S. economy, but for the most part,
needs to show him Trump's tax system in effect and way lowers tax over the top 5%. Yeah, I know.
Economic trends that were continuing from the Obama administration.
Well, I mean, doesn't it
for the first 3 years? I think the stock market
doesn't it lower them in absolute terms for like everybody? It's just is gonna.
So we'll give him that. To we can give a president any credit for the stock market.
I
and
never read it all.
The whole thing collapsed in his fourth year. So, and of course, Trump supporters say you
can't
hold COVID against Trump, even though obviously if the shoe was on the other foot, they absolutely would hold COVID against a Democrat. But even by that logic, that means that you should also grade President Biden on a curve, given that he had to deal with the pandemic recovery. So for that and all the other reasons that Econoboy laid out,
I definitely have seen it on Twitter. Maybe I didn't save it.
Economic Foundation.
Hutch.
Yeah, I got to give credit to Republicans on messaging because they have truly convinced a lot of median voters that they're better on the economy, despite the fact that every modern
I definitely have
Democrat
seen
has
this
left
chart.
the economy
It's
in a
probably
better
in graphs
position
I
than it was
like.
when they took office, and every Republican left the economy in a worse position than it was when they took office. We can look at GDP growth,
There
deficit
should be
spending,
graphs.
unemployment, job creation. Any metric you want to look at. You know, and I was
What about
watching,
inflation, Hutch? Have we considered that one?
today, and they were talking about how they were frustrated that people that were affected by these disasters weren't getting more money to sort of help them get through the worst of it. They were talking about like homeless veterans. They were talking about how there were Americans that were struggling. And I couldn't help but think that they seem to be making the case for the Democratic Party. I don't see the Republicans proposing a lot of like robust economic policy to directly impact Americans in this country that are struggling. I do want to make a point. Kevin has mentioned a couple times that 75% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. I just want to get a fact check from Econoboy when we start. I don't believe that's true. I think the median family has
not close.
like $180,000 in wealth.
It's
and
like 192,000
in assets. But yeah,
is this a real
look
person or
forward
is this
to,
a porn bot?
Having this conversation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and with that, you know what? I'll throw it over to Kevin Castley next.
It's just a graphic design. Fucking.
Yeah, sure. So for my opener, I've already got this prepared. I'm not going to respond to that. We can talk about that in the main segment. So yeah, so I have a degree in economics that's relevant to this. But
and you're citing the 78% paycheck to paycheck number.
They're a mixed bag. Here's the thing. Freedom Cities, which Trump has very sparingly talked about, is like brilliant. So he's one of the only Western leaders to talk about planned cities. Look, same in Canada as in the U.S. We're sick of living in old, congested cities with bad infrastructure and high rents. Let's build some new.
You know what? Guess what?
Big housing and big.
Harris wants to build housing, and Biden passed the Infrastructure Act.
I want to say as well, the CHIPS Act that Biden Harris did is good. That is good, absolutely. But here's the thing. So are tariffs. Again, it's a mixed bag. So Trump's tariffs have the potential to gear
Trump's
the American
universal
economy. If they're
tariffs
done on the board, as he said, as Vance has said as well, the 20%.
What econ degree did this guy get?
On the
From
whole,
where?
they can gear the economy towards self-reliance, which is a national.
Do you think he got?
issue,
Do you think he was
right?
one of the people scammed by Trump University?
About national security and stuff, yet they're fine with subordinating their economy to multinationals that have no allegiance to their country. Consider Taiwan, where that dependency could actually force a war.
And they gave him a fake degree. Wasn't Trump was sued for that, right? I think he was probably one of the people like in that lawsuit.
Likely be forced into a war if anything happens there, giving you strategic flexibility to not necessarily get into a nuclear war, right? So that's good. America is one of only a few countries that could be fully self-reliant. So is Canada, but we're not
fully self-reliant. We're not even talking about. We're not even talking about like tariffing like specific goods. We're talking about fully self-reliant. Really, dude?
Corporate tax cuts that he did in his term, and Harris' rhetoric is populist, but it's undermined by the mass migration that Biden presided over in his term. So at the end of the day, they are a mixed bag of pros and cons. I support labor, and at the end of the day, it's a mixed bag because both parties serve capital instead of workers. So if you're working out there, doesn't matter if that number is technically true depending on how you bend it. You're getting screwed over bigly, basically, right now. So thank you.
So true, dude. Didn't consider that one.
Throwing it now over to, I'll throw it over to RC.
I'll try to keep it short and concise. I think that the Trump administration will incentivize business owners. They already have in 4 years, and they will.
I mean, Harris has a lot of small business stuff.
It's necessary for our country, the lifeblood of our country, which are small businesses.
None of them could criticize the unrealized gains yet.
Business owners to open up, to incentivize the entrepreneurs to open up and to innovate in the United States. When you have companies that like Walmart, Apple, Amazon, that employ millions of jobs, employ millions of Americans in the United States, we want to incentivize these people. We don't want the smartest and the brightest.
Oh, he might be leading up to the unrealized gains.
Their company in a foreign market. We don't want the
Oh,
Elon
nope,
Musk
he's talking about
to
terrorists.
leave
Okay.
the state of California and go to Texas. We see what Democrat-run governors do.
What do you mean,
and
Really
they
Gang saying? I don't think it's like
de-incentivize
that
the Elon
negative.
Musks
I
of
don't
our
support
country.
it,
And the
but
last
like
thing I'll say
I
is
just don't think it's like
Kamala
that
Harris has
big of a
been
deal.
quoted claiming that
Especially, it's probably
she
going to
wants
be
snatch patents
like the
and
whatever
take them
deferral
over,
charge
meaning
thing,
the
right?
government to
So
take
like
over patents.
that
What
like
worse
could
thing
even
can you say to de-incentivize business owners, potential business
it's even
owners,
less
and
big of a
current
deal if
business
it's
owners in the United
if it's
States?
that.
Throwing it now over to Pisco.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems you have with the Republicans or the right-wingers or the pro-Trumpers on this panel is a little thing called post hoc ergo propter hoc. Just because something happens close in time to something else doesn't mean that it happens because of that. And as was explained by Josiah earlier, the people who are citing the cost of living crisis that occurred under Joe Biden, just like Kevin cited the immigration crisis that has persisted under Joe Biden, doesn't mean that it happened because of any concrete Joe Biden policies. We know that the economy was, or the cost of living crisis is a global problem that was affected primarily by, or started primarily by, COVID, the virus, and the restrictions that were made sort of as a result of COVID. And in response to that crisis, the Biden-Harris administration has performed exceptionally. We've had a soft landing. We have growth.
Yes.
Very good growth. We have great unemployment numbers. Real wages are finally going up. We've had unprecedented.
They've been going up. They've been going up for a step. Well, I shouldn't say real wage. Wages have been outpacing inflation for 17 months straight now. And all inflation was higher than real wages for a little bit, so it takes a bit of time for wages to outpace inflation to catch up.
And Harris have solutions for.
But yeah,
with respect to the cost,
wages have been outpacing inflation for 17 months.
Kamala Harris has a plan with a billion homes.
Thank you.
A supply issue. If you're Kevin Cassidy and you trust Donald Trump to build futuristic planned cities, don't count on it. This guy cannot fulfill his promises. He cannot follow through on his.
I don't even think it's a better housing policy than Harris's is. So
I think it's a lot more doable, and I have a lot more trust in her vision as opposed to Donald Trump's. And then finally, on the issue of immigration, that's another sort of discrete area where the administration has proposed a solution, the bipartisan Immigration Act, which would have vastly increased the number of border agents, which you need to resolve a lot of these cases and to push back some of the tide of illegal immigration. Which
they should debate the economics of immigration. I bet
and then finally,
all the older conservatives are just upset about the mass importation of military age men because they don't understand the economics behind it.
Cuts for billionaires. And it can't be the case that we think that furtherance of that policies or business as usual with the MAGA Republicans is going to be in the best interest of real Americans and working class people.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Cam Higbee to end our opening statements.
Perfect. I'll set the stage pretty hard here. So I'll address some of these things in reverse order. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not primarily provide tax cuts for billionaires. Billionaires, or people making over $1 million in general, received a tax cut of less than 4%, where people making $15,000 to $50,000 received a tax cut of 16 to 26%.
I don't know what he's citing for that.
$50,000 to $100,000 received a tax cut on average of 16%.
Because I've seen multiple independent sources say the opposite.
Harris,
I don't know.
Has a plan to build homes, and you pretty much summed it up perfectly because that's all she says. I'm going to build homes. She didn't say anything else. Her policy proposal on this on her website is
do I need to pull up the list again? The list
with absolutely no more substantiation other than I'm going to reduce
of everything Biden Harris has done.
$25,000 in a grant to help you buy your first home, which
for
is not a
YIMBYism.
policy proposal at all. Actually, it's just I'm going to give you some money. It's a grant. It doesn't reduce the prices of homes. It just helps mitigate the current high prices. So not a policy proposal. You said that just because it happens close in time doesn't mean it was their fault. I find that especially ironic because you prescribed that to all my compatriots here on the panel. But despite that fact, your friends here continue to say that Trump left the economy in a worse place than he entered office. Well, why was that? It wasn't because of his policies. We saw that if the pandemic never happened, Trump would have left the economy in the best place it
I don't
had
think they
ever
were
been.
blaming
It was the pandemic that
on
caused
him.
the leaving of the economy in the worst place it had ever been, not Trump's actual actions.
True,
So
but then you don't apply that.
Okay.
It was a point of hypocrisy against you because you don't apply that same logic to Biden when he's dealing with the effects of COVID.
slavery and child slavery or labor that's effectively
I guess we're
equivalent
doing
to
this with
slavery
tariffs now.
in foreign
Okay.
countries. Tariffs works to eliminate that. It de-incentivizes the use of foreign labor, especially in places where they are paid almost nothing, and brings it back home where we're legally obligated to pay people wages that are acceptable. On top of that, it
as the
eliminates the problem
data
of
has
us
shown.
being completely dependent on countries that are either our literal enemies or countries that will soon be absorbed by our enemies, i.e. Taiwan. Trump little
bit of doomerism there. Soon be absorbed.
You said that Trump.
We've given up
Biden
already.
has more manufacturing jobs than Trump ever did. That's true. There are more manufacturing jobs now than there was under Trump, but the proportional increase is like nothing compared to what Trump did. Trump in his first 2 years had over 400,000 manufacturing jobs added to the economy. Biden his entire term have 175,000. The rest were all returning jobs. The sharpest increase in returning jobs is while Trump was still in office.
Okay, and with that, we have...
I don't know. I'd have to know what it's setting. Proportional.
Is there anybody that wants to start us off? Kevin grabbed it first, so Kevin gets it.
Yeah, I know. I was listening to Pisco while I was away, and he had said that, well, you know, you put a lot of trust into Trump about the freedom cities, but what if he doesn't do it? I want to be clear right here, just on the record. There's like a 98% chance he doesn't even get
Foreign workers don't make enough money compared to U.S. standards to just eliminate their jobs. I know, it's wild. It's like, they're probably never going to, like, the U.S. have child labor for a while till we could afford to get rid of it. It's probably the same thing for other countries, right?
$800 extra a month more than we were a few years ago.
Total manufacturing. This is total.
That's you know, does nothing. That's just cushion it basically with our cash. And so no, I don't trust that he's going to do it. It's just he's one of the only people I've even seen talking about it. That's to clarify
how many people
my
here?
position.
I just want to ask, how many people on this panel even knew that this was a policy going into this debate?
Probably nobody.
I mean, we're all very attuned people. We're all very
the
political
freedom
people.
cities.
Yeah, freedom cities.
Yeah, I've heard about that, and the federal land.
Are we talking about
Okay.
freedom cities or economic opportunity zones?
No, we're
cities.
talking about specifically the cities that.
Yeah, I have no idea what
that
that is.
I've heard the freedom
it's
cities
even
mentioned like
possible that
twice.
the
I don't
conservatives
even.
here know about the policy, but I'm not convinced that the rhetoric on freedom cities has reached critical mass such that we can talk about any. You know, we were talking about like the lack of specifics on the building of homes. How many people are being affected by this rhetoric? How much commitment is there on the MAGA base for him to follow through?
I agree with you, but he is.
Oh, he also mentioned the
talked about it. Now he hasn't done it as much as I would like, not anywhere near. But the question is, if he started talking
proportion
about it,
of income
well,
by
people don't know about it. That's not really a valid criticism because talking about it changes that. It gets people to talk about it. Right?
I don't know what on earth he's citing for this.
Real people. I think that
building new cities will.
I think that proposing solutions that have no chance of success is not going to help Americans. I know
that's not true. That's not true. They've built hundreds in China, and it's been working, and people have better housing now.
I'm talking about this country and what I know about this country.
Why can't people have nice things, Pisco?
Yeah,
why can't people have nice things here?
Pisco.
In this country, as you are, right? You said 90.
Are you a landlord, Pisco? Pisco, are you a landlord?
You're
not a landlord.
It's not relevant. I'm not a landlord.
No, but it is relevant because landlords oppose the construction of new cities.
It's completely irrelevant about whether I am a landlord or not. I'm a tenant. I am not a landlord, but even if I was,
so then it's in your financial interest to have more housing stock available.
So I agree that more housing stock is important. That's why I support, and I hope that you would too. Do you or do you not support Kamala Harris's proposal to spend money on 3 million new homes? Would you support that?
Yeah, I've looked into it. I think it's good. The problem,
is
but the problem is, I also agree with Cam. I don't think she's going to do it, and I agree with you. I don't think Trump's going to do it. That's the problem. Is that both of these guys, at the end of the day, serve capital, not labor. So
in this country, I'm sorry.
Why do they get this guy, man?
I think you're going to have a problem here with some of the libs. In this country, the power of capital is endemic into all of our issues, right? It's like
liberalism is a cancer. Of course I have a problem.
You're not going to get rid of it in the next 20, 30 years, and your attempts to try.
You're going to lose to China. You're going to lose to China.
I have no clue what Cam is citing for his numbers. It'd be really useful if he just said his source.
I'm telling you, it's not going to be successful, and every single proposal that you're going to have is going to require a private-public partnership. If not, it's not going to get out the door. I know this country. I know it's going to work, and what you're asking for is pie in the sky, and it won't work.
No, but it's not pie in the sky. It's been done before. It's been done in China, and it was a public-private partnership. The difference there is that the government is the primary shareholder in about 98% of their companies.
So they discontinued in 20.
I
So
don't think
whoa.
Trump. I don't think Trump is gonna build many new American cities. Like this seems kind of.
Cam
preposterous to
Higby
me. I
argued.
mean,
That doesn't
at the very
surprise
least,
me. He
hasn't-
argued for nuking North Korea preemptively. Dude, why is it lagging? Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's doing that.
Talking about it. At least he's
Well,
talking
really,
about it, right?
well, sure. Trump talks about a lot of dumb shit, right? I mean, I don't know how seriously we can take
What on earth?
any one policy that Trump actually proposes, right? But if we compare what they've actually proposed, it seems like the actual welfare-inducing things, like, you agreed that Biden was an extremely pro-labor candidate. Obviously, that's the case.
I don't know
talks
why
about who
it's so
actually
low.
co-sponsors things.
Mass migration, but yes.
Yeah,
on
but
some
he did
issues.
not cause.
but
Wait, Kevin. Did he cause that? How did he cause it? If he did.
Convoy doesn't want to debate it. Damn.
By keeping the borders open, essentially.
Wait, when you say keeping the border open, you're aware that he is deporting record numbers of individuals. When you say
It's
keeping the
been
border
basically
open,
flat
what do you
since
mean by that?
2009.
What I mean is by essentially continuing the status quo, which also Trump did too. He continued the status quo
Okay,
of
so
allowing,
in terms,
allowing the importation of cheap labor.
What do you mean allowing?
Undercut wages and drive up rents.
He's
What do you mean
deporting
allowing?
record numbers of people because there's record numbers of encounters. He's also allowing record numbers of people to just be released into the country.
Okay,
I don't know what the hell
so-
you're talking about.
I'm going to give you a little primer about what it is I'm talking about. So in this country,
Yeah.
if you cross the border and are in America, right? You've not gone through entry and inspection and admission. You are considered an applicant for admission if you're stopped any place. In this country, the law gives you procedures before they can deport you, even expedited procedures. And so under the law in this country, we are not allowed to summarily throw you out. We have a very long fucking border. So when you say that we have
we release people and they're not accountable to appear for the court dates.
I couldn't hear.
Oh
stop.
my
Okay,
God.
stop.
They're all speaking
Guys,
over each
please,
other
no
now.
one can hear anything
Order,
that
I'm going
anyone's
back
saying.
6 days.
It's all sorry. You were all three talking at the same time. So this is the order I'm gonna do it, okay? Because Pisco just talked. So we're gonna go Cam because Cam rose his hand and I want to make sure he gets to talk. Then we'll have Kevin add anything he wants to add. Then we'll bring it back to Pisco to respond before moving to the rest of the room. Lactoid, I'm writing your name down.
Man, I don't even remember exactly what I was going to say. I was going to push back on something Kevin said about China. China only has their legs. Yeah, China only has their legs underneath them because of reforms under Deng that brought them closer to a market economy. So I just disagree with that. But I think Pisco's in the situation where he's going to
Deng was a socialist. You know what Deng said? He said
Deng was a
socialism
socialist
is
with
not
capital
poverty,
reforms.
yet rich is glorious, right?
Deng was a socialist.
Why are you feeling the housing market right now?
Oh, man.
So are you okay? So you're saying what Deng did was basically move towards market
The
economy.
conservative
Why not
infighting.
do what Deng did then, right? That's not communism,
because
then,
I don't
right?
agree with everything Deng did, but it's an objective fact that the reason China was able to get their feet back underneath them is because Deng brought back markets. Okay, so I'm about to defend you.
Yeah, guess
I'm about
what?
to defend
Okay,
you.
Deng was based. Deng was a total Chad. Why not be more like
he's
Deng
more
then?
east than Mao,
But
but
let
he
me
was
guess, we can't be
Chad.
more like Deng because he was a communist. Then. Which is it? Which is it?
It's not a socialism debate, Kevin. I was pushing back.
No, well, we're talking about economics. We're talking about economics. So I love how liberals always do this. They do the whole
Kevin, the most socialist
China
candidate running is
communist.
Kamala Harris.
And then you bring this up, and they're like, well, no, actually, that's capitalist. And then you say, okay, let's do that then. And then they say, no, you're a communist.
Deng Xiaoping thought. Okay, let's bring it back to the economy and away from China for a second.
Dude, they listed like 800 million out of poverty, and you're
Oh my God,
Trump
bro.
and Harris are falling on that regard. So
Yeah, 800 million under poverty. And
Sure, Biden lifted a decent number of people out of poverty, although some of those gains were lost because we didn't continue our COVID stimulus after COVID, obviously.
Now, I'm going to defend you,
yeah, no,
Kevin.
that's not true. That's not true. That's like CNN.
absolutely
Oh
true.
my God, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Currently
This
is
is like
crashing.
1948, dude.
I'm a Trump conspiracy theorist, bro. I don't watch CNN.
Now that we've drawn the lines in the sand over China, I think so. We had Cam, we had Kevin, or wait, Cam, did you finish responding to Pisco?
Cam was about to own me.
Yeah. Please own.
Well, not
Pisco,
really,
please.
but all right, Pisco, get ready, prepare.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that I think that Pisco was kind of in a position where he had to articulate a fundamental difference between America and China that would result in the policy Kevin was proposing working in China and not working in America, which I don't think was fully done. That's not necessarily me coming for your balls, Pisco, but I think that wasn't articulated. I don't remember. I was going to respond to something else Pisco said, but I didn't write it down, so I forgot
immigration
it.
stuff. I talked about immigration stuff.
Oh yeah. There's more. Yeah, there's more encounters now, so obviously more people are being deported. I think the biggest problem right now with the immigration issue is that when we catch people, we release them. We don't hold them accountable to appear on their court dates.
Well, that's how the law works. What does Trump even want to do on that issue?
So, as a function of the limited number of beds that exist, and there are certain things that make one inadmissible.
I haven't heard Trump say anything on the actual reforms that are needed.
And as a function of just not having enough space and not having enough resources, there are people who are supposed to be, under mandatory detention, according to the law, supposedly, who are let out. Right? That's what's.
And this is something Trump wants to do: is build more facilities.
Okay, so Biden.
He actually didn't he appropriate FEMA funds for that?
Money given to the immigration system, including for housing, that kind of thing. But every time
you want to go here, Pisco, you want to go here?
Number one,
I don't think you want to go here.
When that does happen, people start conspiracy theories about how FEMA is, displacing money.
All right. Let's not pivot. Let's get back to the bipartisan border bill. I think you were referring to.
I'm trying. Yeah, I am 100% referring to that bill.
Okay,
and
great.
I'm happy to defend it on the merits. But I just want to be clear. When we start paying for housing, people like Kevin, I have to say, or I don't know, actually, if this is Kevin's position, start yelling about how we're not giving money to American workers and we're giving it to migrants for housing purposes. That's number one. And number two.
No, I want to build public housing, dude. Okay. I want to build public housing like they did after World War II.
So true, so based.
For illegal immigrants?
No, they're not citizens.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to have mandatory detention programs, and if you think that the lack of mandatory detention programs because of lack of housing, which by the way is a problem that coexists throughout the entirety of the history of the Immigration and Nationality Act, just so you know. So Kevin's whole thing, like the borders are open because of what? Catch and release. He can't point to a single policy on which Biden administration is not enforcing the immigration.
I can point to one. I can point to one.
It's because you guys have been run by capitalists.
Okay, you're all talking at the you're all talking at the same time, so nobody's saying anything. Okay, Kevin, 10 seconds. Please make it 10 seconds. Then we're bringing it back to Cam before going to Lactoid, who's been waiting very patiently.
Yeah. So it's been going on longer than Trump and Biden because you guys have been run by capitalists for decades, and they profit from illegal labor. That's why they keep the
so true.
Open.
Okay. So Trump. Biden. I just want to get this from Kevin. Biden is keeping the border open just as much as Trump is.
I can't even hear you, dude.
No, absolutely not. Another thing that we need to do is work on borders.
I'm curious what Lactoid's policy that he doesn't think Biden enforcing is.
I want to hear
Or explain this. I can after this.
Quickly, I get 10 seconds. I'm sorry. There's other people that have been waiting the whole debate, and it's mostly been like 3 people. So I want to make sure that other people get to talk. So Pisco, you'll get 10, 15 seconds. Then we're going to Cam. Then we're going to the beautiful world of Lactoid.
Sure. So this is the last thing I'll ask to Kevin. Since Kevin pointed to the open border policy of Joe Biden being one of continuing a regime of capital incentivizing illegal immigration, you would agree, wouldn't you, that the border is open under Biden to the same extent that it was open under Trump? And as you said, it pre-exists both of them. So that's correct.
That's correct,
right?
Yeah, and that's a problem. And if you're an actual nationalist, that should bother you.
Cam.
Okay, so the problem is that Trump was working towards a more secure border. I went to the border under Biden, and I shot a documentary, and I interviewed Border Patrol agents, and what they told me, and National Guard, and what they told me, and I'm going back in 6 days, what they told me was they literally watch people cross the border, they cross the Rio Grande, or they cross places where the river's not there, and they just let them cross, and then they bring them into open arms, and they take them into the system, right? That's the problem. We should be preventing them from...
Once you cross the middle of that river...
That's how the law works.
In America, they're entitled to procedures. Now what?
Right. We can add security.
That's a big issue. That's how the law. That's the whole.
Should they follow the law? Should they follow the law, or should they not follow the law?
You're a lawyer. Change the law.
Follow the law, right?
You can only be a responder. You're gonna keep yapping like a dog, dude. Come on.
Yeah. So like when Kevin says change the law,
you keep asking me questions. You're going back to Kevin because you're afraid of me, bro.
I'm
so true.
Let's schedule a one-on-one debate. I'm not afraid of you at all.
I'm happy to, bro. I'm so happy to.
Oh, that'd be so awesome, man.
We need to increase border security measures.
Wait, I'll do a debate.
Is that Dylan? Oh, I thought Dylan was interrupting. Okay.
Oh no, anyway, I was locking the chains of fate. Now it has to happen.
This is what Trump was like working to do, and Biden is not working to do. That's the fundamental difference. So with that being said, there were so many interruptions and Pisco trying to go back to Kevin that I don't remember what I was even responding to at this point.
You were saying that because they were crossing international borders, they were crossing international borders, and I can't believe it. They're giving them procedures and
right. So put some buoys with some barbed wire.
That doesn't change the procedures that they have to go through. That doesn't actually address the issue, which is that immigrants are incentivized to go here because they're entitled to those procedures that allow them to get into the country and stay there really easily.
Making Mexico great again. You're not going to see as many people coming over.
Let's switch over to the Mexican presidency.
Okay, an actual policy.
El Salvador, they're making themselves great again.
Oh no, okay. El Salvador, Mexico is great. We're talking about America. We're talking about okay. Canadian. We're talking about America right now. Lactoid.
Yeah, we have more immigration than you.
Jesus Christ!
We have more immigration than you.
Canadian.
5 times as much.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Free speech is banned in Canada. Can we serve mute? Thank you. Server muting the Canadian official Canadian censorship.
Wow. Based.
Thank you. Remain in Mexico.
They got rid of that policy.
When the Mexicans get here, we got to let them out in America. What did Biden do? Biden immediately reversed remain in Mexico.
That's not a case of them not enforcing the law. Didn't Pisco ask for a case of them not enforcing the law?
It is not at all.
Which they had.
Even 1%, even 0.5% of the numbers that people are talking about with respect to the border crisis. So you're citing the policy as though that is at all.
No, it's because hold on. Just to be clear, I'm not. No. It's a pebble. It's a pebble compared to what we have now. Just compared to what we have now, not compared to what we had then. Just to be clear, I'm not hawkish on immigration, but when you're saying that, like, oh, there's no difference, Biden didn't do anything different, that's absolutely not true, right? Biden gets elected and he reverses a number of policies, the most significant of which is remain in Mexico. We want to talk about asylum cases.
Not hawkish on libertarian because libertarians
oh my God,
CEOs and beef packing plants.
Okay, yeah. You supported Chinese housing policy before, and China is currently undergoing a housing crisis since 2020. Like ever.
Oh, that is true. I forgot about that.
Ridiculous housing policy.
That's a meme.
I knew you were a fucking communist. Anyway, sure.
Stock of about 1 billion units.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Sure. No, the reason why you're not hawkish is because you're a libertarian. You want to bring in illegal labor to pay them less than minimum wage. Exploit.
True.
I like tacos. I like Mexican food. It's good. And the women are attractive, right? That's the reason. But when
based.
By the way, just quickly, guys.
Actually, most based thing Lactoid has said. Wow.
But there's other
incredible.
Like, for example, tariffs. I saw you guys were clashing on tariffs earlier. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on the tariff proposal of Donald Trump in a second. But Lactoid, you can finish up what you were trying to say.
I'm just going to finish up, right? Because Biden ended a number of things. The biggest one being remain in Mexico. When you're saying, oh, we have no choice, we just they come in, it's international law, we got to let them out in America. It's absolutely not the case. Remain in Mexico. They can wait in Mexico while they wait for their proceedings. That can happen. Biden reversed it immediately upon election. Now, again, I'm not hawkish on immigration, but I don't think that it's fair to say, well, Trump and Biden are the same on the border. It's absolutely not true. And China's housing policy fucking sucks, like all communist policies. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, guess what? 94% own their own home, versus 65% in America, where it's 50%.
Can they even officially own it?
Landlords are based.
Don't have a mortgage in China, dude.
Wow, base Lactoid, unironically.
A flower, bro. They're happy.
We've studied up on Deng Xiaoping.
Can't you what? Only lease it for 99 years in China? I don't even think you can officially own it.
We were doing so good so far. Okay, Hutch.
Yeah, Cam brought up the border patrol. Don't you think it's a little bit untenable to bring them up when they endorsed the border bill that was negotiated?
Yeah, because they're desperate, right? I disagree with the border bill, and I'm happy to substantiate why I disagree with the border bill. But I'm sure, as I saw how desperate these people are down at the border, I met with a lot of people who are working on Operation Lone Star, and I'm going back to meet those people in 6 days. Like I said, they're desperate, yeah, and I'm sure they haven't read the bill, so yeah.
What they said was that it wasn't perfect, but it provided them with resources that they've been needing for decades.
Yeah, but we have a better solution.
Any kind of a bill that's crafted in a divided government is not going to make both sides 100% equally happy. But the Border Patrol Union, there was broad consensus within that organization that this bill would have afforded them a lot of funding and resources, training, extra men, extra people to process these claims, so we can get the wait time down from 5 to 8 years to 3 months. There was a lot of good stuff in that bill if you're actually serious
and
about
the border patrol
dealing with catch and release programs.
It's my turn. Okay, so Yeah. Okay. So I'm happy to address that. Yeah. So the fundamental reason why I don't support the border bill is because the emergency powers granted in it are already largely powers the president has anyway and refuses to exercise. On top of that, those
he did exercise it after the bill failed to pass. He did exercise that. He did do that executive order, which is probably illegal. I think he's already been sued for it. It'll probably get struck down.
Per day over a 7-day period, which is
why is ownership so magic go for people? That is not good for labor mobility. Try to push ownership up artificially. Yeah, I mean, well, the reason home ownership is a big deal in America is just because that's how a lot of like middle class Americans build and store their wealth. I don't think it's a good system.
The average has to be 4,000, or on a mandatory basis, if 5,000 do, the issue would have to get almost twice as bad as it currently is for the president to exercise powers he already has. Sure,
so
it added extra.
Wait, I thought didn't Biden exercise it? Isn't that why crossings are down? Because he did exercise.
In addition to that, sure, it did expand some funding and blah blah blah, whatever. Great. It also expanded the legal apparatus for asylees to fight the government. Okay, so there were plenty of terrible things in this bill.
What did he mean expanded? I think he by expanded.
If Republicans vote for it now,
I think he means it would have had more asylum judges.
Allow a border bill that actually addresses the issue to pass the next time. It's going to be an insurmountable mountain for Republicans to pass to get HR 2 passed. Okay.
Trump's opposition to this bill had nothing to do with the substance of the bill.
Prove
very openly.
Cite it.
Mitch McConnell, even Ted Cruz, I believe, said this. Lindsey Graham. You have multiple Republican lawmakers go on the record.
Mitch McConnell speculated. He had no evidence at all. He didn't hear it from Trump.
Well, okay, wait. I don't. Wait, guys. Wait.
Be quiet. Go ahead, Hutch.
Shush.
No.
Kevin, you're getting too unruly, okay? I have to deport you.
Jeremiah just tried to like fucking co-opt Dylan Burns' position.
I didn't hear what he said first, so I don't know if it's speculation or not. But can I hear what these people said about the bill?
Yeah, they said that Donald Trump made phone calls and pressured Republican lawmakers to not give Joe Biden a win during an election year. It had nothing to do with the substance of the bill.
Not even disputed.
And if you have a problem, like if you have a problem conceptually with there not being any caps on the amount of people, like you said, it was 4,000 to 5,000.
Okay, my understanding.
Average,
Biden did pass that executive order.
Like just not having a bill and then not having any caps. You say, well, it doesn't really matter because the president has that power. Wouldn't it be better to codify these rules?
Yeah,
wouldn't it be better to like?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll respond to that. I'll go ahead and respond to that, Hutch.
Sure.
Mitch McConnell said that Trump made calls to Republicans in Congress, told them to vote against it. He speculated.
Biden's unlawful executive order is bad policy.
He never said that Donald Trump explicitly said that. Yeah, go ahead and say it for me.
Doubt that? No, hold on.
Let me doubt that.
June 4th.
I'm not done, Hutch. The reason that the
President Biden announced today he'll impose a near complete ban on asylum for anyone across the border illegally.
Absolutely, I doubt that. The bill was shit, and Trump repeatedly talked about it.
So naive.
Exactly why
Trump had
let me hear. Wait. 1 second. Let me hear from.
I'd like to get my licks in.
I want to hear from Cam why he doubts that, why he thinks that he was speculation and he would say something like that.
Yeah, because Trump's record on this bill has been absolutely clear. Every single time he's spoken about it, he said that it was a horrendous bill that was like a betrayal of America.
The Border Patrol Union supported a horrendous bill? The Border Patrol Union supported a horrendous bill.
Yeah, the Border Patrol supported a horrendous bill.
Because they're stupid,
absolutely.
they don't know what they need.
No, I didn't say that. They probably hadn't read it. These people work 9 to 5.
They didn't read the bill. Border Patrol did not read the border bill.
Okay. Yep, probably not. Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Okay. So, yeah, sure. All right. That's real big talk, Pisco. But every time I ask you for a source,
you have a low opinion of the union. You have a low opinion of the union. You think they didn't read the bill?
To be fair, they are Trump's
the substance now, or are we going to be doing tainting the well left and right here? Do I actually get to respond to what Hutch said about limits?
Sure, you can respond.
Guys. Perfect. Okay. So, Hutch, you said like, why would I not want to like codify the limits and the abilities that the president has? Because the president already has these abilities, and the bill just.
I feel like the stock market also gets spelled out more than the housing market does, Chad. Like quantitative easing like directly inflates like stock prices. Doesn't really do the same for housing.
But what happens if the next Democratic president comes in and it's just totally open borders and doesn't want to enforce it? Now you don't have anything codified, and they can just do open borders or whatever, right? I mean,
okay, but the bill
that's what we have right now.
That's the current issue. That's the problem. Okay, and on top of that, you asked me. I'll say this again. I'm like, why Trump, why might Trump not be using this just to get a win? Blah blah whatever. He openly endorses HR 2, which is a much better border bill that's currently waiting for approval in the Senate in a presidential signature. If Joe Biden got that bill passed and then signed it, guess what would happen? It'd be a huge win for Joe Biden. Border win for Joe Biden.
Next time you guys get a trifecta on government, next time you guys get a trifecta on government, you can do that. But you're in a divided government. You have a Democratic president.
That's not what I was saying. You asked me.
Why would you expect?
I know that Trump wasn't using it for a win, and I answered the question because it doesn't make any sense why he would continue to endorse HR 2.
Why would you expect that a piece of Republican-crafted legislation should just be passed under a Democratic president? If you guys want to do that, get control of the government.
Because it's bipartisan. Both sides seem to believe
like that.
Solving the border crisis. Joe Biden says he supports solving the border crisis.
Yeah, there are probably good or bad ways to solve the border crisis, right?
Slam dunk for
probably
Joe
ways
Biden.
Democrats disagree with to solve the border crisis, I would imagine.
Bipartisan bill, yeah. It was never actually bipartisan.
You accused the border.
Republicans never supported it. Wrong.
You accused the border patrol.
Langford helped with it, but nobody else did.
You accused the border patrol union of not reading the bill. I think Cam Higbee hasn't read the border patrol bill. Or
you haven't read it. I've got it in front of me right now.
Or the Immigration and Nationality Act, which specifically states that applicants for admission within a certain parameter of the border bill, within a certain time period of when they're captured, are entitled to expedited removal procedures. These caps relate to a power to summarily throw people out of the country. That is not a power that the president currently has. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the president has the authority to suspend and make inadmissible certain categories of non-citizens. But the reason why we give people like procedures before you throw people out of the country is because banishment is an incredibly potent ability. We want to make sure that the people that we are banishing from the country are A, not entitled to be here, or B, not even citizens. That's the reason why we have procedures before we throw people out of the country. And what these cutoffs
So, Pisco, are you going to address my argument, or are you going to pivot? Because everything you're saying is a pivot.
Limit and tailor the authority of the president in these specific circumstances to summarily throw people out of the country, which the president under current law cannot do, right? The president cannot just throw out any alien in the Immigration Nationality Act's definitions just because he wants to. That is not an authority the president currently has. If you don't know that, you're
you should be an Olympic athlete, bro, because you are good as fuck at running, dude. You should be an Olympic athlete.
Yeah. So
didn't they already agree to a one-on-one debate?
Like over here, bro.
You stated that the president does have the authority.
He has the authorities given in the border bill, the Emergency Powers Act.
That's what I said. He does not have the power. So I'm going to cite one power that he does not have.
Joe Biden has exercised them through executive action.
Yes, it's illegal.
So
they could remain in Mexico, right, Pisco?
So it's not precisely the same. And also, I believe that is an illegal act by Joe Biden. I believe that that's one of the things I most criticize Joe Biden for, is something that I believe to be illegal and not authorized.
What?
He's being sued for it right now, I'm pretty sure.
The law, just so you know. Criminal and unlawful. So you're an
Is that an impeachable offense, breaking the law?
I'm once again going to school you on basics.
All you have is
I'm once again going to school you on basics. Just because something is
I'm pretty sure the ACLU already sued him for it. I look it up.
Okay, but it's still an impeachable offense. Is it if it's illegal? If you commit
well, anything's impeachable, right?
I don't think necessarily that illegal acts are.
So illegal actions are not impeachable.
I don't think that illegal actions are.
I guess.
I don't believe that illegal actions by themselves are sufficient for impeachment. No, I do not believe that to be the case. Every single president in the history of the United States has had some, well, at least in the modern history of the United States, has had some policies they've done deemed
Biden
unlawful by the
sued.
Supreme Court. So that's a ridiculous
border
statement that you just made. Once again, if you give me enough
executive
time,
order.
I will dismantle everything you're saying. And the
ACLU is sued Biden over new executive actions on the southern border.
Summarily throw aliens out of this country.
Yeah, you brought that up.
You know what?
He does not have that authority under the Immigration Nationality
Act.
You're running like a track star.
I love the Cam Higbee Pisco show as much as the next guy, but you guys already agreed to a debate in the future. So if you want to hash it out individually, you can be on the undercard of the next Hippy Dippy, and we can continue the show for everybody that wants to see it. But I want to give an opportunity because I did want to touch on the tariff stuff because it was talked about earlier, and I said we could maybe reshift to it here. But also I want to make sure that I'm not taking up too much of your time, because if we talk about tariffs and this goes on for a bit, we might not have enough time for the bonus topic on foreign policy. So I just wanted to check with you guys. Did you want to talk about the tariffs or just go straight on to foreign policy? Because I want to make sure that.
Please talk about the tariffs. Please talk about the tariffs.
I think foreign policy is really important. I think
I vote foreign
I
policy.
think they're both related.
Thank you,
actually.
Econ boy.
No, God,
Like
please.
seriously, look
policy.
at chips.
It's gonna be a horrible
production.
discussion.
No,
Oh, I'd love to
at
talk about chips and science act.
production, right?
So most of you are saying
if
foreign
you get
policy.
domestic manufacturing,
Wait,
you're
I
not
can't defend the
forced
tariffs.
to defend
So
Taiwan.
it seems like most of you guys want to talk about.
You have more
Wait, okay,
flexibility.
Kevin, I got your opinion. I think most of you guys want to talk about foreign policy. I think a few of you don't want to, but it seems most of you do. So if you want to talk about the tariffs thing, we can talk about it as the outro to this topic. Of course, you get 2 minutes. And so if you wanted to talk about the 20% universal tariff, you can. We're gonna start with, we'll start with Kevin Cassie for outros. And also for everybody at home, donations for this topic. You only got like a few more minutes because I'm gonna read through the list soon. So if you want to ask questions or anything about any of this topic, donate now. DylanBurns.tv. Okay, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Dylan. So, yeah, no, tariffs, as far as operating within the economy as it exists right now, tariffs are one of the few things that you can get away with in like a liberal system that are actually advantageous towards your workers in terms of undoing the damage of the neoliberal revolution. So America and Canada used to make a lot of stuff, big factories, car manufacturing, steel manufacturing, right? And then that was
I'm gonna
all
shoot
shifted
myself.
overseas. How do you get that
This
back?
guy's econ. There's no way. No way is the econ agree.
You can't. It's over. You got to play by our game and accept your service economy and your
Even
free
like
jobs with no benefits instead of your one union manufacturing job. Tariffs give you
worker
a way
benefits
out of
have
that
only
and say,
been
no, we can
increasing.
actually
Non-wage
rebuild and undo the
compensation has
damage
only
that's
been
done.
increasing.
You
That's
just
just
kinda have to be
entirely
smart about
false.
them,
But
get
okay.
strategic about them. At the end of the day, Canada and the U.S. are both countries that are one of the few that can be self-reliant.
Let him right guy
If you're in
communist or something.
Andorra,
He's a
that's tough.
weird
You're gonna be
populist
needing dependency on
dude.
other countries. But if you're in
I don't
America
know.
or Canada, you can do everything at home. And doing that allows you to not be forced to fight wars to secure access to things like oil or steel.
Oh, so true.
or
Yep, gotta
chips.
bring that
Now,
one in
I'll
somehow.
close by saying here, look, a lot of people say you hate immigrants, you hate migrants or whatever. No, I don't. I want to be clear. American CEOs and their lackey politicians are only there to exploit you. My message to migrants that do want to come in seeking a better opportunity for them and their families is to stop giving in to their brain drain of your countries and make your own country great again, like they're doing in Mexico under
Are you kidding
Sheinbaum
me?
or El Salvador under Bukele. Bukele has reduced murders by 50x in the time that he's been in power. Remarkable. Sheinbaum is actively upholding workers'
There
rights
is like a
throughout
brain
Mexico,
drain
making their economy
aspect
great,
of
where
it,
people
but
don't
like
wanna
it's
leave.
so.
Here's the thing: migration is not done to help
Blaming
migrants.
immigrants
It's
for
done
leaving
to
their
brain
country.
drain the developing world and alienate workers in the developed world. It's only done to divide and
For
conquer,
causing
so
brain
capital
drain
can
just
prosper
seems
and we can lose.
goofy.
Thank you.
Okay.
RC.
Which point do you want me to reply to?
Oh, you can talk
specifically?
about anything. You could talk about tariffs. You could talk about anything. It's your section. Say whatever you want.
So did we decide to stay on tariffs, or are we gonna go to foreign policy?
I said that if you
we're
want to talk about
closing.
tariffs, you can talk about it as the outro, but we're going to move on to foreign policy.
Understood. So between Trump and Kamala, I imagine who has a stronger foreign policy position. Trump has a proven record to have a stronger
Well,
foreign
no,
policy.
I said that this is the outro for the economic section, and then we're going to move on.
Oh,
to-
I
yeah.
understand. I got it. I misunderstood.
No worries.
Okay, so with I'm just gonna kind of reiterate what I was saying earlier. Actually, I wanted to make a point that I heard earlier. It was pretty early on in this section. I wrote it down, but there's so many subjects got brought up. So I think it may have been Pisco that brought up the fact that the Biden administration passed the Inflation Act, and that helped to bring down
Inflation
inflation.
Act.
So the
I don't think it
area
really. I
that's,
probably was neutral on
we
inflation.
should
I don't
give
think
credit
it
to
increased or
fight
decreased inflation
is the
much.
Federal
But
Reserve, which acts
brain drain is a
independently of
thing,
the
but allowing skilled
administration.
workers to work
We
abroad
can
and
look
send
to
the
the
remittances home
1980s
mostly at
where
waste. Oh, that's
inflation
true.
was,
Yeah,
I think,
remittances. I forgot about that.
14.2% at its peak, and the chairman at the time, I believe his name was Paul. I can't remember his last name. Paul V something. Paul. Volcker,
another
yeah.
kickbot.
So
Let's go.
He's credited with reversing the inflation by increasing.
Also, we should just allow more like seasonal visas and stuff. Like allow immigrants to come here and work in construction. They can work here for either seasonally or just to let them like work here for like a few years, and then they'll probably move back to their home country to retire. Like,
yeah, that's really all I wanted to say.
Understood. Now we're throwing it over to Pisco.
Yeah, I think that I never said that the Inflation Reduction Act was the primary reason that inflation came down. I do agree with you that the Federal Reserve's monetary policy almost certainly has a greater role in the reduction in inflation than any kind of fiscal policy or spending by the Biden administration. I said I credited them with a soft landing, and I'm using your standards, the standards of post hoc ergo propter hoc, whereas just because things happen in a certain time, we were giving credit for Donald Trump's economy under his
I think
regime.
the soft landing does have to do at least a little bit with Biden because of the
prices down. I think
just because I think the fiscal stimulus probably kept consumption spending up,
fluctuating, but they're investing
probably mitigated any paradox of thrift concerns there.
In medication, that's another one that we didn't really talk about. They're capping the price of insulin, and they're trying to
this
do
is true
other
as
drugs
well.
And so I think there are other reasons why we're having a soft landing, where you're not seeing as much, not just you're lowering inflation, but you're also not seeing a recession that you can credit the administration for, or at least give them some credit for it. And I think that Conboy can speak more about that. In general, I think the economic situation has been, it was a big toughie for a while for factors completely outside of Biden's control, just like the COVID pandemic in some respects out of Trump's control, but they have done and performed exceptionally well. The legislation they have passed has invested in things that have good returns, like the Infrastructure Act or the Chips and Science Act, which I don't think anyone here even disputes. And so in general,
Cam doesn't like the Chips and Science Act for some reason. I don't know why he hasn't gotten to elaborate.
We need to see more of these policies and more ambition. I do agree with Kevin. There's some.
I don't know what he's probably just going to say, like, no factories have opened yet. When, like, yeah, obviously they take years to open. Like, we should have expected they'll all open. My guess would he's going to mention delays, and he's going to mention that factories haven't opened. That's my guess for what he's going to say. The Chips and Science Act, we'll see.
In general, the administration has not been the reason for the increase in illegal immigration. They've been trying to find solutions, but it's going to require congressional involvement. And the one piece of bipartisan legislation that was available to address that solution was stopped by Donald Trump.
Okay, throwing it now over to Lactoid.
Yeah, so I do blame the Biden-Harris presidency for some degree of the inflation. Obviously, the coronavirus and also the war in Ukraine is going to affect that as well. I'm not saying it doesn't. The global supply chain disruptions are going to affect inflation as well. But government spending absolutely also impacts inflation. And when you have Biden passing all the bills that he has and raising spending in the way that he did, this is absolutely going to create a inflationary pressure. We didn't. I
think anyone disagrees with that. I would just say the trade-offs are probably worth it.
That I think Trump is doing good, or that he did good, and then he's proposing to do good, right?
Also, there was no way to know before he passed it exactly how much it would increase inflation.
Is obviously a fantastic policy. But I want to contrast this with some of I think the economic illiteracy proposed or spoken about by the Harris candidate going into this election, right? I mean, you have statements in favor of what is essentially rent control.
Oh my God!
Price controls in the called
price controls in groceries.
These have been universally panned.
What has Harris even said on rent control? I don't think Harris has said anything on rent control.
On unrealized gains, unrealized capital gains. That's particularly, I think, scary. Mass proposals for spending. I mean, it's just not good.
Mass spending, so base.
Smaller government. Trump isn't good, but he's absolutely better than Kamala Walz, and so consider that in your when it comes time to voting on November 5th.
Okay, pondering politics.
Yeah, so
I need leather.
I'm super quick. So a couple of things.
That's what I need string for, so I can make the cow farm.
Manufacturing claims that were made earlier.
Today, Biden's fiscal stimulus caused some excess inflation. It's fair enough, but why ignore that it was actually a successful stimulus and the U.S. is doing super well? Yeah, that's the thing is that you should have to acknowledge that trade-off, but people don't. People just like blaming him for inflation. But he doesn't get any credit on the low unemployment.
So this idea that the Republicans get to be the tail that wags the dog.
Well,
is absurd.
I mean, I give credit for it.
On the other foot, Republicans would never permit it. Joe Biden is the most powerful man on earth. Donald Trump should not be given carte blanche to set the legislative agenda. agenda. Republicans have an inferior position. So this idea that they should have opposed the border bill because they didn't get everything they want and Democrats didn't give them everything they want is absurd. That's just politics. Democrats should have gotten more than the Republicans did. And by the way, that bipartisan border bill was relatively conservative. I would argue it's much more conservative than it was liberal. There were 75 senators, I think, total in the initial rounds of negotiations towards the end. So all 50 Democrats supported. I think it was 15 Republicans. And then, of course, Donald Trump began to voice his opposition. If Donald Trump actually had good reasons.
What's up, RD or Art by Bethany? Oh my God, it's another bot. It's another graphic designer. Oh my God, why are there so many of them today?
Campaign purposes, right? Because that would actually give more legitimacy and more cover to Trump. He killed the bill because it was a cynical wedge issue that he wanted to exploit. And yeah, at the end of the day, even the Biden-hating Border Patrol union supported it. I have no reason to believe that they didn't read the bill. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they would endorse something, basically brought forth by, at least in part by Democrats.
You're a bot.
If they opposed Biden, right? Presumably it's because
probably
they
not
read
bot,
the
but
text.
it's probably
They saw that
just
even though
someone
it
proud
was
in graphic
bipartisan
design.
and would give Biden a political victory in a tense election year is because they actually appreciated the merits of the bill, at least to some extent or another. So I don't know. I just thought that whole tangent was absurd.
Perfect timing. Throwing it over to Hutch.
Yeah, I want to take the time during my outro to address something that's been salient over the last couple of weeks. We didn't really get to touch on it while we were having this conversation, but there's a lot of discourse going on right now about the amount of relief that people should get during an emergency, the amount of FEMA funds that should be dispersed. And I just want to point out, Joe Biden has advocated for Congress to come back into an emergency session and expand these funds. And it's Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House,
who doesn't want to call them back.
Put the brakes on that and said, no, we're not going to get to that until after the election. This is just one example of many that we can discuss where Democrats are more open to providing direct relief to Americans. I'm not going to spend all my time getting into all the different policies. We already had this discussion.
Oh, wow, she followed.
So thank you guys for letting me speak.
Don't worry, I'm not here to sell you anything. Don't believe you. Don't believe you.
Boy.
I don't know why I have the chat up. I don't need the chat up there.
These are all fantastic points.
You're
muted,
boy.
Oh, sorry. I was being polite. Goddammit. Okay, I had my mic muted when I wasn't talking. Unlike certain Canadians on the panel. But anyway,
Wow,
so sorry.
owned.
Unfortunately, we
Get
got bogged
fucked.
down into an immigration discussion. Look, I think immigration in general is good. I don't really find.
Please, at least mention the monetary independence of the Fed.
An incredible problem. There's certainly some problems.
Please,
with
it
the
has to come up at least
asylum-seeking
once.
process, And to the extent that we care about that, obviously the bill that was proposed that Biden said he would sign would address that. Trump killed that bill. So I don't know. I don't think he really takes it too seriously as an issue, just as a way to appease his base, which likes to hold mass deportation now signs, which is, of course, a pretty insane position, all things considered. Look, overall, I'll talk about some of the things that I think are good. Manufacturing jobs increased by 1 million plus under Obama. And so it's really more about the policies, not just like the net job creation. What did these administrations do in order to increase manufacturing job, increase manufacturing investment, and what is the actual status of that investment? Construction spending on new factories under Biden is literally 2.5 times what it ever was under Trump. And that's because of things like the IRA, Infrastructure Investment Act, CHIPS Act, things like that. RC, you mentioned that you like that Trump incentivizes investments in manufacturing. Well, he didn't seem to do a whole lot of that by the numbers. Biden and Kamala did do a whole lot of that, and it's because of their policies. Let's take the CHIPS Act, for example. After passing that bill, various manufacturers announced over $400 billion, $500 billion in investments in new
I think it was more than that. I think it was $800 billion total.
Subsidies available for industry, which were passed as a part of that CHIPS Act. That's a good thing. It protects American industries and also ensures that we have investment in crucial industries. Some conservatives have criticized this because the investment isn't immediately realized, but that's because chips manufacturing plants take a long time to build. But one thing that Kamala and Walz have spoken to is the inefficient permitting process. That's something you never see lip service that Trump talks about. He just talks about ending regulations vaguely. They've taken
kind of like flattening manufacturing numbers because it worked well with conservatives because he thinks increasing manufacturing is good. I don't know.
We've already got hundreds of billions of dollars of planned investment. Let's make it come online quicker. That's smart policy.
I mean, probably both.
That's not to mention that, look, welfare-inducing policies, raising taxes on the wealthy.
I would imagine he thinks some level of it
things like expanded child
is good
tax
at
credits,
least.
bigger
But
child tax credits than Trump or Vance have ever proposed or ever done. These things are good. These things
I don't know
end up
how
reducing
industrial
poverty,
policy
and they
is.
provide a ton of middle-class jobs that people can actually obtain. People that don't need advanced degrees in order to do. If you care about the middle class, if you care about them keeping more of their paycheck, if you care about less children living in poverty, if you care about expanding things like Social Security and protecting things like Medicare, these are the things that the Biden, Harris, Walz administration, Biden administration currently, Kamala administration in the future, have promised to do. These are much better for American workers than huge tax increases through universal tariffs. That's what Trump has proposed.
Okay, now we're going to throw over to Cam Higby. And Cam, I trust you to stay within the bounds as I go to use the bathroom. I expect 0 slurs. I'll be right back.
Don't worry. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so the Chips and Science Act was absolute and complete dog shit. So the problem with the Chips and Science Act is it did increase a lot of manufacturing funding, as you guys said. But the problem is that it has incredibly insane DEI standards, including requirements to hire ex-convicts, that has actually resulted in the largest chip manufacturers in the United States completely halting their factory productions. That's going to be the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company that was going to start a foundry in Arizona, which has completely halted its, production.
Was that because of the DEI standards?
Who completely stopped the, the building of their factory or their
He's just mentioning the delays.
Arizona.
Most of the projects have not been delayed, by the way.
Really hurting the semiconductor manufacturing in the United States.
Well, that wouldn't have happened at all without the Chips and Science Act, right?
So you said that Trump's thing is he's going to end regulation vaguely. That's what he says. Blah blah. That sounds almost exactly like what Kamala Harris says on her policy website. In all 3 paragraphs of her, policy about make rent more affordable, she rambles on about cool things that Joe Biden does, and then she says we're going to build houses with absolutely no substantiation how she can do that. So she's going to cut red tape. Doesn't specify what red tape she's going to cut. Doesn't explain how much money she's going to use.
How in depth does he have to go? I have I'm going to pull up the list again. The list of all the things Biden and Harris administration did to actually cut that red tape. There are like 6 things that they did, especially with like the like housing and urban development, like giving grants to communities.
Both the Penn Wharton School of Business and the
cut red
Congressional Budget
tape.
Office project that the Inflation Reduction Act will not reduce inflation at all. And if it does anything related to inflation, it will nominally increase inflation. On top of that, it's a
Nominally increase inflation. What does that mean? Can you have a real increase in inflation?
$1 to climate change proposals, which, by the way, adjusted for today's dollars, is the exact same expenditure of the Vietnam War. So we're about to spend the same amount of money we spent on the Vietnam War on climate change proposals, rather than reducing inflation like Joe Biden lied and said he was going to do in the bill that is fallaciously named. So on top of that, I already addressed the things. You keep bringing up this post-Argo Proctor Hawk thing, which is complete bullshit because your side does it more than anybody else. When they blame Trump for COVID, which makes absolutely no sense considering it affected the entire developed world. Trump lost manufacturing jobs. Like 10,000 in 2019? Trump had the largest overall growth in manufacturing jobs of either presidents, Biden or Trump. I'm looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics right now. Trump had astronomical growth
Democrat
in
data.
manufacturing jobs in the first 2 years of his presidency, adding more than 400,000, nearly 500,000 manufacturing jobs, with a slight dip in 2019, which then returned to its full capacity. Trump also had the largest bring back of jobs during the pandemic between him and Joe Biden. Or sharpest increase.
Inflation also affected the entire world. Yeah, I know.
I think I've established that pretty much. Mitch McConnell doesn't like Trump, so obviously he's not gonna like try to support Trump on this.
He's a rhino.
Even bring that up.
Okay. Let me go through some quick donation messages before we move on to the next topic. Let me check them out. There's a few of them. One from a fellow, I don't know who this is, some weirdo called Pondering Politics. Fact-checking Higby, the founding fathers did indeed alter court size for partisanly political reasons.
Very smooth by Pondering Politics here.
To preserve federal
donating to fact-check him.
But
Base.
Jefferson reversed it. Lol.
Yeah, Cam Higby's history sucks. I mean,
okay. Well, I mean, okay.
That did happen. It was wrong.
Fact check him on the
It'd be wrong if we did it again now.
Inflation Reduction Act and Chips and Science Act
I'm not
shit.
saying that I know it's wrong. I'm just reading the $20 donation for Pondering. I don't know.
It's really funny when you yap like a dog, and every single time I ask you to source something, it says crickets, dude. Nothing. You run like that fucking.
Nice. He says fucking Discord soundboard there.
What if you asked me to source? You can let's think on that. What did you ask me to source that I could not source?
Yeah, bro. I asked you to source a bunch of stuff about the fake
Like what?
slates.
Name one thing.
I don't remember exactly what you're saying.
That's actually, he brought up Mitch McConnell again in his closing.
It was an
Peter
hour
Thiel
and a
stuff.
half ago. Yeah, I asked you about
Wow,
Peter
hey,
Thiel.
come on,
He was
buddy.
citing Mitch McConnell.
Substantiate
That's the
so
reason
an hour and a half
it got
ago.
brought up.
That's exactly what he was referencing.
Didn't substantiate that he has Peter Thiel connections, associations?
No, you didn't. You didn't substantiate the fact that like JD Vance must be like Peter Thiel because he used to hang out with him.
That's not my claim. That's not my claim.
Your claim was okay.
I
This is what you did.
never
You said RC proved that JD Vance's business experience is a
No.
good thing, not a bad thing.
I was trying to pin.
It's on you to
I'll
prove
tell you,
that.
this is meta.
It's a bad thing.
This is
You're the one
meta. So
arguing that it's a bad thing.
People can.
Because he
So
hung out
people
with Peter
can look
Thiel.
behind. So people can look behind the scenes of what I was doing. So what I was trying to do is have Kevin Castley fight against you guys. That's what I was doing, and it worked.
It's obvious that's what you're going to do.
Yeah. That's what occurred. I sicked Kevin Castley on you guys, and I got him to acknowledge.
Yeah, because you couldn't argue for yourself. Obviously, we know you needed an
It's funny to watch you guys. It's funny to watch you guys fight. It's like
it's funny to watch you fucking flounder.
Yeah. So I never made a claim that I never made the claim that he must follow Peter Thiel no matter what. That being said,
no, that's not what you said. You were arguing that his connection with Peter Thiel must mean that his business experience is a net negative, not a net positive.
No.
The burden is on you to prove that, not
so you don't even remember the chronology. I asked a question of RC. I asked a question of RC.
Okay, we got like 10 more donations. You guys can have the one-on-one debate. You guys are going to be on the undercard next show. How much stage time do you two need?
I just want to clear the record. I asked the question of RC's, are you troubled by these connections? I didn't make a claim that and I even said in my thing, I'm not making a claim. And so he's just wrong on the chronology.
Why would you bring it up then? Why would you bring it up then?
To fuck with you guys to have Kevin Castley fight you.
Because you can't
argue,
bro.
The reason
I'm winning the debate is because I'm on the side of the people and you guys are on the side of your parties. That's the difference. Okay?
I'm so glad he's on the side of the people here.
Side of the people, everybody. Speaking
Wait,
of...
that's actually a good point. You guys are like uniform lockstep, okay? It's like NPC energy, 100%.
From YOLO Swag 42069, how do the panelists feel about Peter Thiel funding JD's first Republican primary to the tune of $15 million in 2022?
Did you want to Hippy Dippy? Would a guy drop the N-bomb? I don't think so, no. Not from my memory.
Thiel, is contributing to the campaign.
I didn't really watch the old Hippy Dippy. That was before my time.
This isn't like a... I don't know who this is for. So I guess it's free for all? Who wants to define what a tariff is? Okay.
A tax on imports.
Tax on imports, okay.
Surprised.
You're surprised?
Somebody should tell Trump that.
Fronting.
Yeah, someone should tell Trump that.
From Warlock, $5 to the Trump supporters on the panel. Can you please explain what? Okay, it's
You missed the
another
Hippy Dippy
question of what a
championship?
tariff is. They really wanted you
Which
guys
one?
to define tariff. A few people have given money for that. Jesus.
Wait,
like I said, I didn't watch
Trump
it.
doesn't know what a tariff is. I thought the claim was that Trump's bad.
No, he's asking if we know what a tariff is.
No, they're asking if the Trump supporters know what a tariff is. Do you think Trump knows what a tariff is?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
he's done
Tax on imports,
on tariffs, obviously.
That's not the way he talks about them. He talks about them like China's paying them. Like he talks about them like they're not going to affect trade at all.
With the tariffs, does he mean like China or does he mean like America? I don't know what he means.
Trump does not understand what tariffs are. For God's, can we just, guys, to the conservatives on the panel, fucking Trump does not know what a fucking tariff. Anytime
Dude,
this
oh
man
my
talks
God.
about what a
You
tariff,
gotta be
you're living in another universe.
You
Every
gotta
time
be
Trump
dumb.
describes what a tariff is,
It's a colloquial. When you say China's gonna pay for it or whatever, it's a colloquial, dude. We all know what he's talking about.
It's colloquial.
We all know. People don't know what he's talking about. That's the issue.
That's like saying it's colloquial.
It's gonna be
I have the David Pacman clip.
And we also get to get rid of slave labor
It's
in
a
China,
national
dude.
security issue is the thing.
It is.
So.
Yes.
Like when
Which
we
is
go out
why
to
we
dinner
put
and I
universal
say,
tariffs
"I'm
and
gonna pay
everything,
for the
because
check," it's
clearly,
colloquial for you're gonna pay the check.
clearly us importing bananas from Guatemala is a national security issue.
Short-term profit.
Kevin,
We need to tax that.
agreed to not talk about tariffs. We're talking about foreign policy, goddamn.
Liberals, we're moving. We got to get through these
Like
questions.
we
very
can
quickly.
watch this in a
Each
second.
one is
So
just
many
a
people
grenade
don't
in my
know.
audience
So many people
doing
think
this
Trump
on
is
purpose.
right about tariffs.
From Ben Brody, $20. How do the conservative members of the panel feel confident that Trump and Vance will run the economy better despite spending twice what Biden-Harris did?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
and printing
look
most
at
of the money.
Trump's economic record. I think you can like argue back and forth about like the amount of debt that Trump's going to add to the like national debt or debt. It's actually not even debt. It's deficit spending. But like a lot of times,
debt.
what's
Just
used?
so people know.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You don't.
When you run a deficit,
and-
it adds to the debt camp.
No, but you can replace deficit spending with more revenues. Anyway.
What? You can replace deficit spending with more revenue? Wait. What? What?
Here, can't finish.
What does that mean?
What was the question?
It's not even true, by the way. The
It
question
had
assumes
to, it was
it's
the
not
question
true.
was, how do conservative members of the panel feel confident Trump advanced will run the economy better despite spending twice with the Biden-Harris presidency?
I don't think that's true.
Yeah,
They've
okay,
added
so-
twice. The Trump-Pence administration did add twice as much to the national debt as President Biden and Vice President Harris have.
Oh, I'm out of
Yeah,
coal now.
proportionally, Obama added more. He doubled
That's
the
a
national
much-
debt.
That's
Made-
true.
it's
That's
much-
much different spending.
We use proportions here. We're talking about the economy. We use proportional growth, right? So
Trump
Obama
added
doubled
more
the national
in a
debt. That is an
four-year
indisputable
term
fact.
than
Fair enough.
any
4
president.
versus 8. Fair enough.
Yes, that's how
Fair
numbers
enough.
work.
Wait,
Exactly.
that's different
You
than
lose on
spending.
fiscal
Did I get to answer the
responsibility.
question? I think the question was for me, right?
It was
you
for
just-
all the
No, the
conservative
question
members,
was
but you were the
all-
one.
yeah,
who-
Yeah,
only
for
the one who
me
answered
or
it,
for people on my side, but not for
You're
Wait,
constantly worried about like
let me
who's
just
asking,
answer.
He's going.
weak behavior.
Hold on, I have a
Okay,
hopper.
just real quick. The question's flawed. Like, he didn't spend twice as much. It could be true that like the debt increased twice as much or whatever, or there was twice as much deficit or something along these lines because of the tax cuts. But that's different than spending twice as much. So the question's flawed.
Whoa. Okay, that's dishonest.
Different
you're saying
how?
that the tax cuts don't really count as
It's a
deficit
different
spending?
because
Wait, but that's a difference in revenue, though. Right? He lowered the revenue.
Tax cuts are different than
100%.
spending.
Which leads
yes.
to more deficit
No,
spending.
No, but
Come on, you have to-
consequentially, it's the same
Yeah.
because you're
No.
you're not contributing as much to paying off the debt if you cut taxes.
Yes, but they're different.
Yeah, they are
Yeah.
They're
different.
different.
but
What-
it's
You're a
consequential.
libertarian.
No one is arguing they're the exact same. It's arguing they have the same effects on the deficit.
No. For me, consequentially, they are incredibly different.
Because
for
you're
like
a
many
libertarian
reasons.
and you're
Yeah, because
cringe.
you're like
True.
a libertarian.
Yeah, okay, whatever. The question is flawed. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Move on.
Well,
Jesus.
no, the question is flawed because spending's good. Spending's
True.
good.
This guy's base.
If we want to get to foreign
This guy
policy,
deserves to be on a team on his
these are
own,
supposed to
just
be
out
like
here.
5 to 20-second answers, and these are each one of these are like a tiny little civil war. Okay.
This is way better than foreign policy.
Speaking of Civil War,
Okay. Let's get through these quickly. Okay. Nate Glode. Can you ask Economics Boy why he has 2 gay flags with his American flag? Also, Dylan, you need an American flag in the background.
Listen, okay, I know the guy. I know the guy who sent that. He's from New York. Okay, he has no room to talk. Texas, much less gay state than New York, if you ask me.
True.
Not anymore.
Castillo Fury
Yeah.
with $5. Would
Wait,
anyone
who
on the
sent
panel
that?
agree to more Ellis Island type of entries?
I don't know what does that mean.
I don't know what that means.
Wait, what does
either.
that mean?
I think he just means
I
like
think he wants us
generally
all to go
open
back to black
immigration.
and white.
Literally
you
put
know,
them
and
at Ellis
funny boats
Island
with
or
funny
what?
hats. I don't know.
No, he obviously means like
Like the-
unvetted immigration.
Oh, I don't think we can
Like
check.
the founders
Bet them
intended,
all
you know,
through
they
an
were
island,
pretty
yeah.
open borders.
It was
But
probably
come on,
like
island?
SDL.
I mean, Ellis Island was part of America, so I don't know what to say.
No, Ellis Island was just a fucking place where they crossed through. Jesus Christ! Holy shit!
He's
This
just
is
talking
one
about
of the
open
hard to
borders.
figure out.
Wait, Cam, you understand what this
Cam
meant
and
by more?
Pisco hate each other, guys.
I just want to know, like,
Island is just
so you
the
guys are
fucking
idiots.
port that they entered through.
You guys don't know what Ellis Island style immigration means? Cam, in your own words, what does Ellis Island style immigration mean? In your
Yeah.
own
It
words.
seems like what the person was asking is if we're cool with unvetted immigration or largely unvetted immigration.
I don't think
or
that's what that
drastically
means.
reducing the vetting process of the current immigration system and letting way more people in.
Wait, nobody's in support of that, right?
I'm in support of that.
Standards to let people
Well,
in.
let's keep going. Okay, we've talked quite a bit. It was supposed to be like a 5 to 20-second answer. Anyway, moving on, because we don't even know what that question really means. Demaculus, what a name. Would anyone on the panel be in favor of either candidate stopping all military aid to Ukraine? Not really related to the topic.
No.
Yeah.
It's gonna be related to the next topic, though.
It's going to, so we can hold off on that actually. And one second. Trump's tariffs idea will kill this economy. We will pay a shit ton more for imported goods, and it will create more tension with other nations. $5 from Cult Dog.
True, they'll put.
But in the long
Yeah,
run, we'll have
disagree.
amazing
Lev.
things all the time.
Okay,
More of a
Liv
comment
Cult.
than a question.
Exactly, Pisco. Great job, great answer. It's so true.
It's ironic. I don't agree with Kevin.
Yeah.
I don't even think you do either, Cam. I don't know why you have such a bone.
agree with what?
Why are you always
I
targeting all
don't
your
have a
answers
boner
for
for you,
me?
bro. Because every time I speak, you know, the first person who starts yapping like a dog is you. That's why I have such a thing for you, bro. Want a kiss? What's the deal here? All right, chill out. Do you want? Can I answer this?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I doubt tariffs are not going to destroy the United States economy. They're going to foster in like immense benefit in the long term. And even if they did, like,
Universal tariffs and
temporarily, like,
everything
disadvantage the US
at
economy, I don't think
10%?
That's an argument for not having them. when we abolished slavery, it absolutely destroyed the Southern economy. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have abolished slavery. And right now, we're currently using slave labor in other countries, or our producers
Oh
are.
my God.
And I think preventing them from doing that,
Couldn't we also,
regardless of any negative side effect in the economy,
if we really care about that so much,
worth it.
we could probably just ban that easier than 10% tariffs and everything.
If you think that those tariffs will lower the incidence of slavery, then maybe you have a point. But what is your evidence that lowering or increasing tariffs will like get rid of slavery? I just don't
because the primary country to do that is China. If you impose a 60% tariff on them, people are going to come to the United States to produce, not in China. So
I'm sorry,
it's pretty
I asked
fucking
this
obvious.
do you have any evidence that increasing tariffs lowers the rate of slavery in countries that we import from?
It's not going to reduce the rate of slavery in those
then,
countries.
Okay, so it's not even, it's just going to change
Produced by slavery. We're going to reduce
what we buy.
It worked there, right?
New factory construction record high under Biden, not Trump.
Wait, can I break this down with a really quick syllogism? Okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Sure. Okay. American products produced by slavery de-incentivize producers from producing in the places that have slavery. Our products stop being produced by slavery. Okay. Us not producing with slavery reduces
but slavery doesn't actually decrease.
Slavery market in China. Holy shit.
That's correct, though, right?
Fucking hell.
It's not a syllogism, and
yeah, but that doesn't matter.
All right, well,
I want to move.
If it's a syllogism or not.
We got to move on.
We have
let's keep going because we got more stuff to talk about. The next question is also about tariffs. How can a tariff be done strategically enough to avoid counter tariffs from other countries?
Probably not.
No,
Most of the
but
time
that
when
doesn't
tariffs
matter
get
because you
enacted,
should
okay, go for it, Kevin.
that they're going to counter tariff you, and that's actually a good thing because that's accelerating the process of you going through the growing
That
pains of
harms
becoming
U.S.
self-reliant.
exports.
They're actually helping you. It just doesn't look like it right away if you're listening to like Paul
Where did I
Krugman
die?
or some other liberals or something. But if you're listening to like actual people that want to be self-reliant, yeah, that is
Unlike
a
Paul
growing pain to
Krugman.
get to where you need to be. Like
Not
going
a
to the
real
gym,
person.
when you start going to the gym, you get those DOMs. It hurts for 2 weeks, right? But you keep at it, you push through it, and you're better for it, right? Let's go.
That's true. Kevin. Based.
Pondering, did you want to say something? I saw that you were going to say something for a second.
Oh, I was laughing at Econ Boy's comment where he was just like, "Go ahead, take it away, Kevin." That just made me laugh.
He's got it, guys.
Okay, now I think we've gotten through. Oh my god.
Wait, where the hell did I?
These guys love you. I don't know what it is. $20 no message. Praise the Lord from Alequin. And Faith donated $20 earlier. No message. Thank goodness. Kinavo Kingelman with $10 said, "Hey Dylan, here's a general question for the panel. How is tariffs a good idea when America's lack production of many important goods and companies will likely pass the cost on to consumers?"
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point that like there can be some reasons why import substitution or these policies that Kevin like in certain target areas, I think it can make sense for sure, 100%. In national, security situations, food production, all that kind of thing, I think that you'll find some agreement in some tariffs by liberals on this panel. The problem is, I think that the assumption that all tariffs are good or that we need to specialize in every single industry, I don't think that's a good assumption. I think that it could hurt other potential markets or industries that rely on imports or goods for which we literally
like
have
tariffs on steel and aluminum.
But the problem is being reliant on other countries, though, right? Like Canada and the U.S. especially are countries that don't have the excuse. Like we're not Andorra, we're not
good
Vatican
allies.
City.
We shouldn't. Should we have any barriers between
big.
us?
No. Well, okay, that's different. I'm talking about we're two countries that can be self-reliant. We'll have a better relationship.
He keeps saying can be self-reliant. The standard of living would probably be a lot lower if we were self-reliant, right?
About manufacturing spending and reshoring manufacturing to America. The administration's policies that led to a record investment in the spending on construction of new factories, which will lead to record employment, at least like local records and employment in manufacturing, is the Biden administration. Subsidies for domestic industry work better than tariffs.
Guess who pushed them in that direction? Trump changed the game in 2015 with the protectionist rhetoric. Had Trump
He's not entirely wrong about that point,
they
but
would still be doing Obama.
Well, I would argue
Clinton
Bernie
style
contributed as well in the primary.
They would still be no. Trump was the one who got that discussion rolling. But you're correct.
Kevin,
Biden
but he
did more than
terrible
that.
policies.
No,
the guys that
you know what? We gotta.
for manufacturing were the
both of you
Democrats.
made your points.
Whoever,
we gotta move on, or we're not gonna talk about foreign policy at all. I didn't expect this much. 2 last donations, and we're done. No more donations on this section. question, okay? This one's not a question. Question for Hutch, though. Technically, it's a question. Are those headphones active hearing protection? Look like my Rangers in my range bag. I have a Sennheiser 569s closed back for noise cancellation, but the audio quality is bad.
No, these are open back, and they're better for like simulating surround sound. So I like them a lot.
Cool. And $10 from Patches. Last one. In 30 seconds, this is for Cam specifically, so nobody else, okay, after this, because we got to move on. In 30 seconds, defend Trump's trade war with China It cost a record number of jobs in manufacturing and defense jobs with de facto embargo on Chinese products.
Yeah,
China
again,
bad. Hate China.
Is all stuff that we've already said before, Kevin and I. Reducing the reliance on China is good for many different reasons, for the reduction of using products that are produced by slavery, overall reduction of China's slave market. In addition to that, not being completely reliant on our enemies. So like we shouldn't, like what if something happened, like we got dragged into some global conflict with China and they produce 90% of the shit we use, then we're fucked, right? We're not getting anything. So we need to be producing things in America. And on top of that, I think people grossly underestimate how quick people who want money will fill the gaps in the market if we have a lack of certain products, especially commodities. People will be bursting at the seams to fill that gap because they can make more money. You don't want to pay 60% more for your products? Well, I'm going to produce it here in America, and I'm going to produce it better, and I'm going to sell it to you cheaper.
Which costs more.
That'll happen overnight, starting like whenever. I mean, I'd be surprised if it's not happening already in preparation of Trump potentially getting elected, people going and starting to produce things. There was one more thing that I wanted to say. What was it? Yeah, I actually think that the blanket tariff, I don't know that I would necessarily agree with the blanket 20% tariff. I would be fine with tariffing most countries, but maybe not like super close allies like Canada, the UK, Israel, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the last topic of the day. Thank you everybody for the donations. I didn't expect so much. So the last topic of the day has to do with foreign policy of the two administrations. The way that the topic is written is, how do Democrats and Republicans differ in their foreign policy strategies to prevent the escalation of tensions that could lead to World War III? Honestly, scrap the last part. Just put escalation of tensions. I think it's pointlessly hyperbolic. So we'll just say prevent the escalation of tensions. So we're going to start with, why not, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe, Josiah.
What was the question again? One more time?
The question was, how do Democrats and Republicans differ in their foreign policy?
I'm pretty sure Jeremiah is going to be the best
the
at foreign policy, but I'm worried. I don't know how much the live and learn people talk about foreign policy, so I don't know.
And you can have general foreign policy as well.
So this one's tough because like I was thinking about you know, what Trump purportedly wants to do with Russia and Ukraine. It was kind of the context for this. I don't know. Right now, things are really, really tense currently in the world. I think that the Biden administration has opted, just as a general proposition, more for diplomacy than anything else. But the current situation in Ukraine, we're militarily backing them. People are saying that that's going to escalate to nuclear war or World War III. The Trump administration seemed particularly deferential to Putin. I know he talked a big game about, you know, he was tougher on Putin than anybody else. His own national security advisor, John Bolton, said that that was preposterous and that the few sanctions against Putin really didn't hit him as hard as they could.
I don't even think he wasn't invited to the RNC this year. I don't think Trump likes him anymore.
And it was actually over Trump's objections more often than not. I'm not sure. It seems to me, again, that there is a risk of tensions any which way. The Biden administration has been pretty supportive of Israel's war in Gaza with very few, I think, meaningful caveats. I think the Trump administration will probably be more permissive to Netanyahu because clearly Netanyahu.
Oh God, dude, there's gonna be so much infighting between Cam and between the guy in the bottom right. I forget his name. The like populist communist dude on Israel.
I think it's a pretty tough call, and I'm not sure that. I think foreign policy of all these things is the most complicated, and it seems to me that there is a genuine risk of tension, no matter who is president of the United States.
Lectoid.
Yeah, I think it depends entirely on what time period you're looking at. I mean, in the past, especially during the Bush era, Republicans were far more hawkish than Democrats. This is actually one of the reasons why I think Bush was one of the worst presidents of all time. I think George W. Bush is worse than Joe Biden. I think George W. Bush is worse than Donald Trump. Is the level of hawkishness that America engaged in post 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. But now it appears as though there's been a little bit of a shift to where Republicans they're still, they're not anti-military by any extent, but they seem to be more focused on prevention and de-escalation and removal.
I think they're more focused on like almost total isolationism. Like this, that's why they're in favor of tariffs and like Trump. I don't even think likes NATO.
Which I think is it's a bad policy, right? I mean, when you had Obama in the presidency, he refused to arm Ukraine with lethal weapons, but Donald Trump did, with the intention of trying to.
He also withheld that aid to try to get.
There. However, now that escalation has occurred,
dirt on Hunter Biden, but
Trump
okay.
and Vance being the ones that are actually proposing to broker a peace deal and come to some kind of agreement there, which I think is going to have to involve some kind of withholding of aid from Ukraine as a threat, right? I think the Ukraine is seeing red right now. The official statements from their government are pretty unreasonable in terms of what they're demanding. I would like to see some kind of
unlike what
some
Putin.
Kind of strong position taken
Do we
by
think
the
Putin's demand
to end that war as soon as possible? But I do think that Republicans now are generally better.
And that war as soon as possible at what cost?
And less just war than the Democrats are, which is an interesting flip.
Hutch.
Yeah, there was an interesting Trump hot mic moment some years ago where he was speaking with a Fox News pundit, and he said something about Kim Jong-un. And he said that Kim Jong-un is very respected. He said that when he speaks, his people sit at attention
and listen, and he wants his people to do that.
Well, the reason why they sit at attention is because they're afraid that he's literally going to like brutally murder them. And I think it gives you insight into Trump's psyche. The differences between Biden and Trump, or even a Harris administration as well, is that the Democrats are running on and have demonstrated propensity to strengthen our international alliances versus treating NATO like a racketeering outfit or just discussing leaving NATO altogether and cozying up to full-on autocrats. Milley just this week came out and said that he used to think that Trump was insane, and now he believes Trump is simply just a fascist to his core, which makes sense when you look at his certain affinity for autocrats like Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. This idea that Trump is more respected on the world stage is absurd to anyone outside of MAGA's base. First of all, when you look at public opinion polling in countries that we're allied with, in Europe, in Asia,
it's really bad in Europe.
See that their opinion of us went way up when Obama was elected, went way down when Trump was elected, went way back up when Biden was elected. And lest we forget, Donald Trump was literally openly laughed at the UN General Assembly after claiming in front of the world that his administration was the most successful administration in the history of the United States. He's a very silly person, and I think his foreign policy is dangerous.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Cam Higbee.
Yeah, so I don't think that polling in other countries showing approval for Trump or showing approval for America going down when Trump gets elected really tells you anything about how respected we are.
No shot he would say the same thing if the reverse was true. No shot.
Social opinions about Trump. Many of these countries are far more neoliberal than the United States, so it makes sense that they wouldn't like Trump. No surprise to literally a single human being on the planet. I'm probably the biggest non-Jewish Zionist on the face of this earth. So I support Israel. I think that Biden and Harris have not been clear enough on their support of Israel. I think they try to ride the fence on pandering to the anti-Israel protesters while also kind of supporting Israel, or like generally supporting Israel but being sympathetic. I don't think that a ceasefire will work. I don't think that a ceasefire will be effective. I don't think that it will bring long-term peace to the region. Unlike many of my fellow Republicans, support aid to Ukraine. I think that we should continue to
at least that
sort of pawn off all of our shitty old military equipment to Ukraine so that we can continue killing Russians without sparing a single American, or without ending a single American life. That also frees up spaces in our warehouse to put new and improved technology in them. This is something
I
that
swear it was almost nighttime.
I don't know where Trump necessarily stands on this, but if he would want to like end all funding to Ukraine, or like all aid that we give to Ukraine, then I would just unilaterally disagree with him on that, and that's fine. So yeah, that's pretty much my position.
Okay, Econo Boy.
Hey guys, not a policy expert on, I guess, foreign policy specifically, but certainly I've got some basic instincts. As Hutch said, I think that Trump's reverence for autocrats is certainly very concerning. I think Viktor Orban was invited to speak at CPAC, and he's had a close relationship with him. I think he called him an incredible leader of Europe or something like this. What Viktor Orban is the most autocratic leader in all of the EU currently. And he's obviously a pretty bad guy. And so I think to the extent that we care about relationships like that, we probably wouldn't prefer Donald Trump. And I think that in general, Biden and the Harris administration, they've pivoted a bit more towards Asia and Africa, which I think makes a lot of sense. I don't really find that the investments that we've made in the Middle East and Middle Eastern conflict have really paid off. And that includes investments in the Israel-Palestine region. Like, no matter what you think about that issue, it's just like, there's probably just more productive ways to spend foreign policy dollars than in this region at this point, especially since the U.S. became energy independent. That was under Obama, Trump, and Biden that was the case. So I think a pivot towards Asia makes a lot of sense. I think taking a bit of a more hawkish stance on Asia makes a lot of sense. And I think doing that with smart manufacturing policies, which tries to reshore a lot of that stuff away from China in a much more effective way than Trump has, makes a ton of sense as well. You can look at the AUKUS agreement as well. I think that probably was a pretty good agreement, and I think signals, at least in some regards, a pivot towards that same region that I think would be very, very important for us to do so. So I think all those things combined are a pretty good foreign policy set of priorities for the Biden and Kamala administration. I'd expect that to continue in the next administration. I don't think either administration is going to be particularly pro-war. So I'd be, outside of external things that we can't quite predict, I'd be surprised if there were new wars in the Middle East that got started under either administration. But of course, that could happen. But that's kind of how I feel. I think Biden and Kamala's instincts on foreign policy are a little bit better. So I trust her more than I trust Trump.
The Gaza thing is a new war.
Okay, I'm going to throw it now over to Kevin.
Thanks, Dylan. So, as Lactoid was mentioning earlier in this intro, I would say there's been a realignment as far as the foreign policy orientation goes. So, historically speaking, Republicans were more on the side of, say, the military-industrial complex, and now it's changed.
Oh,
so
my God.
neocons are supporting Kamala Harris, and more anti-war people and realists and such are supporting Donald Trump. Does that reflect on the candidates in terms of their foreign policy? That's what's up for debate, essentially. But the support is there. The support battle lines have already been drawn. So Trump is more officially pro-Israel by a long mile than Kamala Harris is. But the thing with Trump, as I said before, is he's kind of a wild card. There's a chance, and I've talked to a lot of Trump supporters who say, he's going to pull the rug on Israel. He's just saying that.
Why?
So he
Why would he do that?
In the run-up, and then once he's in charge, he's going to pull the rug on them. Do I believe that? Probably not. Almost certainly not. But with him, there's always that chance that he goes for negotiating with Iran, negotiating with
he withdrew from the nuclear deal in his first term. Why on earth would we think?
Napalm everything.
Oh my God, bro!
One advisor that worked for him got suspended.
I should just build up like 3 or 4 blocks. It's super easy to kill him if you do that.
Kamala is technically less pro-Israel, but there's no chance she's going to buck the party line. She's just going to deliver for them 100%, just not to the same extent as he would. He'd go 110%. Now, this whole thing with Trump trying to tie the 2 shooters of him to Iran, super cringe. It leads more towards that he actually has gone high on his own sort of rhetoric there, and he is going to go full Zionism if he's in charge again. I would lean more in that direction, but I do maintain there's always that chance somebody said something he doesn't like, and he's like, oh, well, you know what, maybe I will sit down with Iran and make a peace deal or something. Either way, Israel wins, American workers lose, and Hutch's rhetoric earlier was basically outmoded and dangerous as we're moving towards a multipolar world. So thank you.
RC?
Yeah, I think on the subject of international affairs, we should remember the very real threat of China invading Taiwan and the implications that will have not only to our markets but to the world markets. So I would trust Trump in office more so when having the viewpoint of that issue in sight. Now, I don't hold the view of a lot of Republicans of being a blind loyalist to Zionism. We have faced enough.
Oh no, the
wars,
infighting, the
spent enough
infighting.
money and lost enough American lives in the Middle East. I'm over that. I'm over funding this greatest ally, which really the United States is Israel's greatest ally, but I don't see it the other way around. So I think we should be more isolationist for at least some period of time, not absolutely. But I'm tired of the United States being the big brother of the world, just that after we help, they turn around and crap on the United States and Americans. I'm tired of seeing that. So we need to rebuild this country. We need to actually make America great again, not Ukraine, not Israel, not any other country great again. We need to make America great again. And that's my viewpoint.
Okay, gonna throw it over to Pisco.
Yeah, just like domestic policy, what we care about on this side of the aisle is democracy and helping our allies and helping our institutions. I care a lot about America's allies, and especially those allies in the West and in Europe, to say nothing of NATO, which I think is a vital ally for America's national security interests. I think that there is a false song of isolationism that will actually imperil America in the coming years if we disengage fully. And that's why I supported the Biden and Harris administration when they signed AUKUS, when they reinvigorated NATO and gave confidence to the world that they weren't going to disengage from NATO.
I don't even know. Do I care about the foreign policy thing? I don't even know if I do. I don't even know if I do. I could just read shit.
The administration's posture towards Israel, or I should say the Israel government in general, how could you possibly prefer Donald Trump?
But then Israel stuff might be
he's,
a little funny.
He might do something radical. He might do something. It's the same thing that you heard from Kevin Castley on the housing policy. I don't believe he'll do it, but there's a little chance, or it's the rhetoric. Look to Trump's actual policies when he was in office. Is there anything that you can point to that was anti-Israel? Everything was pro-Israel. The recognition of Jerusalem, ripping up the Iran nuclear deal. Kevin Castley laughably suggesting that Donald Trump is going to be more accommodating to Iran or more willing to negotiate with Iran when he's out there saying we should bomb the nuclear sites. I'm sure he's not in favor of that. How could you possibly say on the one hand, like, his rhetoric matters, but the rhetoric in this specific instance where he's being hawkish on Iran doesn't matter? And I think he would agree that this is one of the most pivotal areas where there could be an outbreak that could affect a lot of different countries. He also, signed the Abraham Accord. That's one of the reasons cited by Hamas and other organizations that started this whole conflict in the first place. He absolutely is cozying up to donors, if that is any indication, who are extremely pro-Israel. And so on this issue, how could you possibly, if you're taking the stance that you want more guardrails against Israel and more guardrails against a possible war with Iran, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to support Donald Trump on this issue. Do I agree with everything foreign policy-wise that the administration has done? No, but I'm way more confident in the stability and in the direction of American foreign policy under Joe Biden and Kamala
That's the
Harris
ultimate good point. It's just that, like, Trump just seems like an unstable idiot.
Intro, so we can open it up.
Even if I disagree with Kamala Harris, I'm probably gonna trust. Her to be like a more stable, reasonable person in general.
That you don't really see like where our investments in Israel paid off, and I think I heard that echoed from pretty much everyone on the panel, including people on my side. So to be clear,
in a relative sense, just to be clear.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not coming for you. Don't worry. I just want to make my position on this clear. So what we do with Israel is we give them a sort of budget. The money never leaves the United States. We buy them weapons. We ship them to Israel, okay? Now, what happens when they have all these weapons? They need bullets. They need munitions, right? So what ends up happening is Israel spends 10 times what we give them on munitions, and we profit. On top of that, we get to test new weapons. Israel, for example, was the first country in the entire world to use the F-15 in combat, and they used it against Russian MiGs at the height of the Cold War, which was great for us because we saw these F-15s be used in combat against Russian MiGs, and we were like, shit, those things really fucking work, because Israel absolutely blew it out of the park with those F-15s. So we knew that they were good at the height of the Cold War. If Russia ever went to war with the United States, we have these awesome planes that absolutely fuck up Russian MiGs. So that's one important thing. We get to test weapons. On top of that, they're a great strategic ally in the Middle East.
East. And Pisco mentioned that the Abraham Accords were one of the first things that Hamas cited as their sort of reason for retaliating against Israel. And to that I say, oh no, Trump fostered peace between some Middle Eastern countries with Israel, and Hamas, a terrorist organization, rather than established states, didn't like that, so they decided to kill a bunch of people in Israel. Okay, you're holding that against Trump and not Hamas, the terrorist organization that murdered over 1,000 people? I don't see that there.
It's a critique. Oh, this is open discussion, right? So this is a critique of Kevin Cassidy's position that somehow it's more likely that we're going to see an Iran approachment or some kind of Iran peace deal.
So talk to me. So talk to me if it's a critique of me.
Oh,
because
hell
here's the
yeah.
deal.
I'm explaining to him.
You in your intro,
No,
you in your
Pisco's right.
intro. No. You in your intro made it very clear that it was basically ridiculous to say, well, he might do this, he might do that. And you talked about the Iran thing that, oh, he might, but you're crazy. When that's literally what happened in North Korea in 2017. He said he's going to nuke them. And then by 2019.
I don't even know. I don't even think I care about most of this stuff, dude.
So it's literally happened before. So how am I crazy for thinking? How am I crazy for thinking he could do that again? And I'm not saying he's going to. I'm just saying there's a chance that he's.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know.
Dude, they didn't even mention the Federal Reserve independence. Okay, that's the inexcusable thing. Can't believe it. Fuck. I will do a day on foreign policy, but like, do I care even about this stuff?
Nuclear war that might got your city vaporized.
I don't care. It's gonna be them arguing about Zionism. Whatever. Like, I've seen Kim Higbee argue Israel stuff before. He seems like pretty. I don't know. It seems kind of hawkish or whatever, but he's fine. Whatever. We'll watch closings once they get to that, I guess. But I don't even care. I don't even care. Okay, I do want to read this. Probably some other things as well. Bro, I also need these these cows to breed, bro. I think I can review. I don't think it matters. I was invited to the next like Hippy Dippy recruitment debate. Not the actual show, but like the recruitment show. The first topic is on the jobs numbers. I did make I don't know if they give us 2 minutes because we're the loser non-star debaters, so they probably only give us 1 minute or whatever. I don't think this is my opening. Job report is clear for the design. The only way to get around it is to misunderstand the data and use that to claim it's faked, or by resorting to an antidote and other data sets that merely prove the economy is not perfect. Isn't. I don't know. I could make this longer. Only end up proving the economy isn't perfect. Oops, I didn't mean to cut. Doesn't really matter, but. Actually, let me. definitely gonna recruit you, having just seen the standard of that Hippy Dippy panel. I mean, I don't do that many debates. I don't know. I don't want to be optimistic. I don't know. Yeah, like here, I feel like I feel like there's two issues with me, which will get to be clear. I'm not doing listen, I started doing this shit 6 months ago, okay? So, by the way, I like how it says I have 875 and people unsubbed and it's actually only 873, but to be clear, I started doing it 6 months ago, okay? So I don't want to hold myself to the same standard that these people who have been doing it for fucking years. I feel like one, my knowledge isn't as general as these people. I'm able to go into what we're reading right now is very specific details about how the BLS collects the data it does. I'm able to go into a fair amount of detail on these things, the current population survey and why the job revisions were revised down and all that, which I don't think a lot of other people are able to do. But I don't think my knowledge is as generalized as these other people. They're looking for WWE characters more than decent debaters. Yeah, that's true. So there's that. I don't think my knowledge is as generalized, and that's also because I'm fucking 19 years old, and I only started paying attention to politics maybe 5 years ago at most. I paid a little bit of attention to it when I was in my freshman year in high school. But even then, not much. So at most 4 years ago, I would say I started paying attention to it. But I still don't really do this as much. I don't do the daily news stuff. I very much enjoy just reading about stuff I find interesting and not following every Kamala Harris interview and discussing whether she did good or bad in them. That's just not something I'm interested in. But because I didn't do that at all back then, I don't know much of the political developments that happened back then. So I think that's it. Those are my knowledge isn't as generalized as people. I don't know the history of the day-to-day, month-by-month political developments. Usually when I read about this is what Mitch McConnell did in 2014 or whatever, even if it was a big story back then, it's the first time I'm ever hearing about it. And then secondly, I think I'm just not as good as rhetoric on rhetoric and controlling conversations, if that makes sense. I'm not there are some times where I'm able to identify a good response to something and identify a good trap to set up or corner to put someone in, but I'm just not as good at it as other people are. I'll get better though. I don't know. Oh, I should probably start the background music, huh? I don't know. We'll see. Although, a benefit, I will say, benefit for me, because, I'm able to, if I know the debate is happening in advance, I'm probably, I'm probably able to, do a decent amount of research into it. And just have enough knowledge. Okay, here's the way. One of my favorite teacher, Mr. Sunheim. Shout out, Mr. Sunheim. I don't think he watched my stuff, but although he did watch two things. I've talked about him before a little bit. Basically, he had this anytime a student would tell him I think I understand the material. I just can't test it well. This is people didn't like what he said this, but I think he's based and right. He would say, if I tested you on the ABCs, would you do well? And they were well, yeah. because I know the ABCs, and I was like, and he was like, well, then know this as well as the like ABCs. Then like clearly, if you have good enough knowledge in something, like you'll be able to test well. Even if you're a nervous test taker, you're probably gonna nail the ABCs every time. And even if you don't 100% get it, you'll get it like 95%. Even if you're just nervous, you're probably not gonna mess up that badly in the fucking ABCs. This is my philosophy for debating. If I just collect enough information in my head, I'll have a good enough response to everything. This wasn't even like my initial philosophy, but I just noticed this like in the early debates I did against Casey and like Anoke, where they would say something and like I would just be like, I would just have enough knowledge in it to know exactly what they were missing. It was wild. Anyway. What's up, localist? Welcome back. I need a cigarette, man. Long day based. You still smoke? I thought you were. Aren't you on the new age vaping stuff, localist? What the hell? Localist, you're gonna hate this article. Where inflation comes from. How we calculate inflation has always been a subject of debate. Small changes that might seem trivial can lead to enormous changes in how well off we think we are. Every month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics releases its newest data on consumer price index. The CPI report is eagerly awaited by economists and policy wonks and investors. It garners heavy news coverage as a key piece of information in macroeconomic policy making and analysis. The CPI will hit e-cigarette base. The CPI and related measures affect monetary and fiscal policymaking and are often used to adjust Social Security payments, income tax brackets, and wages for millions of workers. Because of these far-reaching impacts, even relatively small changes in the measurement of CPI can have major implications for households, firms, and the government's budget. Thus, the technocratic task of measuring the price level is often at the center of political conversations. The evolution of inflation measurement in the United States has reflected both technical progress and political forces. You know what I learned today? Nixon, Jews, BLS. When Nixon didn't like how the unemployment numbers were, he fired all the Jews from the fucking BLS. Nixon's Econ 1971 was given to the name of then presidential Richard Nixon's attempts to demote and remove Jews from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Orchestrated by H.R. Haldeman, Charles Colson, and Fred Malek at Nixon's behest, a list of 13 employees of the BLS with Jewish-sounding surnames were drawn up, along with a list of political affiliations. In a letter to Nixon, subsequently referred to as the Jew Counting Memo, Malek identified 25 Democrats and 13 other employees who fit the demographic criterion that was discussed. The 13 employees were considered to be Jewish were demoted and sent to other positions within the U.S. Department of Labor, where they were at low risk of causing issue to Nixon. There was also another case. We can just watch TikTok where I saw it in. There's another case. It's not as funny. Where like one of the first things the BLS did was investigate child labor, and basically what they found is child labor was way worse in the South. The children worked longer, they were being paid less, there was more of it in general. Child labor is way worse in the South, and some of the Southern Democrats really did not like this and really went after the Bureau of Labor Statistics and tried to get the person, I don't know, try to get the person fired or whatever. What is this? You know, judicial reform bill? No, I don't know. Oh, no, I do know. Yeah, I've heard of it. I mean, it still worked. It just didn't highlight all that text that he wanted. And I just, yeah. Is phenomenal consciousness physical? I don't know exactly what you mean by phenomenal consciousness. I've heard it. I haven't read it. I don't have a strong opinion on core packing. I would, like, I don't know. I would... I think the position that, like, this is going to completely destroy the courts is probably a little dumb. Just because we've, like, done it in the past and the courts have not been sufficiently destroyed. I think the biggest way the threats have been destroyed is by Republicans playing games with Supreme Court nominations. I don't think the courts have been destroyed by court packing. New data provisions ruled. Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware that again, I haven't read it far, super far into it, but I know FDR wanted is you know, Supreme Court to be favorable to his New Deal. We should pack the courts. Yeah, true, and put Mike Aventi on there. We I don't know. I'm gonna say something. Fuck. God, I love FDR. True. Base deficit spending. Base listening to Keynes. Like, I've seen that political cartoon. This is localists will love this one. FDR smoking Constitution. This is an awesome political cartoon. Are they still in foreign policy?
No, Netanyahu's being rational by buying Trump's official line.
Yeah, they're still talking about Netanyahu. FDR didn't listen to Keynes when he tried to balance the budget in the middle of the depression and failed. Yeah, I've heard he didn't. In the early years, yeah, I don't think he. I think he was still listening to the. What are they called? Sound money? Yeah. FDR stands for Fascist Democrat, something that starts with R. You could think it's something. Fascist Democrat, racist. You could, then, I mean, FDR was the internment camp guy, right? So, fun I saw you had 6 viewers right before it came and set a new record for concurrent viewers. No, I think I've had like 13 on YouTube. And also, if you add YouTube and YouTube Shorts, I've had more than that. I don't know. I don't have a... In particular, fascists did save the German economy using inadvertently Keynesian ideas in 1933. Okay. The government's role in collection and publication of price indexes has been politically controversial from its origins, which were surprisingly late. Wesley Chair Mitchell, the former president of the American Economic Association, in 1921 called it, quote, a curious fact that men did not attempt to measure changes in the level of prices until they had learned to measure such subtle things as the weight of the atmosphere, the velocity of sound, fluctuations of temperature, and the precision of equinexes. Perhaps this inclination on the part of natural philosophers to soil their hands with such vulgar subjects as the prices of provisions was partially responsible for the delay. The first known price index was constructed by Count, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, Count Gian Rinaldo Carli, an Italian philosopher and polymath in 1764. Prices in, okay, well, I don't know if I care about that stuff. Let's add, okay. Oh, oops. Each month. Releases its data. Social Democracy Party in Germany were Marxists who wanted to do austerity and let capitalism fail, so they were just accelerationists. CPI. Tracks the price of goods. I'm assuming I already know most of this stuff. And is used to index or to adjust social security payments, income tax brackets, and wages for millions of workers. Even small changes in CPI. Marxism and acceleration is ideology for your political party in a capitalist country. Small changes in CPI. Can have. Hey, what do you...
Mom and Dad are going to Greensboro tomorrow night.
Okay.
We're leaving at like 3 o'clock or something.
Okay.
So you'll be in charge of it.
Okay. You, 3... How long are you going to be gone for?
1 night.
Okay.
Back in the morning. Probably before lunch.
Okay. I'll be up, hopefully.
You'll what?
I said I'll be up, hopefully.
You gotta be up a little bit just to take them out and pee.
I've been up before 3 p.m. recently. Okay, well, he's gone. That was Dad Fawn, not Brother Fawn. Telling me we're streaming for Kamala. I'm pretty sure he'd be supportive of that. So, he know. Like, do you think my family doesn't know? Do you think they walk into my room and see a $300 microphone? And is he MMT? Actually, he is reading the deficit myth. I think I told you guys. He is, like, I don't know if he knows enough to be, like, fully MMT or non-MMT, but, like, yeah, probably, dude. Do you think they see, like, 2, like, fancy lights, like my phone on a tripod, this microphone, like, so many things open my monitors, and are just, like, I bet he's just, like, speaking to his friends. Was the post-FDR's administration very directly influenced by and copied fascist econ policies? Is any, like, social democratic econ policy fascist now? They think it's for porn? It is. I should ask them. Would they be supportive if I started OnlyFans? Do you think? I mean, I don't think they would. They definitely would not like it, but I don't think that I don't know. I don't know what the response would be. I don't think they would, like, kick me out or anything. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. Reading deficit myth. Let's go. I know. Yeah. I had we went to, like, a summer camp where there was there's no Wi-Fi or anything. And it's like it's a family camp. It's a YMCA family camp. You go there for a week. And I had brought my books. My dad didn't bring any. He was like, "Yeah, what's a book I could read?" I gave him, I gave him, like, an option of, like, 3 books, and I think he read like the first few pages, all 3 of them, of What Money Can't Buy, which is, like, a book about, like, post-Keynesian economics, about, like, the moral limit of markets. And This Depression Now, which is Krugman. It's just a Krugman, anti-austerity book, basically, and the deficit myth. He read, like, the first few pages of all of them. He said the deficit myth was way more interesting, and he's been reading that since. I didn't care about things money can't buy. I care a little bit. It's not in GDP. True. I don't know. Okay. Problem is, like, at the end of the day, I am a utilitarian, right? So, like, I'd probably say if a market for organs would increase the number of lives saved, even if there's moral implications to that, even if there's a concern with fairness, with like if only rich people can afford to buy organs and all the poor people die, or if there's an effect, like for example there was like a study in like Switzerland where like they asked participants would they want like a nuclear waste site to be placed near them. Switzerland is a reasonable fucking country, so like most of the people said like yeah, chill, whatever, and they offered them money to do it as well. They said if we offered you money to vote yes on putting the like nuclear waste center here, the number of people who supported it actually went down because they on principle didn't want to be bribed for their vote, right? I think there's been like similar effects in like blood donation things, right? Like people are probably less willing to donate blood if it's paid or whatever. And as a president now, it's the best. I don't think deficit myth adds that much, just because of different view of fiscal policy. Yeah, I didn't even read all of the deficit myth. I read a few other MMT things by now, but I don't know. I should probably read. I know some of the deficit myth is also talking about the trade deficit. That chapter would probably be good to read, even though I already know a decent amount about it. But like, you know, at the end of the day, again, I'm a utilitarian, so like, I'll bite the bullet on things, even if it, like, I don't know. I mean, any other ideology is going to have to bite way more bullets, I think, than utilitarianism, but I don't know. There was another... I don't know. Like, yeah. I'm trying to think. What I remember there was a case of, like, would you step into... Oh, is that the, I think I know what you're talking about. The machine that, it's just a, like, hedonist philosophy thing. Sounds kind of gay. I love this video so much. Experience machine. Yeah, I've heard of this. Yep, I know what you're talking about. I don't know. Probably. Probably. Soda.
Citizens within their country. That seems to be the case with
that was
Belarus.
A Democrat. Hold on, that was a democratically elected government. Do you deny
the democratically elected
was democratically elected?
The democratically elected parliament in Ukraine decided to remove Yanukovych, and the people of Ukraine
They're talking about Ukraine now.
Overwhelmingly voted for a more antagonistic president after that, which is what precipitated the Russian invasion in Ukraine. Of course, you didn't mention that in your historical accounting.
Well, right.
For whatever
after
reason.
Crimea and the Donbass leave, yeah, of course. Look, when you have the most like pro-Yanukovych areas leave, of course it's going to shift the voter demographic. What I'm saying though is that
what does he mean by leave?
You're calling him a vassal. You're calling this was the war began like
they were annexed.
The breakaway again happened very quickly after Euromaidan.
Or at least Crimea was annexed.
Those regions were part of Ukraine when Zelensky originally won. He was first elected, I think, in 2017 or something. It was
no. Petro Poroshenko came next, and then Zelensky came afterwards.
What?
The war was already underway.
No, that's not true.
That absolutely is true. What are you talking about?
You think Russia invaded?
Even Dylan would agree with.
Dylan Burns looks so upset
Kevin,
right now.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, listen, Lactoid.
Dude.
You think that the Russian invasion happened after or before Zelensky got elected? Because we might be
It was before, no, it was
misunderstanding.
no. The Russian. Hold on. You're talking about the 2022 election, or are you talking about the shit in 2014?
I'm talking about when Zelensky got elected. Do you think that happened before or after Russia invaded Ukraine?
The 2022 invasion?
He's talking about the full-scale invasion.
Yes, Zelensky was elected before then. Yes.
Okay, then we clearly were talking past each other. That's all I'm saying, is that it seems like in response to the parliament getting rid of this leader, after that they elected a democratically, a more antagonistic to Russia president. It seems like in general, after the invasion happened, it seemed like the Ukrainian people, he had like a 90% approval rating after the invasion happened. It seems like in general, Ukrainians are not in favor of just getting rid of a huge swath of their territory for Russia. And I don't think that you could say that they antagonized Russia by basically prioritizing an economic arrangement with Europe over Russia.
Hold on. You're okay. Your
That's a strong
timeline's
point, Pisco.
No. Your timeline's all fucked up. Okay. So there's 2014. I promise you it is. There's 2014 and there's 20.
No, it's not.
You're gonna keep. Wait.
Not have a nuclear
I'm gonna keep. You're acting like
a peace agreement.
You're criticizing Kevin. You're criticizing Kevin.
What is happening, bro?
What is timeline? I want to hear the timeline.
Yeah, so 2014, you have Euromaidan happen, which was a coup against a democratically elected president. Yanukovych was elected under a UN recognized election that was free and fair. He was couped by a armed rebellion with Euromaidan. And following this, you had the...
Dude, did you clip... Why does it show that you clipped that from forever ago? Well, and it wasn't forever ago. It was like last stream.
Assets and liabilities is very, very simple. Assets are things as many as... In this... higher less liabilities.
I mean, I could just as easily clip, like, the two different things that agreed with my definition, but... Sure.
Crimea voted for independence, though. They didn't vote to join Russia. That was rigged. When you looked at data before that election, like in the 90s.
Wait, is the weird taking populist guy also pro-Ukraine? What is this dude, man?
Dude, I took a class on this.
I can show you the numbers on this. I don't know what class you took back in the day.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This is going to break down to pro-Ukraine side versus pro-Russia side. How about this? How about
the pro-people side?
We recognize the material reality, and we avoid a nuclear war. Because if this goes on, there's a chance that a miscalculation happens that gets us all freaking killed.
Well, no, I agree. I agree. Wait, hold on. And just to be clear,
because it sounds like you're kind of defending Russia overtly right now.
Okay, I understand. I understand, Kevin. I understand that, like, in a room full of like pro-Ukraine hawks, that like any argument I make is going to be seen as defending Russia. Okay, I think that. Hold on.
I didn't say an asset is anything that appreciates.
Anymore, dude.
This fucking
At least I don't think so.
I acknowledge the case.
But usually an asset is like any I don't know. It's gonna be something that like increases your net wealth. It's gonna be something that does appreciate in value. It's gonna be something that you can borrow against. It's gonna be something like.
There was justifications.
What was the justification?
The justification was multiple-fold. First of all, Crimea overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych, who was the president that was illegally couped and unconstitutionally removed by the Euromaidan armed
And that gives Russia the right to invade?
Prior to Crimea's exit from Ukraine, there was UN polls done in Crimea going back multiple years, I think from like 2008 to 2011, maybe 2012 as well, in which the majority of Crimeans wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. There was a smaller percentage that wanted to become autonomous, and then the absolute smallest percentage wanted to stay part of Ukraine.
So the
yeah, but it was closer than that. The autonomous side was like it was either the majority or close to the majority. It depends on the year.
Even if we granted you the numbers, if it came out that like 60% of Tijuana wanted to join the United States, would we be justified in invading Mexico and just annexing it?
So right. So this is hold on. No, the answer is not necessarily yes. I think that this is where things get a little bit messy, right? Because
if the U.S. had an illegal coup,
agree. But when you have a
dude, at first I thought this was a Ukrainian flag behind Lactoid, but later I saw a different angle where it's I don't know what flag it is, but it's not. You can see like the yellow stops continuing here, and it's like blue. But assets generate income, liability. Localist, you realize there's not one universally accepted definition of asset. To believe that is unbelievably fucking retarded. That's proved. That's asset definition. You like there will be multiple definitions, neither of which are that exact definition. Property owned by a person or company regarded as having value or available to meet debts, commitments, or legacies. Military equipment such as planes, ships, communicate. This is for military, but yeah, like What's the definition of asset? Any useful thing that or something that holds value.
Pursue the nuclear program because they don't want to end up like Ukraine, right?
An important, right? Unironically, kind of, yeah. Like people. Who's that girl that had her legs insured? Girl legs insurance. So it was illegal to overthrow Yanukovych, but it wasn't illegal to invade. I mean, I'm sure he thinks it's illegal. He thinks it's somehow justified. But I don't think anyone. I don't know exactly. I didn't pay attention, so I don't know I don't think he's claiming that the U.S. did it. I don't think anyone disputes that. I mean, overthrowing Yanukovych. Overthrowing is. I mean, I think overthrowing is a fair word to use. It's just a little. It could be used misleadingly, because there obviously was violence, but it wasn't like a violent toppling of the government. It was just that the president got ousted by, in part, the Ukrainian people and in part the Ukrainian parliament. So it's still the same government. It's just that they ousted the president. But people unironic, people have their legs insured because I'm pretty sure even localists would count that as an asset because it would generate income for you. But yeah.
Have a state anymore. Had they have gone their own way, said no to the U.S. and Russia, kept the nukes, they would have probably had to spend less than that, and they'd be at peace today. Look at this. They're spending the same amount as North Korea, yet one's at peace and the other's getting its ass kicked. So which position would you rather be at? Keep your nukes, right? Once you understand that logic, it makes the world a lot more clear in terms of why people do what they do. So as far as it stands right now, no, Ukraine's a victim of U.S. and Russian imperialism. So.
Yep, we did imperialism in the same way.
Regardless, just to be clear.
What do the Ukrainian people think? I mean, what do you think the Ukrainian people think right now? That they should resist? That they're the victims of American imperialism or Russian imperialism?
It depends which ones you ask. Like the ones in the East.
Wait, actually, you know what? You're about to get so fucking owned right now, localists. For manus liability, though. Houses, if you have a mortgage, that actually does generate income for you because you get a tax deduction. So get fucked. Get fucked. That's income, baby. Tax deduction equals income. Hell yeah. That's kind of, it reduces your tax liability. So viewed that way, it's money in your pocket. Get owned. Get owned. I'm like, what? What do you mean, bro? You get a mortgage, you can deduct your interest on it. Money in your pocket. Money in your pocket, baby. You can deduct the mortgage interest payment you get paid during the year on the first $750,000 in mortgage debt for your primary home or a second home. Really, second home. If you're married filing separately, the limit drops to $375,000. Tax deduction doesn't mean anything. Income, baby. Less taxable income. In other words, higher income. I rest my case. I rest my case.
Nothing panel answer a single question without running to their butt Trump insecurity blankets. It's
Bro.
pathetic.
The range
the thing about an election is that really quick. The thing about an election is you have to compare and contrast both candidates. So I think when someone brings up something about Kamala and you think there's something worse about Trump, it kind of stands to reason that would be relevant to bring up when you're comparing two people on who to vote for.
The episode of Black Mirror where you can block someone IRL and you can't hear what they say and it kind of jumbles up their face. I feel like a lot of MAGA people get like that when you
do you admit you have at least a bit of TDS? I don't think so. No. What does TDS mean?
TDS. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, MAGA cultists have the real TDS. Yeah, that is how elections work. And by the way, a vote counts just as much if you have an affirmative position on Kamala Harris or you just simply oppose Donald Trump. Eat shit.
Roasted.
Damn. Okay. Ibizzo says $20. Why?
Okay, I don't care. French Revolution occurred most notably in Spain and its neighbors. Occurred in the worth the inflow of large amounts of gold and silver. In Italy, many observers said the prices were rising because Italy was getting richer as a result of accumulating gold from trade. To facilitate his study of rising prices, Count Carli ordered collected prices of grains, wine, and oil around 1450 and also from around 1755. For each commodity, he computed the percent change in price from the earlier to the more recent period. Then he took a simple average of those 3 percentage changes. This served as the basic measure of the commodity price inflation. He did this using prices in terms of Italian legal tender, lire. I'm pretty sure it's lire, right? And then using prices in terms of gold and silver bullion. Prices in terms of lire. I forget. God damn it. I'm pretty sure I had it right the first time, and I forget what I said the first time. Has sharply increased, while in terms of bullion rose only slightly. He concluded, therefore, that the rising price had resulted from the Italian government's frequent debasement of the currency rather than from growing wealth. Governments around the world did not rush to adopt Carli's methodology. Adoption came only later, driven by pressing circumstances in the U.S. One catalyst was the Civil War. To finance the war, beginning with the passage of the Legal Tender Act of 1862, the Union government began issuing paper money called greenbacks, unbacked by gold or silver. The greenbacks were the center of an intense debate about the constitutionality of paper money and the likelihood that it would lead to severe inflation. As the war progressed, Treasury Secretary Solon Chase published rudimentary price indexes to demonstrate that, while high prices roughly doubled during the war, inflation was not as bad as some had feared.
On this
well, you're gaslighting. You just said that Trump had record high migration levels, which is fucking wrong.
Hang on a second. At the time, he was posting, at least for certain years, he was posting record high crossings. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, absolutely. Go look at the fucking data from the
2019. In 2019, we saw the highest level of
it. Was not record. No, it wasn't.
Hold on. In 2019, we saw the highest level of border apprehension since like 2006. So on his watch, he was seeing a massive
lack toilet time is in Moscow
under Biden, but Biden is beholden to the same asylum laws that Trump was. Is the point that?
Anyway, okay. Would you prefer gold or USD as the global currency? Well, USD, obviously. What? The global currency? I mean, USD is the global currency, obviously. But even obviously, just like as an American citizen, obviously I'm going to prefer USD to gold because it probably benefits us to have USD as the world currency. Doesn't benefit our exports. I prefer gold. Why? As national and global currency. Sound money. Yeah, but I just think that I don't know. I need more If I ever write a book, this is what I would write a book on. Okay, it would be a book defending fiat money and the Federal Reserve. This is what I would write a book on. I don't know enough about it to write a book, obviously. There are too many books called End the Fed. Too many books promoting the gold standard. Barely any books not defending the opposite. I don't want a currency that loses all of its value in 100 years. Good thing the U.S. dollar hasn't done that. Where do I think inflation comes from? In the short term, it can come from demand side shocks, or it can, demand pull inflation or cost push inflation. In the long term, it's a monetary thing. From printing money, or, the opposite would be deflation when you don't print money. I don't know. Equation of exchange, brother. MV equals PY. The Gold Standard in the Great Depression. Oh, this would be a good book, yeah. Thanks. I would write a literature review on equality, a theory in the first year at undergrad. On the gold standard or on the quantity theory? Oh, what? Just the quantity of money causes inflation? Monetary theory of inflation. Neutrality of money. This is literally going to do the MV equals PY, what I just said. Watch. Look, like... Oh, it doesn't quite have it. I guess it... Well... This is a reformatted version of it. MV over Y is equal to P. It's called monetary theory of inflation. Don't act... you realize what I just said, localist, aligns with monetary theory of inflation. I said it in the long run, it's a monetary thing. It's just that obviously in the short run, supply side issues, supply shocks and demand shocks can also have effects, right? That's on price inflation. Okay. Evidence shows that following inflation targeting relationship broke down. And in countries with less than 10% inflation or money supply expansion, it doesn't hold either. Did I ever make a page for the gold standard? I don't know if I did or not. But this is my calling in life. My calling in life is to be the absolute most establishment shill I can possibly be, okay? I will defend fractional reserve banking. I will defend a Federal Reserve. The gold standard question is why do countries pretty much universally get rid of gold standards when there's... Yeah, I know. Yeah, like, yeah. It's like, why would... If central banks are, like, so evil and bad... Why has every country over time found that having a central bank is preferable? If the gold standard is so good, why would... If fractional reserve banking is so bad, why would... is there any country that doesn't do fractional reserve banking? I don't even know what theory of banking I believe in, so...
Palestine encampments. I go undercover. I take pictures of all the hammer and sickles all around their stuff. I get them on camera saying that they're hunting for Jews on their campus to harass. And I post that stuff all on my Twitter or my X. It'll never stick. At Cam Higby. So thanks for having me, Dylan. It was a pleasure as always. Peace code. Don't take anything too personal. Love you, bro. And yeah, that's my closing.
Thank you very much. Ken will also be joining me on a month-long embed with Azov in the Serbanitsky Forest in the near future, where we'll be living on the front line, surviving on nothing but what we can find in the burnt-out forest.
Gold standard is naturally deflationary, since trade deficits meant money supply and decreasing, thereby prices.
Throwing it over.
Sorry, and thereby prices, wages, and thereby the supply contracts. This was unbearable for many countries that they resorted to voting gold as the U.S. did. Didn't Keynes? Isn't that the big thing Keynes wrote about in the economic consequences of the peace? Is it this, or is it I thought it was an economic consequences of Mr. Churchill. What's up, handsome small? How are you voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris. Policy improvements, foreign exchange value of sterling up in pre-war value in gold for being about 10% below it means that whenever we sell anything abroad, either foreign buyers are paid 10% more. Blah blah blah. Yeah. I'm out of a form. My history teaches that Donald Trump is bad, but my dad said Kamala Harris is bad. It's a tough one.
And
I like debate. Do you know what a tariff is? It's just-
Okay. Good. Yeah. But really, it's not that. I'm simply trying to add nuance to, I think, what is a very complicated situation. I understand that there's a lot of nuance here, and that, I mostly just want to see peace, right? Right now in the world, I think that's what we need. I don't like to see people, getting blown up. I've seen plenty of videos of that on X now that Elon Musk owns it, and it's pretty horrific. So I'd like to see less of that. Again, thanks, guys.
Have you tried putting down your phone?
I can't do that. Come on, Jesus Christ.
Fair enough. We're gonna throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thank.
Okay, I don't know. I don't care what he has to say, honestly. Cost of living controversy. By the 1880s, labor unions were gaining strength and coming into frequent conflict with employers about whether wages were keeping up with price increases. Labor unions pushed for the creation of a government agency that could promote their interest. Employers unsurprisingly resisted. As a compromise, the Bureau of Labor was established in 1884 and was directed to simply collect and publish statistics about labor without taking a particular stance. Vote Donald Trump if you want to end democracy. Oh, who knows? Maybe they do. The Bureau of Labor soon came to play an important role in the publication of price indexes. One impetus was the Republican Party's McKinley Tariff of 1890, which sharply increased import duties in an attempt to protect American manufacturers from foreign competition. Labor activists claimed that the tariff had led to higher prices but lower wages. Senator Nelson Aldrich, a Rhode Island Republican best known for his role in the founding of the Federal Reserve, commissioned a committee to study whether this claim was true. His committee asked the Bureau of Labor Statistics to construct wholesale and retail price indexes from 1860 to 1891, an effort that required 52,393 price observations by hand. The committee's report showed that prices had indeed risen after the tariff, but that wages had risen more than prices over a longer period of time. I don't know what any of that means. I just learned about politics in school today. It's gonna be hard to communicate some things. So a tariff is basically, we literally just read it too. It's funny. Like an import, or a tax on imports. So most of the things you buy are from other countries. This is what we call imports. Like everything is a made in China sticker on it. Most things are not from the U.S. This cup wasn't fucking made here. It does not have a made in thing on it, evidently. But, intuitively you should know most of the things you buy are not from China. They're not from the US. They're from China, they're from India, they're from Mexico. I think Mexico's a large city right now. So when you tax something, generally the price is something, it goes up. The tax is generally passed on to the consumer. What Trump wants to do is he wants 10 to 20% universal tariff. So every import, which is 90% of things you buy, are probably imported or rely on things that are imported. Even if my phone is made in America, it's not, but let's pretend. Even if my phone is made in America, the things used to make the phone probably aren't made in America. Trump wants to raise the price of those imports by at least 10%, 60% on goods from China. Essentially, that's going to translate into making most imports about 10% more expensive. Because we have good data on this, that the price of the tax is usually paid by the consumer, not paid by the not paid by China, number one, not paid by the countries like Trump seems to suggest, and it's not just absolved by the business. It's not just, BLS. I will go in trouble if I don't vote. Will I get in trouble if I don't vote? No. I don't want to I don't want to pick the... No, you if you don't want to vote, you don't have to. I would suggest that you do vote just because it's a... When I say civic duty, it doesn't mean you have to do it. Jury duty is also a civic duty, but you will actually get arrested if you don't do jury duty. Or at least fine. Voting is completely optional. You don't have to if you don't want to. Trade only accounts for 2% of U.S. GDP, to be fair. Well, yeah. But that's not my... I mean... I would assume most consumer goods are reliant upon imports. I don't know what we would look up to find this, but like I can't like. I don't know. There's also the issue again with like retaliatory tariffs, which reduce U.S. exports, which is going to harm U.S. companies. Not sure if I've signed up for the draft or not. I think it's more like 20%, but it's lower than most countries. I don't think it's that.
You recognize the fact that on this particular panel, it sounds like we're all very aligned. I think it's because we're addressing a lot of meat and potatoes issues that are true. I think distinguishing.
Your arguments about consumer prices, not GDP,
America
yeah.
as we see it, and not so much the kind of nuances that Josiah and I might get in a fight into. On Live and Learn or something like that. But it was a pleasure to talk. I certainly don't take anything seriously. I hate MAGAism, but those of you who are on the panel, including Cam, including Kevin, including...
I mean, you don't have to vote even if you're in Texas, believe it or not.
And let's do it again sometime.
Thank you all for coming on to today's show and for everybody for being a good sport.
Bob Marley, you're wrong. Imports do not subtract from GDP. Imports are subtracted from GDP to make their net effect zero. The net effect of imports on GDP is zero. Nada, nothing. They're not included in GDP. The reason they don't subtract from GDP, they are subtracted from GDP because they are invisibly included in consumption, government spending, and investment. So, it's an accounting measure. Because they are invisibly included in the first three components, at the end, we subtract GDP to make their net effect zero. The net effect is zero. They do not subtract from GDP. They are subtracted to make the net effect zero. Get owned. Get fucked. I only knew about this 2 weeks ago and no opinion, wrote a blog post about it. If I buy a $30,000 car from China, GDP does not go down $30,000. It stays the same because the net effect of imports on GDP is zero because they are subtracted at the end to cancel out the fact that they are included in the first three components. Anyway, that's the fun rant I get to do. Oops. We'll do that one. No, Penny, that's like 3 blog posts about this. Yeah, but they don't actually subtract from GDP. If you don't believe me, David S. Chang has a simple example to help explain how this works. Let's say you are on a moon base, 100% dependent on imports for Earth. Per capita consumption is 420 million, imports of 420 million, GDP is zero. Would you say the lunar economy is great, but the trade deficit detracts from GDP, or does the moon not have an economy at all? Is it very lazy? The moon not doing any science, they're just importing stuff from Earth and consuming it. But it makes sense for the example. Here's your GDP equation for the moon base. Consumption plus investment, yeah. All adds up to zero. The moon base net exports are negative 20, meaning it's a trade deficit of $420. Now suppose the moon base imports from Earth rises to 90, but nothing else changes. Imports went up, trade deficit went up, but GDP did not change at all. This example shows why economics writers should not write that imports are trying to GDP. Anyway, if you still don't believe me, you can read this explained by St. Louis. Yeah. He's good on this, but that on MMT. Oh, what's up, Common Sense 69,000? Welcome back. 6,900. I'm going to say 6,900 because that's the funny number. Important funny number reference. GDP goes down. That refuses the point that trade only makes up 2% of GDP, though. Well, I mean, exports are included in GDP, right? So if we say... I mean, obviously, we have a trade deficit, but... do you mean the trade deficit is only 2% of GDP? This says, yeah, 3% of GDP, but 2.8% in 2023. MMT is known to increase by a factor of 100 by multiple advanced statistical methods. Well, we can increase nominal GDP as much as we want. Krugman's babysitting co-op is MMT. I mean, it's spending to full employment, I guess. I just realized I have a macroeconomic textbook in my bed. Nice one. Localists do not know what MMT is. You would hate MMT. To settle disputes between unions and companies. And the 8080 is concerning. I know it, but I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, just know you would hate it. Because it's pro-inflation. That's the best way to describe of describing it. Concerning if wages were keeping up with inflation. Bureau of Labor was established I'm not pro-inflation and pro-deficit spending. Yeah, well, Localist hates that too. MMT in theory literally just seems like a tautological reframing. Listen, I don't have any strong opinions on it. I don't know. I just took like the milk toast take that like descriptively some of it is probably true. I still need to read on credit creation theory. I don't know if I believe in it or not. The best ideas that first claim to be tautologies are obviously untrue by their... Bro, how are they so loud? I don't get it. I can hear them through my noise canceling headphones. I used to be like, you Nafon, are you free market efficiency, GDP maxing, post-scarcity PS? I realize there's little liberty in a philosophy like that. That's why I think I'll grow out of it. Really, I've only grown into GDP maxing more than I've grown out of it. I'm trying to just say, I'm assuming that Bureau of Labor Statistics is just part. I don't know, it's going to be. What organization director of interest? Companies obviously resisted. Was directed to simply was. Actually, you guys want to know the true the Elon Musk dance on inflation. Fiscal theory to price level. Fiscal theory to price level is the idea that government fiscal policy, including debt and taxes, present and future, is the primary determinant of the price level or inflation, as opposed to the quantity theory of money. Theory is one of the strongest advocates in debate among mainstream economists for combating inflation primarily through fiscal policy instead of monetary policy. The theory also disputes the premise in modern monetary theory that inflation can be controlled when it starts to rise. For that economist, as long as inflation is ultimately under central bank's control, inflation is always an everywhere monetary phenomenon. Today, Keynesian influence economists assign less significance in the money supply. Still believe the central bank, through its controlled short-term interest rates, can influence inflation by keeping demand in line with supply. In a 1981 paper, though, Thomas Sargent, like Milton Friedman, a future winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics, and Neil Wallace changed this orthodoxy. A government that runs a unsustainable deficit will one day fail to sell enough bonds, at which point the central bank will have to finance the shortfall by printing money. The central bank may initially try to control inflation by raising interest rates sharply, but this will widen deficits further and ultimately make inflation even harder to control. Persistent high inflation is always and everywhere a physical phenomenon in which the central bank is the monetary accomplice. Wrote Mrs. Sargent. currently a professor at New York University and a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution in 2013. Really good economics video for your active interested. Lots of great details. Another one. I doubt I'm not going to be able to stand it. It's going to be so dumb knowing you. Stop. No, stop. You don't get to comment economics because you don't think it's real. Stop. No, I can't engage with you because you don't think it's real at all. Stop. No, you don't care. There's nothing I can say that could ever change your mind because you don't think any statement on economics has any true value, at least on a national level. You don't care. There's nothing at all I could ever show to you ever to change your mind on any of this because you don't think it's real. I don't. There's no fun. I mean, you can link it and I'll look at it, but there's no. You don't think it's real. It doesn't matter. There's nothing I could ever show to you ever to change your mind because you don't think it's real. Oh, you've linked this before. No, I don't care right now. Bob Nine is going to do about the 45's role in Afghanistan and Syria during his presidency. Not much. I know he negotiated the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and I know he withdrew from Syria, and I'm pretty sure U.S. servicemen got hurt in that withdrawal from Syria, right? And our Kurdish allies did eventually get hurt too, but not that I don't think it's real. I don't think it's relevant. You don't think most things are real when it comes to economics, at least. So. Okay. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Dispute over tariffs. The bigger implication of the report was to demonstrate that it was feasible for a government agency like the Bureau of Labor to collect price data and publish price indexes. The report set a precedent for subsequent studies which played a role in the important political debate about the monetary system in the 1890s. The return to the gold standard after the Civil War brought about a long period of deflation. This deflation was painful for farmers who tended to be debtors because it increased their real debt burden. In his famous Cross the Gold speech in the 1896 Democratic Convention, the populist politician William Jennings Bryan advocated using monetary expansion to reverse the deflation and stabilize prices. Monetary expansion, he thought, could be achieved by monetizing silver or by issuing more greenbacks. Did you guys know that Wizard of Oz is actually an allegory for this? Around the turn of the 20th century, the Bureau of Labor Price Index data allowed progressive era economists, most notably Irving Fisher, to for the first time think about how in practice government could stabilize prices in the economy if it wished to. Before Fisher's work, economists used to think the Pache Index and the Las-Perez Index to create price indexes. Both try to account for the fact that quantities of each type of good consumed can vary from period to period, largely because when the relative price of a particular good rises, consumers reduce their consumption of it. Both indexes can account for this by varying consumption in a way that biases the resultant index. I don't know how to pronounce this. I think it's La-Perez, right? La-Perez index weights prices by the quantities in the initial base period, meaning it does not account for falls in consumption of a good driven by higher prices, and it tends to overestimate inflation. By contrast, the Pache index weights prices by quantities in a later period and underestimates inflation, as consumers are not able to switch to cheaper products instantaneously. Fisher proposed taking the geometric mean of the La-Perez and Pache indexes, that is, multiplying them together and taking a square root, to avoid either the upward or downward bias. This is now standard. I think mainstream economists think the treasury yields aren't almost entirely set by Fed practice. I responded to him. Democrats love inflation. So true. I am a Democrat and I love inflation. Debate this woman on YouTube about his role in Afghanistan and Syria. She seems like a YouTube page is around your size. Could be good for views. I can link a video. Yeah, sure, link it. I don't know if I'd have to do it. Right now, the opportunity cost of doing a ton of reading in a foreign policy would be too high. But Democrats love inflationary spending. So true. Wait, localist. I thought you thought monetary policy was the issue. What are you talking about? Inflationary spending. What? You just told me that it's always a monetary issue. So why are you talking about spending now? Spending isn't a monetary issue. What? Why? Watch 5 minutes of video. I'll donate $5 when I get a new debit card. I don't care. I don't care enough about it right now, dude. It's just gonna be. I gotta fucking read this shit. Okay. $1 per minute is insane ROI. I don't care. The marginal utility of $5 is just not worth it. Consumer price index to measure the change in prices of basket of goods. Okay, I just want to know if it was used when they first. Audio utility info for the video was past $5 million, I bet. This video is gonna be I've already, listen, I probably already know most of the shit in this video because I've talked to you and you spout dumb shit all the time. This is gonna give me fucking copy strike, dude.
I think it's fine. Senator, I think it's fine. Okay.
Capitalism has been the economic system of the United States since its founding. Rarely has an outspoken anti-capitalist gained support in the United States, and the only time periods in which such a figure's election seems possible have been periods of great economic despair. Capitalism has created within the United States great fortune and wealth, and has produced some of the richest corporations and individuals in history. But that is exactly the problem the modern American has with capitalism. The natural phenomenon known as the Pareto distribution is a concept which manifests itself everywhere in nature. It states that 1 to 2% of a given group will be hyper-efficient and produce 80% of the product of said group. For example, 2% of workers in a company...
Isn't it supposed to be... I thought it was the 80-20 thing. 1 or 2%?
...will likely produce 80% of...
The US will not default and just print more money? True! Look, you just discovered MMT. COVID, okay? That's not quite MMT, but yeah.
The output. 2% of composers wrote 80% of the classical music that we listen to today. And of those producers, 2% of their work represents 80% of the music that we
I think
hear
it's 20%. Well,
this
yeah.
distribution even
Usually I
manifests
hear
itself in
20%.
communist societies, which is partially why the Soviet Union fell and Venezuela is on the brink of collapse. The question is, why is this important to understand? The conservative answer to those who end up on the low end of the Pareto distribution has always been one of ignorance and neglect.
Wow, we should use welfare. That's crazy. You know what? It's almost like we have like system, like during the, economic despair, we had our New Deal, we did welfare.
I believe that because the distribution is natural, that it is therefore good and just and ought to be. This mentality produces socialists and communists. It produces people who seek to revolt against the system that seemingly doesn't care about them. But what is truly the answer?
And this guy's any different? At least if this guy has the same ideology as you.
In 1819, Pope Leo XIII wrote Rerum Novarum, or Of Revolutionary Change in the World. His writings sought to bring the church to address the condition of the working classes and discuss the relationship between a government and its citizens.
Japan survives with a 250 debt to GDP ratio, and they have no inflation. Well, that's true. They actually have the opposite problem. They until recently, I think they have had problems with deflation.
Teachings rejected both unrestricted capitalism and socialism and formed the basis for the distributist philosophy. Pope Leo was simply the beginning of distributist thought, however. In the 1950s, G.K. Chesterton and similar writer Hilaire Belloc formed the foundational writings for what we now know as distributism. Chesterton foresaw a Europe which would transcend the classical markets built upon self-interest, one which would rise up to the calling of true Aristotelian Christian morality, and one which would employ a modern form of the medieval guild-style regulation of industrial powers, which would not only preserve independent households, but return to the concept of the private enterprise, which Chesterton claimed had been lost at the hands of capitalism. His claim is certainly one to ponder, as the modern capitalist household is no longer a singular private entity in any form or fashion, especially with the advent of the internet.
Based gains from trade.
Choice made by an individual affects the market, which affects everyone else living in the system. The corporate entities who rule not only the market, but the government through lobbying, are as big as the government themselves, and with that size comes their immense power over anyone in their sphere of control. Those who advocate for classical markets as the solution to this problem, most notably the self-proclaimed anarcho-capitalists, seem to not understand that this corporate oligarchy is the inevitable end result of the free market in its current form. Capitalism for capitalism.
Yeah, that one's kind of unironically based.
Which American conservatives have been championing since the end of the Cold War, always allows the greedy to exploit the system. It is in fact the absence of morality in the capitalist system which inevitably leads to such ruin, which is exactly what distributism seeks to solve. Chesterton saw Christian morality as the keystone of distributist thought, making it extremely clear that the economic system could not function without a strong moral ground. That is exactly what our founding fathers made explicitly clear was the case for the American system in their age. Hence why the American system has become increasingly corrupt and tyrannical as our society loosens its grip on morality. As he explains in his book, The Thing, business, especially big business, is now organized like an army. It is, as some would say, a sort of mild militarism without bloodshed, a militarism without the military virtues. Huey Long was the latest in the line of distributists. Long was the governor of Louisiana during the Depression, and prior to that had served as a lawyer prosecuting corrupt corporations. Huey Long viewed both laissez-faire capitalism, the economic system of the West, and socialism as equally flawed and exploitative. Thomas Stork, an author and proud traditionalist distributist, claims that both
you've cited this guy before, haven't you?
The European Enlightenment, and are thus modernizing and anti-traditional forces. He is correct in his claim, as the Enlightenment produced both economic systems. But what then is the solution to the problem of America's economic system? Rather than
all right, I'm 6 minutes in. Maybe he'll answer the question now of the title.
Of a small group of big business elites or corrupt government officials, distributism seeks to, well, distribute the means of production across as many individual entities as possible, thus theoretically eradicating much of the tangible effects that come about because of the Pareto distribution manifesting itself. Distributism favors small-scale cooperative organizations such as small businesses, and distributists have historically implemented large-scale antitrust laws and regulations to prevent corporations from stealing an individual market. It is
I think antitrust is generally pretty good. That's why I love my man, Joe Biden. Joe Biden and Lena Khan. Humana Lena Khan. With our based antitrust measures. For the most part, based. Some of them are probably bad. But
important to note that
what was the other thing? I don't think co-ops are like intrinsically bad, but like insofar as co-ops, exist and help other people, they do exist in a market system. Nothing in the market system right now is stopping people from forming co-ops, and then insofar as that co-op enriches other people and provides benefits to consumers, they could exist.
Still maintains the citizen's right to property, and there is still a
how an economy for only costs is probably bad. No, I would agree with that. Is why I don't think we should mandate them. I'm just saying I don't think they're intrinsically bad. Obviously, they do offer benefits to the workers who are in them. I think generally, they tend to be better for workers, obviously, or even worker board membership. I wouldn't even necessarily be opposed to having 20% worker board membership on all or most corporations, or on large corporations at least. Corporations that actually have boards.
The United States is a very interesting country. It spans a continent in size and contains within it a variety of biomes and natural resource deposits. Meadows, oil, plants, animals, flatlands, mountains, caves, tundra, and deserts all reside within the United States. This has allowed the USA to be a historical outlier in the world, as it can at times be fully self-sufficient in terms of food, resources, and trade. The United States has undergone periods of economic growth simply by trading within its own borders and with its close neighbors, and has achieved a social mindset which breeds the kind of America First political policy that has been extremely historically popular. From Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, Richard Nixon to presidential candidate Pat Buchanan, and of course the 45th president Donald Trump, America First ideology has been an everlasting force within American politics. Many groups over the years have adopted the concepts which make up the America First movement, concepts such as energy self-sufficiency, agricultural self-sufficiency, the prosperity of the middle working classes, and Amerocentric foreign policy. What does this have to do with distributism, though? Well, distributism advocates for the means of production to be distributed amongst as many people in small groups as possible, as we've already made clear. In a country like America, where it's possible to be completely self-sufficient, a system like distributism would make sense in practice, as there would be no need to integrate the economy with the greater capitalistic or socialistic economies of other countries. It would also prevent monopolies from forming in both the American and international markets, and generate a higher standard of living for American citizens. The issue with implementing distributism on a large scale is that it would be difficult for the American economy to be settled down enough to radically shift the way things work. The special element of distributism...
Maybe there are actually just gains from trade that you can make. This is a commentary. False analogy of trade between people and trade between countries. Oh, this is an epic critique. Two individuals trying to start trading. Each other both are better. Foreign countries trade or expand trade. Some people in a country will be better off, and some people will be well. Obviously, yes, no one denies that. Tiger Woods should not mow his own lawn. Believe it or not, we've ran through this conversation like 6 times. You just stop and don't think anything is real. There's nothing that ever change your mind. It's not worth going over with you again. But
however, is its inherent conservative nature. Distributism is built within small communities, so the system is community-oriented.
And again, nothing in my system is stopping Tiger Woods from mowing his own lawn. If he wants to, he can grow his own food. Any American right now can go to YouTube, learn how to grow their own food, go to college, get an agriculture degree, learn how to start their own farm. You probably don't even need an agriculture degree to know how to start a farm. You can do it.
Middle position between capitalism's ever-present focus on the individual and communism's focus on the unit.
I don't know. This is like pretty close to your ideology, buddy.
Distributism acknowledges the role the individual plays within their small community and the role those communities play in upholding the society at large. This would be a reversion to a pre-Enlightenment era in which the community was the backbone of society, not the overwhelming collective or the shallow individual and corporate interests. This is not to say that distributism fully rejects the concept of collectivism, as distributists advocate for nationalism and patriotism. Distributists encourage unity within a country, community, and most importantly, a family. There are many valid critiques of distributism, and specifically its implementation in the United States, but many of these critiques can be defeated by a greater understanding of how distributism actually functions. For example, critics of distributism may claim that a distributist economy does not account for real-world factors, such as land fertility. If one local community has poor land, how will they feed themselves? And likewise, if another community has an abundance of fertile land, will they keep the surplus food which they will inevitably produce? And is giving it away truly distributist? The answer is yes. Cooperation between communities is inherently distributist. The example of agriculture is an important one, as it is the historical precedent for human interaction. But if a specific community, for whatever reason, does not have the means to produce a commodity,
it doesn't our like, to me, this is just like what the market system accounts for. Like, the market system, for the most part, barring like any externalities, will like tend towards communities producing what's most efficient for them and trading with other communities.
Will be set within and without the community to produce said commodity. Cooperation between communities is viable in a distributist economy, and it is also important to note that if land is unsuitable for development, it will probably go undeveloped. The reason nobody ships food constantly to Antarctica is because it is expensive and not worth the risk of setting up civilization there. Similarly, if land is unsuitable within the nation, people are probably not going to inhabit it, and then turn around and plead with the rest of the country to constantly supply them with needs that they neglected to account for. It just doesn't happen. Now, some may make the claim that allowing these communities to interact will inevitably produce a capitalist system. This is only partially true, as the interaction within communities will act as a market to foster growth and development in communities. This is only necessary to bind the nation together, as an array of self-sufficient communities isn't necessarily conducive to a national identity. The sharing of ideas, customs, and goods, however, is what
so now he's doing your literally what you do all the time, that the U.S. is not a country and national identity is a tragedy. I shouldn't be leaking that, but oopsie.
national identity, and that is not absent in the distributist economy. Another critique of distributism is that there is no incentive for the worker to actually put in what he is capable of. This is the greatest critique of socialism and communism, the idea that the efficient worker feeling cheated would kill the incentive of the ambitious. This is not in fact the case in a distributist economy. The ambitious are rewarded for their labor, and businesses can evolve in communities and larger markets. The restriction comes on only monopolized businesses. Restricting corporate entities for the benefit of the everyday civilian is necessary to prevent the greedy from taking the place of the ambitious. Distributism defends ambitious and hyperproductive members of society by justly rewarding them for their effort while weeding out the greedy and corrupt. This is because the bottom line of distributism is to put America and the American worker first. The classic American ideal of the entrepreneur is still respected in distributism and is kept from being tarnished by the caricature that is the greedy corporation. This is why Huey Long, during his time as a lawyer, sued the corrupt Standard Oil Corporation. He did not attack oil corporations for being successful. He attacked a single oil corporation which choked the market into submission and formed an unjust monopoly over oil.
True, so true. I love antitrust. Oh, wait, fuck. Oh, all my stuff is gone. God damn it. Well, whoopsie. Well, I just needed something to do in the background of the debate. I don't actually need that.
Historically, distributism has only been implemented or has come close to such during times of great economic depression, like the Great Depression. If predictions prove true, America looks to be heading for an economic depression or recession on par or worse than the 2008 financial crisis. With
2 years ago.
Policies comparing the weight of the predicted crisis to that of the Great Depression. During this time, in order to effectively minimize suffering among Americans, it may be smart to begin adopting distributism at the local or state levels. The most unfortunate thing...
we actually did so well that the technical recession in 2022 disappeared when we revised our GDP numbers up. So
during the predicted crisis is that the elite American oligarchs would be relatively unaffected. The members of the upper class who run monopolies which sell jobs to China...
I mean, he's not like entirely wrong here, but it's his argument for better taxation policy and welfare.
And pursue globalist economies antithetical to the interest of the American people would remain in their...
I think globalist economies are not at all antithetical to people. The American people, he said. I think it's the exact
Under a
opposite.
distributist economy, the American people would truly feel the benefits of their hard work ethic and unwavering optimism. The question is, who will bring about this era of prosperity to fruition? I'm Jacob Peterson with the People's National Party. This has been the Voice of America.
Okay. I better get my $5 eventually. Welfare still consolidated power. Oh, so true. I didn't consider that one. Well, then, Frank and Ruby each work 8 hours per day. Good video. It's a fine video. Video is all yapping adaptations without substance. Yeah, I don't like. But it's like a 14-minute like introductory YouTube video. So I'm not expecting it to be groundbreaking or anything. But those all substance. I don't want to say that. Both Frank and Ruby each work 8 hours a day and can use the time to grow potatoes, raise cattle, or engage in a combination of the two. The table in Figure 1 shows that the amount of time each person requires to produce 1 ounce of each good. Frank produces an ounce of potatoes in 15 minutes, and an ounce of meat in 60 minutes. Ruby, who's better at both activities, can produce an ounce of potatoes in 10 minutes and an ounce of meat in 20 minutes. The last two columns show how much they can produce if they devote all 8 hours to working meat or potatoes. You can see, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. So clearly, Ruby has the absolute advantage here. Panel B at Figure 1 illustrates the amount of meat and potatoes that Frank can produce. If he spends all 8 hours growing potatoes, Frank produces 32 ounces of potatoes measured on a horizontal axis and no meat. If he spends all the time raising cattle, he produces 8 ounces of meat measured on a vertical axis and no potatoes. If Frank divides his time equally between the two activities, spending 4 on each, he produces 16 ounces of potatoes and 4 ounces of meat. The figure shows these three outcomes and all the others in between. This is Frank's production possibilities frontier. As we discussed in chapter 2, okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Trade-offs, you can only, you may recall the production possibilities frontier in chapter 2 was drawn, bowed out. In that case, blah, 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 blah. Increasing opportunity cost, whatever. Panel C, Figure 1, shows Ruby's reductions possibilities frontier. If she only grows potatoes, Ruby can produce 48 ounces of them and no meat. If she only raises cattle, she produces 24 ounces of meat and no potatoes. If Ruby devotes her time equally, spending 4 hours in these activities, she produces 24 ounces of potatoes and 12 ounces of meat. Once again, the production possibility frontier curve shows all possible outcomes. If Frank and Ruby, here is the important part, these like next 2 to 3 paragraphs. If Frank and Ruby remain self-sufficient instead of trading with each other, each consumes exactly what he or she produces. In this case, the production possibilities frontier is a consumption possibilities frontier. That is without trade. Figure 1 shows the possible combinations of meat and potatoes that Frank and Ruby can each produce and consume. These possibilities frontiers are also useful in showing the trade-offs that Frank and Ruby face, but they do not tell us what each will choose to do. For that, we need to know more about their dietary preferences. Suppose that Frank and Ruby choose the combination identified by points A and B in Figure 1. Based on his opportunity and taste, Frank decides to produce and consume 16 ounces of potatoes and 4 ounces of meat, while Ruby decides to produce and consume 24 ounces of potatoes and 12 ounces of meat. Oh, what do they show now? Okay, where's the fucking... After years of eating combination B, Ruby gets an idea and visits Frank. Ruby, Frank, my friend, I've got a deal for you. We can improve our lives for both of us. You can stop producing meat altogether and just grow potatoes. According to my calculations, if you do that for 8 hours a day, you'll produce 32 ounces of potatoes. You can then give me 15 of those 32 ounces, and I'll give you 5 ounces of meat in return. That's great. You'll eat 17 ounces of potatoes and 5 ounces of meat every day instead of 16 ounces of potatoes and 4 ounces of meat you eat now. With my plan, you will have more of both foods. To illustrate your point, Ruby shows Frank, Panel A, Figure 2. BRB, you need food. Damn. You can see you're consuming outside the production's possibility frontier. That's what trade allows you to do. It's epic and based. Wait, I didn't even realize. You know what I can do? I don't want. Never mind. Where did I leave off? Read that. Following the financial panic in 1907, Congress created the National Monetary Commission to study reforms to the U.S. banking and monetary system. The work the commission led to was the creation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913 with the aim of promoting financial and monetary stability. Based on studies of the relationship between inflation and interest rates, Fisher hoped that the Federal Reserve would pursue price level stabilization. Instead, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 kept the United States on a gold standard and charged the Fed with maintaining the dollar's convertibility to gold. Fisher continued to push for a price level stabilization mandate for decades to come. Rising prices in World War I led to further developments in official inflation measurements. A poor wheat harvest, increased purchases of American crops by the British, French, and Italian governments led to rapid increases in food prices, resulting in food riots in major American United States cities. President Woodrow Wilson initially resisted calls for the government to intervene to lower food prices, either by implementing price controls or restricting exports. But after the United States entered the war, Wilson and Congress agreed to the establishment of a complicated system of price regulations and rationing of strategic goods, including coal, copper, iron, steel, and lumber, and also certain wage controls. These interventions held down certain costs and prevented hyperinflation, but overall inflation remained high. The government recognized that controlled wages needed to keep up with the cost of living increases, but how to measure the cost of living increases? Secretary of Labor suggested that wages should rise to the extent as a retail food price index. But if food prices were rising more quickly than other prices, thus the Bureau of Labor, then renamed the Bureau of Labor Statistics, conducted studies of consumers' expenditures to use to construct a new cost of living index, which weighted different price changes by the shares in consumer expenditures or expenditure weights. This provided a more comprehensive measure of how inflation affected typical consumers' expenses and could be used as a benchmark for wages. Wild. Almost like that's what we do now. In World War II, when a much broader system of wage and price controls was imposed, the cost of living index drew criticism from labor leaders who claimed that it grossly underestimated the true extent of the increase in the cost of living. Wage increases, they therefore argued, had not been sufficient to preserve workers' purchasing power. One criticism of the cost of living index, for example, was that it did not account for so-called forced up trading. When manufacturers were prohibited from raising the prices of their products, they sometimes discontinued the lower quality lines, forcing consumers to switch to higher quality lines with higher prices and profit margins. A nonpartisan committee appointed to investigate the cost of living index concluded the labor leaders' claims had little merit and any mismeasurement was likely quite small. Frederick C. Mills, the Columbia University economics professor appointed to head of the committee, concluded that, quote, within the limitations established for the cost of living index provides a trustworthy measure of the changes in price paid by consumers for goods and services. His report did not end in a controversy, however, and President Franklin Roosevelt commissioned another committee to study the cost of living index. The President's Committee agreed with Mills that the index provided a competent measure of price changes for goods customarily purchased by families of wage earners and lower salary workers living in large cities, but acknowledged that the term cost of living could be confusing for the public, especially when wartime conditions worsened their standard of living in a variety of ways. Thus, the index was renamed to Consumer Price Index to emphasize its use as a measure of prices and not necessarily of living standards. Mild. Okay. I don't. I'm just gonna. No. Well, I want that separate. So I'll do this. Okay, so started with the 2 whatever indexes that were fucking average. You want to hear my song? I really don't. Okay, blah blah blah. Study by hand. Blah 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 blah. I don't like the way he wrote this. When was this used? This is not what I want. Okay, I don't know anything. Thank you. Economists used to use the Pache index and the Lamperez index to estimate overall inflation. Both indexes account for the fact that the quantities of each type of good consumed can vary from period to period. So this is, I mean, substitution bias, right? Oh, some loud stuff going on outside. I don't know why, though. Perez index weights prices by the quantities in the initial base period, meaning it doesn't account for falls in consumption of a good driven by higher prices, and it tends to overestimate inflation. By contrast, the Pache index weights tends to overestimate inflation. Does so. Oops. by weighting prices by their quantities in the initial base period. This means it cannot account for falls in consumption caused by higher prices. Pashi index, or and it tends to overestimate inflation. I should just look how to pronounce this.
Name pronunciation. But just a long R sound from German. Pasha.
Pasha?
Sure, someone.
Posture. I don't care. Whatever. Posture index weighs prices by quantities in a later period and underestimates inflation, as consumers are not able to switch to cheaper products instantaneously. Why looking into posture like prison index pretty deep? I learned that in my master's, not undergrad, because I am going to be. It's just in this article about how inflation is calculated. It's because conservatives like to claim that all the inflation data is faked. So that's the reason why. I keep getting fucking attracted to that. Okay. Does so by weighting prices by quantities in a later period and underestimates inflation, since consumers are not able to switch to cheaper products instantaneously. Okay, I don't know what exactly the geometric mean means. I know what a mean is. Geometry dash. Geometric mean is the mean or average, which indicates the central tendency of the finite set of positive real numbers. Oh, thanks. That helps a lot. By using the product of their values as opposed to the arithmetic mean, which uses their sums. Okay, I mean, I don't know. He mentioned it in here, multiplying them and taking a square root. I don't know. Wait, it probably goes into why we want to do it. In many cases, the geometric mean is best to measure to determine the average growth of some quantity. For instance, if sales increase 80% in 1 year and the next year by 25%, the end result is the same as that of a constant growth rate of 50%, since the geometric mean of 1.8 and 1.25 is 1.5. In order to determine the average growth rate, it's not necessary to take the product of the measured growth rates at every step. Let the quantity be given as a sequence where n is the number. Okay. Math of my politics? Yeah, I don't know why. But what's the issue with just using a regular mean for this? I can understand why this works, but I don't understand why the regular mean wouldn't work. Okay, it doesn't matter. Who done put math in my politics? Okay, so we take the geometric mean of them. Geometric means are mostly used when the data points are independent to each other. Okay. To account for this, the geometric mean of the indexes is used. This is now standard. Okay, so following that, we he wanted a price level thing. Poor wheat harvest food riots. But this didn't lead to anything. Okay, during World War One, when were wage controls, did it say? Yeah, so prices, particular for food, we're increasing fast. Certain price and wage controls were implemented. Implemented. BLS conducted studies, or Secretary of Labor suggested that wages should rise to the same extent as retail food price index, but food prices were rising more quickly than other prices. Okay. Your data was needed to ensure that wages would rise to the same extent as a retail food price index. So the BLS compiled. Studies of consumers' expenditures to construct a new cost of living index which weighted different prices by their shares and consumer expenditures or expenditure weights, which is the same thing to do now. Provide a more comprehensive measure of how inflation affects typical work expenses can also be used as benchmark for wages. In World War II, when a much broader system of wage price controls was imposed, the cost of living index drew criticism for labor leaders who claimed to grossly underestimate the true extent of the increase in cost of living. Wage increases, they therefore argued not insufficient. More wage and price controls. Implemented. So and the cost of living index to criticism from labor leaders. Came under criticism from labor leaders. They claimed it grossly underestimated the true extent of increase in cost of living. By, for example, failing to account for, what did they call it? They discontinued cheaper items. So-called forced uptrading. When manufacturers are prohibited from raising the price of products, they sometimes discontinue lower quality lines. Nonpartisan committee appointed to investigate the cost of living index concluded that the labor leaders' claims had little merit, and any mismeasurement was likely quite small. President's committee agreed with Mills that the index provided but acknowledged that the term cost of living could be committees appointed to investigate these claims. Disagreed. But did acknowledge that the terms cost of living could be confusing for the public, especially in wartime conditions where it's understand living in ways. Thus, the index was renamed to the Consumer Price Index. The Stigler Commission. Okay. We'll finish reading shit tomorrow. I'm live on Facebook. No comments yet. Boo. Boo. 100. 100. Wait, how do I wait? Do these show up? Well, the 100 shows up, but that's just a chat message. I don't think these show up. That's a shame. Okay. I love Twitter. I love Twitter engagement farming. Okay, anyway. I'll stream tomorrow. Make sure to follow for that if you have not. If you are watching on Twitch or Kick or Rumble or anywhere and you have not subbed to the YouTube channel. Literally, Republicans who to stay think inflation equals cost of living, and they think that it can buy less stuff now. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, people don't get it. They don't get it. They also think it's all fake and made up by the BLS. I'll stream again tomorrow, so follow to see that. If you are not subbed to the YouTube channel, sub to the YouTube channel because that really helps right now. Appreciate all you. I love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. Really appreciate you guys. Watch and like and sub and chat. Yeah, really cool that I'm able to do this. Appreciate all you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow to appreciate you guys some more. I guess go over to I don't know, Red Radius is streaming. I can do that. I'm just rating him because his stream title is Silent Hill Tua, and that's funny because it's like Hawk Tua. Okay, see you guys. Thanks again. I appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks, chat. Bye, chat. Thanks, chat.